In the cold mountains, near an abandoned mine, a desperate struggle for survival begins. The wounded Priscilla clutches the priceless dragon heart in her hand with the last of her strength. The girl feels how the ancient artifact resonates with her magical power. The heroine realizes how long and difficult her path to this saving chance was. Her family once owned vast but barren lands on the outskirts of the empire. After his father's death, the vast Motia estate rapidly slid towards complete bankruptcy. The selfish stepmother was to blame for everything, squandering the family's fortune on luxury and trinkets. Young Priscilla bitterly regretted her naivety and blind trust in this woman. The girl realized with horror that if nothing was done, her house would be completely destroyed. Soon the stepmother brings a strange man to her, hinting at a humiliating deal. An unpleasant visitor, Robert Norfolk, comes to Priscilla with a business proposal. The man offers a disgusting deal, her hand and title in exchange for paying off her debts. Robert waits for an answer with a grin, calling this humiliating bargaining a political marriage. The girl clenches her fists, realizing that this marriage is the only chance to save her lands. Having agreed, the heroine naively believed that she was making a profitable deal, but she was deceived. Priscilla wanders around the garden in despair because she needs to give birth to an heir, but nothing is working out. The heroine is tormented by doubts about why she cannot get pregnant, despite all her attempts. An overheard conversation chills the blood in the veins. They are going to get rid of her. The terrible truth is revealed. Her husband and stepmother turned out to be lovers and conspirators. Priscilla is horrified to learn that she is being secretly poisoned by mixing some pills into her tea. The conspirators reveal their cynical plan. After Priscilla's death, the husband will return his ex-wife and take over everything. The girl's heart stops with horror when she realizes the scale of the betrayal that surrounds her. Running away in panic, the heroine curses herself for her naivety and for falling into their insidious trap. Priscilla rushes through the corridors because she would never have gone through with the marriage knowing about Norfolk's child. She understands that only her heir could claim the title, so her infertility was part of the plan. The whole puzzle came together. Her death would allow her husband and stepmother to completely absorb her legacy. The girl is overcome with rage because her family was doomed the very moment she gave her consent. This entire fraudulent marriage was a cold-blooded scam by two villains from the very beginning. Looking at the starry sky, the heroine tearfully asks her late parents for forgiveness for her mistake. On that fateful night, Priscilla leaves her home forever, choosing a desperate escape to save her life. Having left her home in a hurry and penniless, Priscilla wanders hopelessly along the road, not knowing how to survive. Exhausted by hunger and despair, the girl falls down, exhausted, saying goodbye to life. Random travelers find her lifeless body, and one of them assumes that she is dead. A man named Huck approaches her to check on her, trying to bring her back to her senses. Suddenly, his magic stone flares brightly, reacting to the power hidden within the girl. A sudden surge of energy startles Huck's companions, who mistake it for an earthquake. The magician realizes that his artifact resonated with the incredible magical potential of the stranger. When Priscilla wakes up, she sees her savior in front of her, and at that moment, her fate changes. So, on the threshold of death, she met Hugh, who recognized her talent and became a mentor. He gave her a magic stone, the heart of a wizard, and opened a new world of magic for her. The mentor entrusted her with a magic stone and taught her everything she needed to survive in a cruel world. Trying to tame the dragon's heart, Priscilla feels unbearable resistance, but does not give up. Memories of loved ones give her the strength to endure, because this is her last chance to fix everything. Gathering all her will, the girl unleashes incredible magic to turn back time. Suddenly, everything changes, and she is enveloped in the familiar aroma of freshly brewed black tea from childhood. She sees the painfully familiar ceiling of her room, which she saw every morning in her past life. The soft and gentle voice of the maid awakens her from a long and terrible sleep. Priscilla opens her eyes in her bed, and the morning routine seems unreal. The kind smile of a faithful servant, whom she has not seen for a long time, greets her awakening. With tears in her eyes, the heroine realizes that the magic worked and she really has returned. Priscilla looks back with love and relief at her home, to which she was able to return. A worried maid notices her mistress's strange behavior, not understanding the reason for her tears. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl throws herself into the arms of her nanny Sarah, who was like a mother to her. The heroine hugs the surprised woman tightly, happy that she is alive again and is nearby. Their touching meeting is interrupted by the stern voice of another maid who enters the room. Priscilla's joy turns to cold rage at the sight of Sonia, her evil stepmother's minion. The woman's condemning gaze brings the heroine back to painful memories of a past betrayal. The girl hides her hatred with a sly smile, disguising her true feelings as a morning whim. The young lady cleverly explains her behavior by a long sleep that seemed like a lifetime to her. The news that her stepmother is calling her makes Priscilla realize that nothing has changed and the battle is just beginning. Sonia remembers how no one used to take Priscilla into account because all the power was in the hands of her stepmother. But the former naive girl, ready to turn a blind eye to everything, is a thing of the past. With a cold smile, the heroine tells the maid that this time her misdeed will not go unpunished. Priscilla sarcastically asks if her stepmother has been too soft on her, leaving Sonia baffled. The girl announces that, unlike Madam, she does not intend to tolerate disobedience and will introduce her own rules. As the future mistress of the estate, she demands that the maid treat her properly, reminding her of her status. Coming close, the young lady slowly, syllable by syllable, pronounces her title, humiliating the maid. Sonia is shocked because in front of her stands a completely different Priscilla, confident and powerful. Having achieved her goal, the heroine, with a satisfied smile, praises the stunned maid for her obedience. This brazen act makes Sonia grind her teeth in anger and humiliation. Sonia is completely confused and trying to understand why the quiet Priscilla suddenly demanded respect. The maid realizes with horror that this girl was not as stupid and defenseless as she thought. The faithful maids are delighted with the courage of their mistress, who finally put the impudent woman in her place. Nanny Sarah, filled with pride, begs Priscilla not to let anyone humiliate her any longer. The woman was so happy to see her charge so alive and energetic that she had not seen her for a long time. Running out onto the balcony, the girl greets her estate with delight, beaming with the happiness of her return. Priscilla looks longingly at her native mountains, which she missed so much in her past life, full of hardships. The reckless behavior of a young lady on the edge of a balcony causes panic among the devoted maids. The horrified nanny tries to reason with the girl, reminding her that she is already an adult and will soon get married. The mention of a birthday and an upcoming wedding sobers Priscilla, bringing her back to harsh reality. The memory of the nanny's tragic death, staged as an accident, burns Priscilla from the inside. The girl swears that in this life she will not allow Sarah to die, no matter what it costs her. With firm determination, the heroine declares that she will save not only the nanny, but also her entire estate. Confused, Sarah does not understand the sudden outbursts of tenderness of her grown-up mistress. Priscilla gives an unexpected order to collect all her things, which causes confusion in the nanny. The heroine announces her move to the main residence, shocking Sarah with her daring decision. The devoted maids bow with tears of joy in their eyes because their mistress is finally coming into her own. The young lady realizes that tomorrow, upon inheriting the title, she will face the threat of imminent bankruptcy. The move to the Emerald Room is a symbol of the power that the stepmother tried to usurp after the death of her father. A memory flashes of how her stepmother, in a rage, forbade her to enter her father's chambers, revealing her greed. The memory comes to mind of the cruel manipulation of the stepmother, who used the girl's grief for her own gain. Priscilla remembers with bitterness how naively she trembled from false words, believing in false care. But the time of mourning has passed, and now she, as the future ruler, is ready to take her rightful place. The girl gives secret orders to her loyal maids, beginning her cunning plan to regain power. She will not allow a repeat of the tragedy of the faithful butler, who was falsely accused of theft and killed. The time for revenge has come, and Priscilla resolutely heads to her stepmother's chambers, the place where all her suffering began. Entering the room in a luxurious outfit, the young lady greets her tormentor with cold calm. The stepmother is shocked by her appearance, but the girl only meets reproaches of extravagance with a smirk. The enraged woman jumps up, shouting at her stepdaughter and reminding her of the family's dire financial situation. All the stepmother's rage comes out when she screams about the huge debt that threatens their complete ruin. Priscilla, with icy calm, reproaches her stepmother for hypocrisy because she spends half of her annual income herself. The cunning merchant Horson took advantage of Milena's stupidity for years, selling her trinkets at inflated prices. The heroine can hardly contain her rage, realizing that she is not the only one who should scold this woman for her wastefulness. Instead of anger, the girl flashes her stepmother a dazzling smile, which leaves her completely confused. The stepdaughter's calm and cheerfulness in the midst of financial ruin causes Milena to become enraged. The woman tries to hit the nail on the head by mentioning her late father, who would be disappointed. But Priscilla only thanks her stepmother with a venomous grin for the care she has shown her. The young lady brazenly interrupts her tirade, preparing to strike back. The stepmother freezes in shock, not believing that her submissive and quiet stepdaughter dared to interrupt her. Beaming with confidence, the heroine points to her outfit, hinting that it is not an ordinary dress. The stepmother looks at the outfit with disdain, seeing in it only another piece of senseless luxury. Priscilla coldly states that she is wearing her late father's robe, which leaves the woman dumbfounded. After all, this mantle is embroidered with a coat of arms that could only be worn by the rightful ruler of the lands of Motia. A sudden revelation strikes the stepmother when she finally recognizes the family crest on her stepdaughter's shoulder. The woman recalls how her husband forbade her to touch this robe, calling it his beloved wife's thing. The girl puts her in a quandary because this outfit was not purchased, which means that accusations of wastefulness are meaningless. The heroine again pretends to be a naive fool, admiring her stepmother's care with cloying gratitude. This sudden change in behavior confuses the woman, and she decides that she imagined her previous insolence. Feeling in control again, Milena hypocritically calls her stepdaughter to her. As she approaches, Priscilla remembers how blindly she trusted this woman and now sees all the falsehood in her eyes. The heroine recalls how she desperately clung to her stepmother's false love to drown out the pain of loss. But now, looking at this woman, she feels nothing but icy calm and contempt. Milena continues her hypocritical game, feigning concern for her family with feigned tenderness. With an angelic smile, the girl plays along, assuring her of her complete understanding of the situation. And so the trap snaps shut. The stepmother announces the imminent visit of Mr. Norfolk for the engagement. The words about solving debt problems sound like a death sentence, and all the pain of the past is reflected in the heroine's eyes. The woman dismisses all doubts with cynical ease, calling the humiliating deal a common occurrence for nobles. Priscilla understands that her coming of age is not only the acquisition of rights, but also the last frontier before disaster. The stepmother puts pressure on her, hypocritically dividing the debts, but single-handedly managing all the family's money. The final blow, she is given only a week, presenting this marriage as the only and last chance for salvation. As she leaves, Priscilla receives caustic advice to take care of her beauty in order to please her future husband. But the girl turns around sharply and with feigned joy points to the new ring on her stepmother's hand. She catches the woman in a lie because she had never worn rubies, and this purchase was clearly recent. Driven into a corner, Milena panics and denies the obvious, trying to blame everything on her stepdaughter's poor memory. With an innocent smile, the heroine quips that such a thrifty stepmother could not have made such a reckless expenditure. And then Priscilla delivers the finishing blow, announcing that she has already given the order to her faithful butler. Realizing that she had been tricked, the enraged stepmother runs out of the room in panic. The girl calmly calculated everything, forbidding the acceptance of goods from the merchant in order to stop the leakage of money. Milena gnashes her teeth in rage because this damned girl turned out to be a cunning and dangerous enemy. She orders Sonia to spy, but she admits that it will be impossible to find a traitor among Priscilla's loyal servants. In a panic, the stepmother decides to speed things up by ordering the footman to bring Norfolk tomorrow. Priscilla warmly greets her faithful butler, happy to see him alive and well. The girl charms the old man with her good mood, and he tactfully reminds her about her future husband. London proudly announces that he has secretly prepared the Emerald Room for her, commending her determination. They discuss the stepmother's messenger, and the butler shares his concerns about the Baron's bad reputation. The heroine painfully recalls the terrible truth: Norfolk's ex-wife and child were simply waiting for her death. She firmly declares that she will not marry, revealing to the butler the Baron's true motives: to seize everything. London breathes a huge sigh of relief when he learns that his mistress has no intention of ruining her life. But the main problem remains: a huge debt to the merchant and empty warehouses put them on the brink of survival. Priscilla assesses the situation soberly, realizing that with their barren lands and meagre harvest, the debt cannot be repaid. The situation is aggravated by the fact that the merchant is connected to the high nobility and could disgrace their family throughout the empire. Asking for a delay is useless, because the greedy whoreson will only demand huge compensation for the wait. The butler is amazed at how deeply his young mistress is aware of the deplorable state of the household. In her steely gaze and wise words, he sees the shadow of her late father, the great Count Motier. The girl confidently declares that she will deal with the debt herself, leaving her faithful servant completely perplexed. With a mysterious smile, she hints at her cunning plan and asks him to fulfill her request as soon as possible. Under cover of night, Priscilla, wearing a simple cloak, secretly leaves the castle, accompanied by a knight. She gratefully accepts the help of Sir Comyn, her only companion in this risky mission. The young man is worried about her safety on the road, but the heroine refuses extra security. She is absolutely confident of success, because she is heading towards the one whose strength alone surpasses an entire order of knights. At the entrance, they are met by a stern guard with a scar on his face, inviting them to go to the leader. A conflict arises when the guard roughly pushes the knight away, allowing only Priscilla to pass. The mercenary smirks and reminds Sir Comyn of how he arrogantly refused their leader a visit. The young man furiously recalls his words about how such scoundrels are unworthy of entering the estate. Priscilla wisely diffuses the conflict by admitting their guilt and agreeing to humiliating conditions for the sake of the goal. The heroine, with unwavering determination, orders to take her away, ready to face the danger alone. The guide, impressed by her courage, escorts the girl inside and reports her arrival. Entering the room, she realizes that this meeting with the mysterious leader will not be her first. Her memory takes her to the bloody battlefield, where she, as a sorceress, saved a wounded soldier. The wounded Qasim begs her to run away, but the brave girl refuses to leave him to certain death. Suddenly, an enemy knight appears from behind, raising his sword for a fatal blow. Absorbed in saving her comrade, the heroine notices the threat looming over her too late. A mysterious rider in heavy armor appears on the battlefield, emitting a chilling aura. The stranger, who turns out to be a swordmaster, menacingly demands that the mercenaries identify themselves. Enraged by his arrogance, the girl responds by furiously demanding that he identify himself first. To her utter amazement, the mysterious knight begins to remove his helmet right in the middle of the battle. He introduces himself as the leader of the Imperial Knights and asks her name, the sorceress Scylla. A sudden barrage of arrows rains down on them, and the girl uses her last strength to create a magical shield. She panics and yells at the knight to put on his helmet because her magic is running out. But he, completely oblivious to the danger, calmly straightens his hair, reproaching her for wasting her energy. The arrogant knight proposes a crazy plan. He will cut through her magic shield along with her arrows. With cold confidence, he commands her to trust in his sword, promising to protect her and her comrade. His extreme arrogance amazes the girl, but something in his eyes makes her believe. At the end of her strength, having no other choice, she desperately agrees to his crazy plan. With a single swing of his sword, he creates a whirlwind that deflects a deadly shower of arrows. This meeting on the battlefield was their first acquaintance in her past life, full of suffering. The heroine is in complete shock because he really did reflect all the arrows with just the power of his sword. Before her stands a living legend, the Black Knight, known as the Black Reaper of the battlefield. She knows his great future. He will win the war and become the Soldier King, founding his own country. Their eyes meet again, and her heart skips a beat because she never expected to see him again. In front of her stands that same Kian Rustin, the seventh swordmaster of the continent, with a predatory smile on his face. He asks with interest what made her come in person, and the girl is taken aback by his impressive appearance. Priscilla, hiding her excitement, asks for hospitality, subtly hinting at her fatigue and their past rudeness. Bowing deeply, she apologizes for the cold reception he received at her estate. Kian is surprised by her behavior, not understanding why, after refusing, she suddenly came to ask for forgiveness. The heroine explains her cunning maneuver. She could not allow anyone in her house to find out about their meeting. Straightening up, the girl, with determination in her eyes, moves on to the main reason for her risky visit. The man immediately guesses that she needs his services and asks with a grin if she would like to become his client. She asks for protection from her stepmother and her fiancé, who will arrive in 4 days to take everything from her. Kian, with a slight grin, asks if this is a contract killing and immediately questions her solvency. The girl wearily explains that her request is much more complex than simply killing enemies. Plucking up her courage, Priscilla makes him the most unexpected and desperate offer of her life. Kian and his assistant freeze in shock, and then an interested smirk appears on the swordmaster's face. She explains that she needs a strong partner to turn the tide and protect her legacy. After all, Kian is the only free knight of his level, and many nobles fought for an alliance with him. With a sly smile, the man gets down to business, asking how she plans to pay for his services. The heroine confidently declares that she knows his true desire and offers him land as payment. And on top of that, she offers him what he has long dreamed of, a personal wizard, hinting at herself. Her memory takes her back to the past, to the tavern where drunken mercenaries pestered her, and he suddenly intervened. Then he noted with a grin that each of their meetings for some reason took place surrounded by her enemies. In the tavern, she reproachfully tells him that she could have handled it herself, hiding her gratitude for his help. He ironically thanks her for her concern, and their verbal spat develops into an unexpected acquaintance. Kian invites her to have a drink with him, and then, with a sly smile, draws her into a bet on alcohol. The next morning, the heroine easily wins the argument by mocking the great swordmaster, who is suffering from a hangover. As a prize for winning, she demands that he honestly answer one question that is very important to her. The girl asks why, despite possessing such power, he still does not serve any lord and does not seek power. He reveals to her his secret dream, to find a land where he will be the sole ruler and to found his own state. In her past life, Priscilla knew that he had achieved his goal, but was never able to legitimize the status of his land. Now, in the present, she confidently offers him exactly what he was unable to achieve in the past. The heroine repeats her bold ultimatum, and for the first time a shadow of doubt and serious interest appears in Kian's eyes. A sudden realization hits Priscilla that she made a mistake in forgetting that they are strangers to him. The girl realizes that she was too hasty with her proposal, revealing his secret desire and arousing suspicion. With a nervous smile, she tries to convince herself that her offer is too tempting to refuse. Kian looks at her thoughtfully, wondering if there is something he needs even more than a wizard. He seriously asks why she is ready to entrust her life and destiny to a complete stranger. Marriage is a sacred vow, and breaking it entails heavy responsibility for both parties. The heroine confesses her despair because she urgently needs an indestructible shield in the form of the strongest warrior. The man doubts her words because he has never heard of the powerful wizard from her estate. And then she makes a shocking confession, declaring that she is the very wizard he is looking for. His piercing gaze finds no trace of magic in her, and he asks with disbelief how she can be trusted. Trying to dispel his doubts, the girl offers a loophole in the contract, confident in her strength. The man rejects her offer without hesitation, because for a mercenary, the most important thing is payment, not empty promises. A sly smile touches the corners of her lips because she was prepared for such an answer and had her trump card in store. Intrigued, he arrogantly asks her how much she thinks a swordmaster like him costs. Her answer is astounding: a diamond mine with a century's supply and half of her personal fortune. Even he, who has seen a lot, is stunned, because for such a price you can buy not just an army, but an entire kingdom. With a victorious smile, she asks him how he feels about this offer, knowing that he is already hooked. The memory takes her back to the past, where she anxiously asked him why he didn't choose her as his wizard. Embarrassed, she admits that many would like to get her, trying to understand why he is silent. She touches on a taboo subject, mentioning the mysterious Master Saud, and his face instantly hardens. In the past, she knew she was too weak to stand next to him, because his master's legendary sword could cut down anyone. Bitterness and pain fill her, because only the lack of magic stones prevented her from becoming his equal. The Mana Stone is the wizard's second heart, a conduit that pumps pure magic through his veins. The artifact her mentor had given her was powerful, but Priscilla knew that it was not the limit of her true power. The girl felt that all she needed was the right catalyst to unlock her full potential. An overheard conversation ignited a spark of hope in her. A legendary magic stone had been found in her lands. The men gossiped angrily that all the treasure had been unfairly appropriated by some upstart from the east. She wondered in amazement what kind of power a wizard must have to be able to handle such an artifact. The owner of the diamond mine where the stone was found remained a mystery to everyone, which only fueled the rumors. Her intuition told her that this mine and this stone rightfully belonged only to her. In the past, she failed to take the stone, and the vile Norfolk, having thrown out his stepmother, seized her house. Having discovered a diamond mine, this usurper brazenly declared it his property because it was on his land. But then someone was found who doubted his rights, pointing to the mysterious disappearance of the real heiress. This man turned out to be her greedy relative, who had previously refused to help her, and now had his sights set on the mine himself. Norfolk hinted with icy suspicion that her death was too advantageous for this new pretender. Then, without money or proof, she was completely helpless and could not claim her inheritance. But now, with knowledge of the future, Priscilla is confident that she can prevent this tragic story. Kian instantly puts all the pieces of the puzzle together, muttering under his breath about the mine and the mage who hasn't yet awakened. He looks at her with insight, realizing that her true goal is not just diamonds, but the legendary magic stone. The girl waits for his answer with bated breath, and he admits with a smile that her proposal sounds extremely interesting. In response to her generosity, he brazenly demands to increase his share to 70%, shocking her. That disarming smile on the face of a landless thief with a sword infuriates her with its impudence. She furiously asks if he's joking, but Kian confirms his seriousness with icy calm. His friendly and attractive face makes this extortion even more unbearable for the girl. The swordmaster's attractive appearance momentarily confuses her, but she quickly pushes away the inappropriate thoughts. Realizing that he didn't fall for her trick, she decides to take the risk because she needs his strength to survive. Pretending that the negotiations have failed, Priscilla turns to leave, beginning her risky game. Her bluff works, and realizing he's missing out on the diamonds, Kian screams after her in panic, losing his composure. In desperation, he rushes after her, begging her to stop and not leave so easily. With a victorious grin, she turns around, realizing he's fallen for her bait, and innocently asks what's wrong. Kian notes with a chuckle her determination, which she says she inherited from her father. The girl playfully presses him, pretending to leave, which catches the renowned warrior off guard. He calls her impatient, but his eyes show genuine interest in this unusual lady. Priscilla directly expresses her irritation with his greed, since her initial offer was more than generous. She gives him an ultimatum, going back to 50% and threatening to find another performer. The heroine puts on a whole show of leaving, but the insightful swordmaster understands that this is a lie. In a desperate attempt to make her bluff sound credible, she lowers her stake to 40%. Finally, with a disarming smile, he gives in, accepting her last desperate offer. In the future, the stepmother is furiously searching for new chapters about Priscilla, not understanding what is happening in her own home. The grown-up Priscilla imperiously stops her stepmother's hand, announcing the beginning of her weekly marathon of revenge. Taking the initiative, Priscilla declares that after his refusal, it is now only she who dictates the terms of the contract. She deals a crushing blow, reducing his share to 30% and depriving him of the right to the magic stones. For a moment, the heroine freezes in fear, fearing that his pride will not withstand it and he will attack her in rage. But his unexpected agreement shocks not only her, but also his own stunned subordinates. Bowing gallantly, Kian happily accepts her humiliating terms, much to her confusion. She generously allows him to take the magic stones, because without her power, they are just useless trinkets. The shrewd swordmaster looks at her suspiciously, trying to decipher the true purpose of her strange generosity. She is embarrassed by his overly cheerful appearance, because he does not look like a man who has just lost a fortune. With a sly smile, he announces that the deal is done, and they only need to settle the formalities. But before she agrees, Kian asks the main question, wanting to know how exactly she plans to fulfill her part of the deal. Priscilla watches his next move with suspicion, fearing that he will try to regain his lost profit. She offers him the barren, icy wastes on the border of the empire, land that everyone has long abandoned. As payment for his services, the heroine offers to make these useless lands his personal fiefdom. The astute warrior immediately senses the trick, fearing that even after becoming the owner, he will remain her puppet. The girl gives him a firm promise of complete independence, offering to free him from any knightly vows. But there is one unbreakable condition: he must never betray her or her lands, becoming their eternal protector. Her brilliant plan is that by protecting his territory, he will unwittingly become an invincible shield for her estate. Kian acknowledges her plan as sound, but immediately moves on to the second part of the deal, demanding the promised wizard. She reminds him of the mage's support, but he takes her at her word with a grin, remembering her previous offer. With a sly smile, he reveals her cards, making it clear that he is interested not just in a magician, but in that very magic stone. Priscilla is cunning, promising him the stone only as a bonus for good service in the future. Her audacity amuses him, and he notes with irony that she behaves like a real future great wizard. Kian asks a reasonable question: why not just bind him with a knightly oath? Why is this wedding necessary? The girl is embarrassed because the real reason lies in her feelings, and it was only because of him that she took such a step. She understands that he will not be able to understand the full depth of her decision now, hiding his true motives. With difficulty finding the words, she tries to explain that a meaningless vow will not hold him, unlike a marriage contract. In a fit of despair, Priscilla cries out that she wants to bind him to her estate forever. Immediately blushing, she realizes that her words sounded like a passionate and awkward declaration of love. Mumbling in embarrassment, she tries to justify herself by citing the sanctity of the marriage contract, which only makes him laugh. His gaze turns icy, and he asks with disdain if she is willing to give up her title of count for a simple mercenary. With burning eyes, Priscilla sets him a harsh condition: he will only be the countess's husband, but will never receive her title. Kian acknowledges her strength with a grin, noting that the previous earl raised a worthy successor. Holding her breath, the girl demands a direct answer from him, not understanding whether he agrees or rejects her proposal. Gallantly taking her hand, he announces with a charming smile that he happily accepts her proposal. She breathes a huge sigh of relief, not believing that her risky plan has finally succeeded. Leaning towards her, he whispers a warning to her against turning to Lord Corrit, who had already refused her once. Her heart stops with horror, because he knows her most intimate secrets from the past, which no one else could know. The all-knowing smile on his face confuses her, and she desperately tries to understand how he knows all this. A whirlwind of thoughts flash through her head. He couldn't have assigned a spy, but his visit yesterday now seemed no accident. Memories from a past life mix with the present, and she, confused, accidentally calls him by the same name she used to call him. With a charming smile, he asks to be called by his first name, reminding her that they are now engaged. Priscilla, hiding her panic, writes feverishly, trying to understand how he knew about her secret letter to Sir Corrit. The man speaks evasively about collecting information, and she understands that she will not get the truth from this stubborn man. The girl changes tactics and asks why he mentioned her father in his request for a visit. Kian admits that he owed a huge debt to her late father, who once saved his life. He explains that he came not out of pride, but simply because he remembered the past and wanted to repay an old debt. With a nostalgic smile, he says the memories come flooding back after so many years. Priscilla is touched by his sincerity, realizing that thanks to her father's kindness, she has found such a strong ally. Beaming with happiness, she tenderly thanks him for accepting her request, calling him by name. Kian turns away in embarrassment, coldly stating that he only agreed for the benefit, hiding his true feelings. Seeing his confusion, Priscilla realizes that her plan has worked and they can finally make a deal. Meanwhile, the stepmother has a nightmare in which she is bathing in gold, celebrating the disappearance of her stepdaughter. She greedily admires the stolen jewels, enjoying her imaginary victory and wealth. But suddenly all the treasures in her hands turn to sand, and her joy is replaced by horror and bewilderment. The woman watches in panic as her face becomes wrinkled and cracked, reflecting the ugliness of her soul. In the dream, Priscilla appears, taking back everything that was stolen, because everything always returns to its rightful owner. The stepmother wakes up in a cold sweat, horrified to realize that her nightmare could become reality. In a panic, she calls her faithful servant Sonia and hysterically demands that she immediately bring her a mirror. Looking at her reflection, she tries to understand why Priscilla's visit yesterday had alarmed her so much. She blames it all on insomnia, not wanting to admit that her domineering and confident stepdaughter has instilled fear in her. Baron Norfolk arrives early, wondering why he was summoned so suddenly. The stepmother, in a rage, shuts him up, fearing that he will blurt out too much about his wife. She threatens him that if anyone finds out about their conspiracy, their grand plan will collapse. Norfolk is already mentally managing the estate, dreaming of how to get rid of his wife after the birth of an heir. Their conversation is interrupted by a business question about money, and the stepmother assures that everything is ready for the deal. The woman bursts into her stepdaughter's chambers to hurry her up, but finds only an empty room. The bed is perfectly made, and there is no trace of the girl anywhere, as if she had disappeared. The two of them look around the empty rooms in bewilderment, not understanding what the hell is going on. The stepmother is overcome by a bad feeling because the absence of servants disrupts the usual morning routine. Suddenly, she notices one of Priscilla's maids on the stairs, and her heart sinks in alarm. The stepmother, in a rage, shakes the frightened maid, demanding that she immediately tell her where her mistress is. The girl tries to lie, but Milena screams in rage that she just saw the empty room herself. Her face contorts with horror when she realizes that her stepdaughter has really disappeared somewhere. Baron Norfolk, watching this scene, asks with irritation to explain what kind of chaos is going on in the house. Priscilla's faithful nanny suddenly appears, and her presence here arouses even more suspicion in the stepmother. The woman attacks her with screams, demanding an answer as to why she is not at her post and where her charge is. The nanny calmly informs her that the countess is currently receiving a guest in her chambers, which causes the stepmother to fly into a fit of rage. The thought that this girl dared to occupy the Emerald Room, the most sacred place in the estate, drives her crazy. Bursting into the chambers, she sees Priscilla, who is elegantly drinking tea with an unperturbed look. The stepmother, in a rage, pounces on her with accusations, demanding that this circus be stopped and that she immediately explain everything. A sudden rage takes hold of the mistress of the house because of a simple question about the room. The woman screams hysterically that this is a sacred place, the room of her deceased husband. But the heiress calmly confirms that she knows perfectly well who owned the chambers. The girl, with a barely concealed smile, hints at the strangeness of her mother's behavior. The heroine coldly puts the woman in her place, reminding her of her legal right to inheritance. In despair, the stepmother turns to the new guest, accusing her stepdaughter of debauchery. The girl meets the stream of dirty insults with icy and impenetrable calm. The stepmother theatrically laments, calling upon the spirit of her deceased father to witness the shame. The mysterious guy breaks the silence, condemning the aristocrat's unworthy behavior. Deeply offended, the woman turns her anger onto the impudent stranger. The hero calmly and with dignity introduces himself as a mercenary named Kian Rustin. The stepmother explodes with contemptuous laughter, humiliating the young man's status. The woman furiously asks how a commoner dared to speak to a noble lady. Priscilla decisively stops the hysteria, defending her guest from attacks. The stepmother is furious that her stepdaughter dared to physically stop her. Fear flashes through the woman's mind. She is amazed at where the fragile girl gets so much strength. The heroine shocks her stepmother by threateningly whispering that the stranger is her husband. Priscilla pushes the woman to the floor, unable to bear her insults any longer. The girl confirms her marriage with icy calm, completely discouraging her stepmother. Her cold and determined look puts an end to it, showing who is now the boss here. The stepmother angrily rejects the girl's words, considering them a blatant lie and a trick. The woman tries to appeal to reason by reminding him of her planned engagement to another man. Kian adds fuel to the fire by logically pointing out the implausibility of such a quick marriage. The stepmother is already hatching a cunning plan to separate the lovers and bring everything back under control. In desperation, the woman resorts to a last-ditch argument, cursing her stepdaughter in the name of the Lord. Priscilla, with unshakable confidence, declares the purity of her feelings and seeks support from her beloved. A gentle kiss on the young man's hand becomes a silent response, full of love and devotion. The guy confirms their union with a warm smile, ready to announce it to the whole world. The defeated stepmother screams in impotent rage, refusing to acknowledge the sanctity of their union. The heroine puts the final point by accusing her mother of desecrating their sacred marriage. The unexpected appearance of an uninvited guest disrupts the already tense atmosphere. The desperate Baron Motya begs Priscilla for marriage, seeing in her the only salvation from ruin. Kian Rustin stands up to defend his wife's honor, his voice filled with icy menace. The frightened groom tries to justify himself by citing the Countess's approval. The stepmother gleefully adds fuel to the fire, portraying her stepdaughter as a disobedient daughter. The woman strikes where it hurts most, accusing Priscilla of betraying her late father's will. Kian's sudden announcement of the late Earl's will leaves everyone in shock. The young man whispers in his beloved's ear, urging her to trust and play along with him. The guy deals a crushing blow by declaring their marriage to be her father's last wish. The girl immediately takes up the game, smilingly confirming the young man's long-standing friendship with her father. Kian delivers a precise blow to his stepmother's pride by hinting at her late husband's distrust of her. Suddenly, the young man produces a knightly emblem, causing the woman to fall silent in amazement. He coldly informs them that this is not the first time he has visited this estate, which confuses everyone even more. The announcement that he was knighted in these lands shocks even Priscilla herself. Doubt begins to arise in the girl's soul because neither her father nor her lover ever mentioned this. The hero fondly remembers the late count, who became a mentor to him and gave him freedom. The young man reveals that the girl's father saw him as a future protector, not only of the lands, but also of herself. The stepmother desperately clings to the last straw, denying the connection between chivalry and marriage. Kian, with a sly smile, takes her at her word because he is no longer a groom but a legal husband. Priscilla puts an end to the dispute by calling on her mother to stop denying the reality of their completed marriage. With icy contempt, the heroine throws in her stepmother's face the accusation of the pitifulness of her situation. Tired of the bickering, Priscilla decides to end the dispute by demanding irrefutable evidence. The appearance of the priest with the marriage documents plunges the stepmother into complete stupor. Priest Morrison, coughing sheepishly, confirms the legitimacy of the union with his authority. He officially states that he personally performed the wedding ceremony for the young couple this morning. Kian and Priscilla, now legally married before God, exchange triumphant glances. The memory takes us back to the past, where the faithful butler desperately tries to dissuade Milady from taking a hasty step. The man begs them to choose a more suitable location, since their financial situation does not allow them to hold a proper ceremony. The girl is adamant because there is no time. In the morning, the stepmother will bring Baron Norfolk, and it will be too late. Even the priest panicked and objected, reminding them that marriage vows can only be taken in a sacred place. The heroine finds a loophole in the doctrine, proving that only a blessing is needed for a sacred marriage. Priscilla, with desperation in her voice, begs Father Morrison to go against the rules to save her. Despite the shock and protests of the servants, the decision for a simple ceremony was made under pressure of circumstances. The priest is relieved to realize that Milady's desperate and risky decision turned out to be a blessing for her. The butler reflects with secret admiration on Kian's incredible strength, acknowledging him as an unrivaled swordsman. Faithful servant Sarah tenderly promises her mistress that, no matter what, she will arrange the most beautiful wedding for her. Priscilla coldly orders the defeated stepmother and the failed groom to be escorted out of the house. The butler, with a polite smile, escorts the confused baron out, leaving the humiliated woman on the floor. The new mistress of the house gives her final order to isolate the stepmother in a separate building, consolidating her power. In impotent rage, the woman screams about the madness of her stepdaughter, whom the servants take away on the orders of the new mistress. The maid coldly declares that she is only carrying out the orders of the new head of the family, which causes a fit of rage in the stepmother. The woman clings desperately to her last hope, crying out that the succession has not yet been confirmed by the emperor. Priscilla announces in an icy tone that from today on, upon coming of age, she automatically inherits everything. The girl speaks with dignity about the great history and reputation of their family, which cannot be forgotten. The heroine reveals her main trump card. Their land is older than the empire, and even the emperor has no power over its inheritance. Priscilla looks reproachfully at her stepmother, surprised by her ignorance of the history of the family with which she has been associated for so many years. The girl scornfully accuses her stepmother of always caring more about the jewels than about their inheritance. The woman, having lost control, starts screaming, but the young mistress only calmly orders the servants to hurry. A sudden fear for her property grips the stepmother, but Priscilla coldly informs her that she has already taken care of everything. The final blow, the heroine announces that valuables, including her stepmother's personal belongings, were taken to pay off the debts. With a venomous smile, Priscilla reminds that all family members must work for the common good. The word mother, which she hated so much, echoes in the woman's head, bringing her to hysterical laughter. In utter despair, the defeated stepmother realizes her crushing and final defeat. Finally left alone, the girl falls into a chair, exhausted by the difficult moral battle for her future. A suspicion begins to arise in her thoughts. The greedy Robert gave in too easily, hiding somewhere for the time being. The heroine feels how, after her return, dormant magical energy awakens within her. A mysterious voice from nowhere tenderly promises that he will return for her soon, instilling hope. The girl is struck by the realization that her savior may be a wizard, and his words were not a joke. Memories take her to Master Hux, who was able to become a wizard among mercenaries thanks to a magic stone. Priscilla smiles as she dreams of the day when she will solve all her problems and be able to reunite with her faithful friends. Kian's unexpected appearance breaks Priscilla out of her deep thoughts about the future. The frightened girl jumps up, reproaching the guy for sneaking up unnoticed. The young man notices her detachment with a smile, and she only assumes in response that she was meditating. The heroine is tormented by a strange feeling. She felt all the mana in the estate, but not the presence of the swordmaster. It dawns on her that such incredible skill must hide colossal magical power. Priscilla asks her husband directly why he deliberately hid his true identity from her. The girl explains that even before her powers fully awakened, she was always very sensitive to magic. Kian confirms with interest that some wizards can indeed sense mana before awakening. But the heroine does not back down, demanding an answer as to why he hid his powerful aura in her presence. The hero tenderly admits that he is afraid that his aura as a swordmaster might make her uncomfortable during such a difficult time. Embarrassed by his direct concern, Priscilla tries to hide her sudden excitement. She tenderly asks him not to hide his strength around her, allowing him to be himself. In response, Kian, with a mysterious smile, presents her with an exquisite dessert, surprising the girl. He explains that it is a simple delivery, since his nanny was worried that the girl had not eaten anything. Priscilla can't help but laugh, finding it amusing that the great swordmaster is personally delivering her food. With a bright and sincere smile, she invites her husband to share this unexpected breakfast with her. Suddenly, an agitated nanny bursts into the room, interrupting their private moment. It turns out that the prudent Kian had already ordered a full-fledged feast to be prepared for them. The guy proudly offers to start their first meal together in their new status. The girl was stunned by the sight of a luxurious table, which would be more than enough for 4. The embarrassed young man tries to justify his excellent appetite with the hard lot of a knight. Priscilla watches his embarrassment with affection, while the nanny makes fun of her mistress's modest appetite. A cunning nanny with a sly smile hints to the newlyweds about their first night together in a pearl room. The maid tactfully offers to help them set up their future love nest. A shadow of doubt flitted through Kian's mind as his new title as master of the estate weighed heavily on him. The guy, with a warm smile, agrees to inspect their new quarters, accepting his new role. The girl feels a huge relief seeing that her lover does not reject his status as the master of the house. The hero suggests that they first have a good meal and only then inspect their shared home. The caring nanny and Kian unanimously convince the thin lady to eat at least a little more to restore her strength. The maid watches with affection the young man's touching care, seeing how crazy he is about her mistress. Priscilla warmly notes that Nanny Sarah has already fallen in love with her husband. The girl, not hiding her surprise, reflects on the unusual contrast between the young man's noble appearance and his enormous appetite. The heroine smiles and feels that she is feeding not her husband, but a huge and tender wild animal. Kian gives in, admitting that he's overeaten, but the girl laughingly encourages him to eat as much as he wants. In her mind, Priscilla fondly notes his sweet embarrassment and decides that she must feed him well. Meanwhile, the maids are shocked to discuss the incredible changes in their mistress and the astonishing outcome of the morning quarrel. One of the maids explains that the stepmother was always bossy, only because Priscilla had to give in to her. Another fiercely reminds that the estate always belonged to Priscilla, not the stepmother they served. A maid, unwilling to change her loyalties, calls her colleagues fools for so easily switching sides. The maid, faithful to her stepmother, reminds her that Madam was merciful, but receives a sharp rebuff from her, who advises her to be more pragmatic. A pragmatic maid coldly advises her colleague to make the right choice before it's too late. The maid, loyal to her old mistress, tries to intimidate her, reminding her of the Madame's cruelty if she regains power. The dispute escalates into open hostility, revealing the divisions and intrigues that reign among the servants. Laura scornfully challenges her, sending Sonia to serve her new but powerless mistress. The young maid tries to defuse the situation by calling her elders to their direct responsibilities. In response to this, the senior maids only mockingly shift their own tasks onto her. The girl freezes in horror when another humiliating task is thrown after her. The young maid wanders down the corridor, bitter and resentful, having once again become a scapegoat. At the door to her former mistress's chambers, she freezes, hearing a painfully familiar and hateful male voice. An overheard conversation reveals a secret conspiracy in which Baron Robert blames the maid for the failure of their plan. In a rage, Baron Robert blames his stepmother for the failure, which caused him to lose everything, including his pregnant wife. He threatens the woman directly, but she, despite her fear, boldly asks if he is making fun of her. The stepmother is overcome with suffocating horror at the thought of the lost money. She demands that every last coin be returned to her. In a desperate struggle, she pushes him away, but the man's cruelty has already crossed all boundaries. The humiliated woman throws insults in his face, but a new, more insidious plan is already brewing in the Baron's head. He finds a loophole. Since the marriage took place at night, it means it has not yet been consummated. The Baron reveals that it is possible to annul such a marriage under certain circumstances. The condition for this may be the death of the groom, and this horrific proposal leaves the stepmother in shock. However, the woman quickly comes to her senses and with a devilish grin asks if he is sure that he can kill Kian. The Baron cuts her off with contempt, reminding her that she herself is powerless and incapable of even taking revenge. Their failed alliance is falling apart. Mutual reproaches and insults are turning into open hatred. The stepmother contemptuously rejects his plan, considering a banal murder too primitive a solution. The Baron, with a devilish smile, hints that there is a much more sophisticated way to cancel the hated wedding. His ominous whispers reveal a terrible secret. He has already defiled Priscilla by forcing her to spend the night with him. The woman doubts his words, knowing that the proud stepdaughter would never voluntarily agree to such humiliation. With a smug grin, he makes a shocking confession, claiming that he forced her to be his woman. He reveals the essence of the deception. They only need to create the appearance of her night with him in order to destroy the legal marriage. In his insidious plan, the stepmother is assigned the role of a traitor who is supposed to get her stepdaughter drunk and put her in his bed. Seeing the benefit in this, the woman with a devilish smile agrees to the deal, ready to do anything for revenge. Their sinister laughter fills the room, cementing the alliance of two villains ready to destroy an innocent soul. A sharp sound makes the conspirators freeze, the fear of exposure hanging in the air. The Baron chalks it all up to imagination, unaware that their deadly secret has already been revealed. The faithful servant reports the betrayal to her mistress, her hands clenching in impotent rage. The nanny falls into righteous anger, unable to believe the monstrosity and baseness of human nature. Priscilla calms her faithful servant with icy calm, her confidence in victory unshakable. The girl thanks the young spy, her determined look indicating that she will not miss the chance to strike back. A cold determination to destroy the two snakes warmed in her bosom, for the common good is growing in her thoughts. Kian admires his reflection with unusual vanity, preparing to appear before his beloved in all his glory. A loyal comrade makes fun of the leader, surprised by his sudden desire to look perfect. The young man abruptly interrupts his friend, but his thoughts reveal the true reason he wants to be worthy of his mistress. The comrade notes with a grin that his leader is so deeply in love that he has already changed his outfit for the second time that day for the sake of his lady. Despite his youth, the fame of Kian's incredible skills is so loud that many lords covet him. The friend is amused that such a powerful and sought-after warrior meekly obeys the orders of a young girl. With a vulgar grin, he suggests that with his new look, the leader will be able to seduce all the women in the estate. Kian replies with a warm smile that he only needs to seduce one, causing his friend to burst into laughter. The comrade doubts whether the girl will be able to remember him, but the young man confidently rejects this idea. The hero appears before Priscilla in all his splendor, gallantly inviting her to inspect the estate. Confused by his dazzling beauty, the girl takes his hand with bated breath. His sudden change makes her heart beat faster, awakening an unfamiliar and exciting feeling. She notices the change in outfit, and Kian, with a gentle smile, assures her that this look suits him very well too. The loyal friend watches the leader's transformation with a grin, not believing his sudden concern for his appearance. They enter the famous Pearl Room, but its former splendor has been dimmed by poverty and desolation. Priscilla notes with bitter irony that the room, like their situation, does not at all live up to its grand name. The young man feels a burning shame for their poverty, but the girl blames herself for everything, regretting her past blindness. His gentle touch comforts her, as she painfully realizes how long she has ignored the family's financial ruin. Kian admiringly assures her that she did her best, and her gaze fills with strength again. With renewed determination, the heroine speaks of her final request, which should finally fix everything. She reveals her secret passage. A reliable servant has been assigned to her stepmother, who is actually her spy. Suddenly, the same traitorous maid comes running with the news of Madame's sudden illness and her request for a meeting. But the faithful nanny immediately recognizes the lie, sarcastically listing all the recent exploits of the healthy as an oxwoman. The head maid bitterly recalls her past insolence towards the true mistress of the estate. The stepmother's ominous order comes to mind, promising the servant's death if the insidious plan fails. The traitor falls to her knees in despair, putting on a whole performance in order to achieve a meeting with the mistress. But the faithful nanny looks at her with icy contempt, seeing in her only a pitiful nonentity, unworthy of the countess's attention. Sonia desperately tries to break through, citing a direct order from Madame, but encounters an adamant wall. The senior maid coldly retorts that the new mistress has more important things to do and throws the traitor out. However, Sonia's persistence infuriates the faithful nanny, who had already been warned not to disturb her mistress. Priscilla notes with irony that even someone as stubborn as Sonia cannot deny her real employment. The girl throws herself into her work, sorting through mountains of documents, while the faithful Kian quietly offers his help. Despite her fatigue and the scale of the problems, the heroine resolutely refuses, taking on the full weight of responsibility. Heavy memories of past mistakes and Horson's destructive advice haunt Priscilla. His theatrical despair comes back to her mind, now seeming like an ominous omen. The arrival of a letter from Horson makes her heart skip a beat, for it concerns the precious mistletoe tree. Her eyes light up with a steely gleam. This time she won't let herself be fooled again. With renewed hope, the girl turns to Keanu in search of a reliable merchant who can change their destiny. The hero confidently says that he knows one such person whose honesty was tested in harsh conditions. Kian recalls how, early on in his journey, he encountered the greed of a merchant who tried to cheat him. However, by returning the money, he taught him a harsh lesson about the true price of honesty in a world of deception. This experience showed that in wartime, even apparent greed can be a sign of decency. Convinced by his story, Priscilla, with renewed hope, asks for this reliable man to be called immediately. The young man is surprised by the sudden request. He doubts that he will be able to persuade such a person. But the heroine, with a confident smile, hands over the letter, promising a deal that is impossible to refuse. The stepmother's annoying maids do not leave her alone, but the girl angrily drives them away. Time passes, and endless intrigues exhaust the young lady, but her determination only grows stronger. The traitor breaks in again without permission, testing the countess's patience, which is already at its limit. The maid puts on a desperate performance, claiming that her stepmother harmed herself for the sake of the meeting. Despite the obvious lie, Priscilla agrees to go, much to the shock and concern of her faithful nanny. The girl firmly states that all preparations for the final blow were completed during the night. She confidently heads into the enemy's lair, ready to put an end to intrigue and lies once and for all. Entering the dirty chambers, the heroine sarcastically notes the cause of the sudden illness, exposing their pathetic deception. With cold determination, Priscilla enters the room, ready for the final act in this drawn-out drama. At first glance, she notes with disdain that her stepmother looks too good for someone dying. The woman begins a cheap performance, screaming and accusing her stepdaughter of attempting to kill her. The traitorous maid plays along with false sympathy, barely holding back a malicious grin. The girl watches this lousy theatre with disgust, while her faithful servant tries to protect her from this circus. With icy sarcasm, the heroine confirms that she sees how the patient's condition is worsening. She strikes, announcing that she will call a doctor, which throws the conspirators into panic. The traitor, in despair, begs her to stay, appealing to non-existent filial feelings. She insists that only a conversation with Priscilla can heal the unfortunate madam. With a sly smile, the heroine agrees to show mercy, making it clear that from now on the game will be played by her rules. With unexpected tenderness, Priscilla admits that her stepmother raised her, which shocks her faithful nanny. She imperiously orders the servants to leave, wanting to be left alone with the dying woman for a final conversation. The girl calms them down, but her eyes burn with a steely gleam that does not bode well. Realizing the gravity of the moment, the faithful nanny herself kicks everyone out, leaving the mistress for the decisive battle. In her mind, the heroine understands that she must end this farce once and for all, without resorting to the doctor's help. Her memory takes her back to her childhood, where she dreamed of motherly love and the tender name Scylla. This pain from the unspoken word has now subsided, because someone has appeared in her life who calls her by this name. The stepmother, feigning weakness and a predatory smile, beckons her stepdaughter even closer, preparing her trap. She asks to look at her face, trying to lure him into her arms to strike. With icy calm and a knowing smile, the heroine takes a step forward, ready to play the last game. With a devilish laugh, the stepmother rushes at her stepdaughter, intending to wipe the hateful smile from her face forever. But in an instant the roles change, and Priscilla easily throws her onto the bed, breaking her resistance. A needle sparkles in the heroine's hand, and the woman realizes in horror that she has fallen into her own trap. With a victorious grin, the girl exposes her pathetic trick, having guessed about the sleeping pill on the tip. The cornered stepmother denies the obvious in panic, her face contorted with fear and impotent rage. Priscilla, disappointed, calls her plan old-fashioned, expecting something more grandiose from her. Having lost her composure, the woman starts shouting, accusing her stepdaughter of trying to set her up. But the heroine, with icy calm, notes that her stepmother constantly looks at the door, expecting someone. She asks ironically what should have happened after her sleep, hinting at the guest outside the door. Kian's sudden appearance in armor puts the final point, his voice sounding like a death sentence for the conspirators. The door swings open, and the captured Baron Robert is pushed into the room, the trap slammed shut. Kian immediately rushes to his beloved, tenderly checking to see if she was injured in the fight. With a confident smile, the girl reassures him, because the treacherous stepmother was already in her hands. The captive Baron tries to escape in panic, realizing that his game is over and there is no way out. The appearance of the priest puts an end to it, his face distorted with disgust at the baseness and meanness of the conspirators. Fearing retribution, the stepmother immediately betrays her accomplice, trying to shift all the blame onto him. The captured Baron has already confessed to everything, and the priest is assigned to look after the treacherous woman. In a final fit of rage, the villain screams curses, but the faithful knight immediately shuts him up. The Holy Father, with a stern look, pacifies the Baron with a cross, not listening to his pitiful pleas for mercy. With righteous anger, the priest declares that their dirty plan is obvious, and that lying will only make their sins worse. In desperation, the stepmother tries to shift all the blame onto her faithful servant, begging for mercy. The nanny, in righteous anger, lashes out at her, reminding her of the 16 years she spent with her stepdaughter. Priscilla, with a cold smile, orders the criminal to be thrown out, but she plays her last trump card. A hysterical woman points to traces of blood, trying to prove that she was wounded and bleeding. But her pathetic lie is shattered by the words of the young servant, who with icy calm exposes the deception. In horror, the stepmother recognizes her as one of her servants, not believing such a brazen betrayal. The girl, with an unperturbed expression, admits that the blood is actually pig's blood and was brought on her orders. Crushed and humiliated, the woman screams in impotent rage about betrayal, her world crumbling before her eyes. But the maid coldly replies that from the very beginning she followed the orders of the true mistress of this house. Priscilla puts the finishing touches by confirming that Jean has been her spy from the very beginning of this dirty game. The heroine's memory recalls the image of the only servant who showed her kindness in a past life. Priscilla announces with icy calm that the estate is infested with rats and that it is time to exterminate them. With a devilish smile, she hints that traitors must be gotten rid of before they infect everything around. The prostrate maids beg for mercy, but the girl, in a rage, declares herself the only judge on this earth. She passes the first sentence, Milena will be deprived of everything and erased from the family history forever. The priest confirms her absolute power, which even the royal family does not dare to challenge. The exiled stepmother is granted a cruel mercy, the chance to beg for forgiveness for the rest of her days far from home. The heroine had already prepared her fate in a harsh monastery, which she had agreed upon in advance with the Holy Father. Rumours of the appalling conditions in the monastery, where sinners beg for death, chill the blood in the veins of the servants. With a final blow, Priscilla declares that all the servants who followed the traitor will share her terrible fate. Horrified by the monastery, the maid begs for prison, her cries for mercy going unanswered. The desperate traitors cling to their last hope, but their pleas are drowned out by the cold silence. Now it is Baron Norfolk's turn. The bandage is removed from his face, and he is brought before the justice system. In impotent rage, he screams about his status, trying to protect himself with it like a shield. Priscilla, with icy calm, confirms that his title is known to everyone, but that will not save him. The Baron tries to evade responsibility by claiming that he is not her subject, and therefore her sentence is invalid. The girl ironically agrees, but immediately reminds him of the grave sin committed on her land. Cornered, he defiantly demands a royal trial, confident of his impunity. There is a fire of anticipation burning in his eyes, because for a woman, a trial is an indelible shame for life. But the heroine, with a cold smile, destroys his hopes, declaring that she never intended to take the case to court. The Baron mentally revels in his own rightness, seeing in her decision only the cowardice of a little girl giving up without a fight. With cold determination, Priscilla orders her faithful maid to bring her gloves, preparing for the decisive step. She slowly puts on her gloves, her strange formality leaving the enemy bewildered and tense. A sudden, resounding blow from a glove to the Baron's face breaks the silence, becoming a shocking declaration of war. Even the heroine is momentarily surprised by her own strength, while her loyal servants freeze in complete shock. The villain, knocked to the floor, cannot believe that some girl dared to raise a hand against him. In a rage, he rises, declaring that her womanly honor no longer matters, and challenges her to a duel. The Baron tries to challenge the challenge, but the faithful nanny proudly confirms that the Countess did everything according to the rules. With feigned innocence, the girl touches her cheek, pretending to have completely forgotten about the hand inside the glove. She finishes him off with a poisonous sweetness, asking if a tender girl's hand could really hurt so much. Everyone around is shocked because a woman challenging someone to a duel is an unheard of act of impudence and a violation of all traditions. But Priscilla reminds us that in ancient times, women often fought alongside men, defending their honor. The Baron shouts in rage that the discussion was about duels between women and not with him, a noble man. With feigned naivety, the girl whispers that she has never held a sword in her hands, misleading him. Kian contemptuously throws the accusation of cowardice in his face, completely humiliating his manhood. In desperation, the villain realizes that he is backed into a corner and cannot refuse the duel without losing face. With a predatory smile, the heroine offers him to choose the type of duel, knowing that any choice he makes will be fatal for him. She proposes a public duel, where not only lives but also the honor of both families will be at stake. The conditions are brutal, teams of 3, and each participant must be absolutely loyal to their ruler. The Baron looks at Kian with disdain, seeing him as nothing more than an arrogant mercenary bought with the title of Count. A sudden swing of Kian's sword causes the Baron to freeze, his confidence instantly vanishing. The knight bends his knee, entrusting his soul and his sword into the hands of his mistress as the highest sign of devotion. This gesture is equivalent to the transfer of the heart, because the knight's soul and his sword are one and inseparable whole. Priscilla is shaken to the core, because even in her past life she never found someone she could trust. With bated breath, she accepts his blade, amazed at the ease with which he has given his life into her hands. The hero watches her with a mischievous smile as she reverently returns his soul and his sword to him. From now on, their duty and oath are divided between the two and will remain eternal, even if their paths ever diverge. That moment of accepting his sword was more exciting and intimate than she could have imagined. Kian officially declares himself Motia's representative and Countess Priscilla's personal knight for the upcoming duel. In impotent rage, the Baron screams about fraud, realizing that he has just been fooled. With icy calm, Priscilla reminds the Baron of the condition he himself set. He panics and tries to refuse the other participants, but Kian smirks and says that they don't need them. The duelists enter the arena, their names ringing out like thunder, heralding the start of a mortal battle. The rules have been announced, the winner will defend his honor, and the loser will suffer severe punishment. The maids whisper behind the Baron's back, condemning his shameless behavior towards the young mistress. He orders his knights to defend his honor, promising a generous reward for victory in this duel. But the mercenaries are desperate because participating in such a shameful duel will in any case cast a shadow on them. They understand that they are doomed because their opponent is an unrivaled master of the sword, and they are just ordinary knights. The Baron is furious and shouts that they must fight, but Kian scornfully declares that they must answer for his humiliation. Despite her confidence in her knight's strength, Priscilla anxiously warns him to be careful in the upcoming battle. With a warm smile, Kian reassures her, but the girl asks for a good luck charm to set her up for victory. She hands him a handkerchief she embroidered with her own hands, although she admits that it didn't turn out very well. This modest gift becomes more precious to him than all treasures because it is made with love and faith. He gratefully accepts the talisman, promising that with it he will certainly achieve a crushing victory. The knights enter the arena, but the Baron is surprised why the enemy is going to fight 1 against 3. In response, Kian grins and declares that he doesn't need 3 rounds, he can handle them all on his own. With cold confidence, he bids them attack together, promising victory if they so much as touch his armor. Such self-confidence infuriates the knights. They see in his words only arrogance and insult. In a rage, they rush at him, but he only looks at these dishonorable warriors with contempt. Kian remarks with an icy grin that they, serving such a worthless people, themselves know nothing of honor. Enraged, the knight lunges at Kian, showering him with insults and raising his sword for the killing blow. But his blade freezes a millimeter from its target, stopped by only 2 fingers of an unrivaled master. With icy calm, the hero puts away his dagger, apologizing for his words, which turned out to be true. The remaining 2 matches end just as quickly, with their defeated opponents lying at the feet of the winner. The judge declares that the Countess's honor has been defended by law, and she is now entitled to render her verdict. With cold determination, Priscilla announces that she will exercise her right and take Baron Robert prisoner. She sets an unheard-of ransom of 100,000 gold pieces, which his wife must pay at Norfolk Castle. This news shocks everyone because, according to rumors, the Baron recently divorced his wife. The girl, looking innocent, asks the knight if his ex-wife is really still in the castle. With the final blow, she reveals the secret. Not only is her wife there, but she is also expecting a child, which leaves everyone stunned. The horrifying truth is revealed. The Baron not only hid the child, but may have also planned the murder for the sake of a sham marriage. Chained but unbroken, the villain seethes with rage, vowing revenge and reporting everything to the Emperor himself. In the prison cell, Kian faces his enemy, his silent presence weighing heavier than any chains. With icy calm, the hero promises to destroy the Baron at any cost, his words sounding like a death sentence. Suddenly, the young man grabs the captive, making it clear that his revenge has not even begun yet, and he has not gotten what he wanted. In agony, the Baron tries to threaten, but his words are drowned in pain when Kian reminds him of his slandered wife. The hero mercilessly presses him to the floor. Every movement causes unbearable pain. This is only the beginning of retribution. With a devilish grin, he whispers about his talented wife, whom he almost destroyed, driving him to frenzy. The knight raises his sword, speaking of the need to destroy the root of the problem so that his future children will be safe. Mortal horror grips the Baron when he realizes that Kian is going to take not his life, but his very essence as a man. With icy calm, Kian warns that he might accidentally cut off the wrong thing. A loyal friend is shocked by his leader's cruelty, but he only coldly reminds him of the price of betrayal. He watches with interest the fate of the Baroness, who was able to get her husband back. Rumors about the Baroness's escape with her newborn son and the complete harmony in their relationship cause mixed feelings in Priscilla. Meanwhile, at the monastery, Milena and her minions cannot get used to the harsh realities of their new life. A sudden attack of madness seizes one of the nuns, her screams echoing through the cold walls of the monastery. The abbess, with a devilish smile, reminds us of the inviolability of the oath given to the Lord at tonsure. In desperation, the former servant cries out about hunger, but her pleas for food are drowned in icy indifference. With a sinister smile, the nun promises them cleansing from sins. Her words do not bode well. Priscilla slyly notes that in our time it has become more difficult for people to part with the vanity of the world. With one last look out the window, Priscilla lets go of the past, hoping that her stepmother will be able to adjust to her new life. A huge relief fills her soul. Finally, this nightmare is over, and she can breathe freely. Her quiet thoughts are interrupted by the sudden appearance of Kian, whose tender concern takes her by surprise. The atmosphere is filled with warmth and laughter as the faithful maid and loving husband fuss touchingly around her. For the first time in a long time, the girl can simply enjoy the moment, admiring the exquisite sweets. A sudden rush of embarrassment makes her question his ease of communication, jealously testing his feelings. A shadow of sadness crosses the young man's face. He is surprised and saddened by such an unfair opinion of him. She can't take her eyes off him, amazed that she can finally see him so closely. He admits that he feels a strange and deep connection with her, as if they had known each other for 100 years. His words about the inevitability of their meeting throw her into a delightful panic, opening the door to a new future. He tenderly admits that he feels the same way, as if they had always been together. She tries to explain that these are just echoes of a past life, the only thing she has retained in her memory. His heart fills with joy, because this means that his special treatment is meant only for her. Embarrassed, he admits that if someone else had offered him such a job, he would have refused it without a second thought. Suddenly, the girl decides to put everything aside and suggests celebrating their victory in the duel. The evening air is filled with her happy laughter, and for the first time in a long time she feels free. Her carefree attitude surprises Kian, as she drinks wine so easily, as if she were trying it for the first time in her life. She mischievously replies that she is now an adult, and this is her first alcohol since returning. He gently drapes his jacket over her, caring for her in the cool evening air. With a sly smile, she invites him to have a drink together because she has already seen him drunk. His polite refusal of wine and fleeting touch of her hand make her heart beat faster. The girl watches his perfect behavior with suspicion, feeling that he is hiding something. She decides to test him by suddenly asking why he took his knightly oath to her just 2 days ago. His genuine bewilderment only increases her doubts. She cannot understand his true motives. The heroine ironically suggests that such a great oath is too great a sacrifice for a simple duel. Ancient laws about 3 sacred and unbreakable oaths that bind destinies come to mind. She remembers that 2 of them, the marriage contract and the knight's lifelong loyalty, are part of the 3rd. The realization hits her like an avalanche. The young man has already made 2 of the 3 greatest vows to her. Priscilla points out the senselessness of his actions, as this is a huge loss for the swordmaster. He looks straight into her soul, and his quiet question makes her world turn upside down in anticipation of an answer. He quietly admits that a swordmaster's weapon is never drawn from its sheath for a stupid reason. With burning eyes, he declares that she is the only one to whom he has ever offered his sword and his soul. His words penetrate her very heart. She is confused and touched by the depth of his feelings and devotion. Intoxicated by the moment, the girl gently touches his hair, admiring its shimmer in the moonlight. She modestly remarks that her hair cannot compare to his in beauty, but he only bashfully thanks her. He tenderly assures her that their beautiful red color is unforgettable once you see it. His words and gentle touch make her heart flutter. She drowns in his bottomless eyes. Under the moonlight, their hearts beat in unison, as if they had known and loved each other for eternity. In a whirlwind of emotions, she realizes that the Kian from the past and the Kian from the present are one and the same person. Happiness fills her soul. She embraces him, lovingly calling him her faithful and only knight. The morning greets her with a gentle whisper and a loving look that melts away the remnants of sleep. The sudden realization of what had happened made her blush, and she jumped out of bed in panic. Confused, she mumbles about plans, but he admits with a sly smile that his plan has already worked. A sudden and tender embrace takes her by surprise, his closeness intoxicating and depriving her of her will. He whispers in her ear that the butler is worried about her because she has been working too much lately. With tenderness in his voice, he convinces her that she needs rest, and he completely agrees with that. Having succumbed to his charm, the girl with a smile agrees to spend this day in lazy bliss. The faithful nanny glows with happiness, watching the idyll and anticipating joyful changes. At breakfast, she hints with a sly smile at the possible reason for the Countess's late awakening. An embarrassed Priscilla tries to stop her, but the nanny just waves her off, saying that this is normal for married couples. The embarrassed girl tries to hide her excitement, but her flushed cheeks give her away. A sudden magical impulse makes her freeze. A mysterious and familiar voice sounds in her head. She hears the promise of a quick meeting, which awakens long-forgotten feelings and memories in her. Back in reality, Priscilla, with uncharacteristic boldness, asks her husband out on a date. Her directness shocks both Kian and her faithful nanny, who admires her mistress's courage. The girl with a mysterious smile promises him a long date, intriguing and piquing his curiosity. He didn't expect at all that their first date would take place in a wild and snowy forest on horseback. With a mischievous smile, she calls it their first date alone, where it's just him and her. His concern for her safety is mixed with the joy of solitude in this harsh but beautiful place. But the heroine looks ahead with confidence, knowing that this dangerous place is teeming with terrible creatures. Ice Mountain is a sinister place known for its brutal monsters and wild, untamed nature. The memory comes to mind of the warning of a faithful knight who was terrified of the choice of a place for a meeting. But her confidence in Kian's strength was unshakable, because with him by her side, she had nothing to fear. She delightedly admits that she actually came here in search of the mysterious Manor Stone. A plan is already brewing in her head on how to raise her native lands from their knees, but it's too early to reveal all the cards. They set off together to avoid attracting unnecessary attention and to maintain their secret mission. Kian, with a warm smile, understands that this is not just a date, but something much more important to her. With tenderness, he helps her mount her horse, ready to follow her to the ends of the earth. She admits that she knows how to ride a horse because she had to saddle more than one horse after her escape. Leaping into the saddle with ease, she rushes forward, her heart full of hope and anticipation of adventure. Confused by his sudden desire to go together, the girl presses herself against him, feeling the warmth of his body. His closeness makes her heart beat faster. She apologizes to the horse for the extra weight. Their cheerful laughter breaks the silence of the snowy forest as the horse eagerly rushes forward. Despite her concerns about the heavy load, the girl agrees to let the horse frolic a little. Kian reassures her with confidence, knowing that his faithful horse Lux will not let them down on the journey. Remembering her friend's words, she laughs happily, realizing that she really did please this proud steed. The slippery ground forces them to stop, and the further path becomes too dangerous for horse riding. They dismount to continue their journey on foot, but the boy does not let her go for a single step. He tenderly extends his hand to her, ready to support her at any moment on this dangerous path. Suddenly he picks her up in his arms, carrying her forward through the snowy forest. Her surprise knows no bounds. Finding herself in his strong arms, she feels completely safe and thanks him for his care. The girl is haunted by a strange feeling of déjà vu. His glances seem painfully familiar to her. She dares to ask if they have met before, but he only silently strokes his faithful horse. Fragments of memories emerge in her mind, his excessive friendliness and strange hints. Each time she becomes more and more convinced that he is hiding something from her behind his impenetrable mask. With a sly smile, he declares that she will no longer be able to seduce him, which makes her blush. He reminds her with a grin that there is no point in seducing a man she has already knocked out. His words make her heart flutter, and she is confused and disarmed by his sudden directness. She decides not to ask any more questions, but he, seeing her confusion, starts the conversation himself. He gently reminds her that their marriage does not require full disclosure of all secrets, giving her the right to personal space. She decides not to pry into his soul, accepting that they are connected only by a contract and not by feelings. But her feigned indifference turns to alarm when she sees him fallen in the snow. He assures that everything is fine, but in his eyes you can see the pain and fatigue that he so carefully hides. The girl rushes forward with determination, not wanting to look weak and helpless in his eyes anymore. But her patience is running out. She explodes from his silence, not understanding why he is pretending to be a mysterious hero. A sudden gust of wind makes her stagger, and she finds herself in his tight embrace. He picks her up again as if she were a weightless feather, causing her to feel a surge of embarrassment. In a rage, she tries to break free, not understanding what came over him and why he is behaving so strangely. He remarks with a grin that she herself does not know what her body is capable of and how weakened it has become. He admits that he constantly watched her and saw how she began to stagger from fatigue. His words about her weak body hurt her, but she knows he's right. Embarrassed, she does not resist when he carries her in his arms, feeling his care and strength. He carries her with ease, and she, blushing, admits that she would only be glad of such attention. When she reaches the cave, she is surprised to find that her legs are covered in bruises that she had not noticed. He kneels down to wash her tired feet, his tenderness and care touching her deeply. She gratefully accepts his cloak, wrapping herself in it against the cold and feeling protected. The silence by the fire becomes unbearable. The tension between them grows with every minute. She is angry with herself for not being able to get rid of the feeling of awkwardness and mistrust towards him. His sudden offer to share dinner and lie down next to him takes her by surprise. She admits that she never cooked because even her fellow mercenaries did not trust her with such an important task. Embarrassed by her failure, she still tries her creation and is surprised that it is not so bad. But his calm face, without a single muscle twitching, makes her suspect something is wrong. She tries the soup again in surprise, not understanding how such horrible-looking food could be edible. He tries to stop her, but she panics and pushes him away, afraid that he will take the food away from her. His words about poison and immunity to it plunge her into a state of shock and horror. In a rage, she throws out the rest of the soup, unable to believe that he would risk his life so recklessly. He admits that his conscience will gnaw at him if something happens to her, and his concern moves her to tears. With a warm smile, he promises to quickly prepare food for them, taking all the worries upon himself. He tenderly offers to braid her hair so that it won't get in his way while he cooks. His long hair puzzles her because in her past life, mercenaries never grew their hair. The very first sip brings her into indescribable delight. She cannot believe that such a thing can be made from the same ingredients. He humbly accepts her praise, explaining that he added beef jerky and ground grains from their estate. After dinner, he carefully prepares her bed in the tent, wanting her to have a good rest. His suggestion to sleep in a tent makes her uneasy because she doesn't want to leave him alone on guard. He assures her that he will stand guard until they find the mana stone and that he has no intention of sleeping. He says with confidence that he can go without sleep for several days, but she still worries. He reminds her of the dangers of Ice Mountain, urging her to regain her strength before the trials ahead. Her heart sinks with worry, and she resolutely refuses to leave him alone for the whole night. With desperate courage, she invites him to sleep together in the same tent, which shocks him. Without giving him time to come to his senses, he picks her up in his arms and carries her into the tent. Her determination knows no bounds. Finding herself underneath him, she looks at him in confusion, not understanding what is happening. He asks her with a sly smile if she is trying to seduce him, which makes her blush. His whisper burns her skin, warning her that he might mistake her carelessness for a hint. He steps back, explaining that the most important thing now is her health and the search for the mana stone. Everything else can wait. But his words only fuel her embarrassment, and she hides under the blanket, not knowing how to react. After an awkward rest, they continue on their way, and the girl feels much better. The hope of an easy path to the top gives them strength, and they confidently move forward. The sudden appearance of a troll disturbs their peace, and danger looms over them again. In an instant, Kian is in action, his sword flashing through the air, protecting her from the mortal threat. He explains that although trolls are thought to be extinct, some still roam these wild lands. He carefully warns her not to look at the blood, but she thinks with regret about the valuable material being wasted. They continue on their way, and the girl feels that they are getting closer to their goal. The mana is becoming denser. In places where magical energy accumulates, life blossoms with incredible force, filling everything around. But here everything is different. The monsters have caused a commotion, and the ominous word dragon's heart emerges in her memory. The enormous amount of mana accumulated over centuries frightens her, and she doubts her powers. But his words of encouragement and promise to follow her to the end give her new confidence. She remembers the dragon's heart, which helped her return to the past, and decides to believe in herself. For the sake of him, who has walked this entire path with her, she is ready to do anything just to achieve her goal. She asks him to lift her up, and they find themselves at the top, where a breathtaking view opens up. He picks her up again, warning her about the uneven road. His care and tenderness are boundless. Jumping off the cliff with ease, they continue on their way, not knowing what awaits them ahead. He understands that she doesn't need his magic. She copes with all the dangers perfectly well without him. They reach the top and are presented with an incredible view of the snow-covered valley. A sudden burst of pain pierces her body, the dragon's heart in her chest reacting to the powerful magic. She touches the rock, and a powerful stream of magical energy pierces her body, awakening her hidden powers. The ground shakes and she rises into the air, her hair fluttering in the wind. She is the embodiment of magic. Kian watches her in shock, not believing his eyes. This is impossible for an ordinary person. He suggests that this path was created by nature itself, with the help of magic, and not by some kind of curse. He feels a powerful mana energy. It is so huge that he feels it physically. Even the most experienced wizard would feel uneasy from such a concentration of magical power. They approach the edge of the abyss, and their gaze is opened to a sparkling light emanating from the very depths. An unknown force picks up the girl and carries her upward, leaving Kian completely bewildered. He looks at Priscilla floating in the air in shock, not understanding how she got there. Her eyes reflect danger. A powerful magical force draws her in, threatening to engulf her. Kian screams her name in horror, knowing that if the magic gets out of control, she will die. In desperation, he tries to shout to her, but she seems not to hear him, completely absorbed in herself. In the worst case, the Mana Stone will absorb her, and she will disappear forever, dissolving into the magical flow. But then she hears his call. The mysterious voice that she had been waiting for so long finally reached her. She takes it, and in her hands appears a sparkling stone filled with incredible power. A powerful shockwave throws Kian back. He can't get closer to her, his heart squeezed with fear. He screams her name in despair, realizing that the situation is getting out of control. The girl floats in the sky, enveloped in a magical glow, her body limp and motionless. He realizes with horror that she is still engulfed in the power of mana, and it could be fatal. If such power gets out of control, it will lead to a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. He can't be sure of the outcome until she fully awakens, his heart sinking with fear. He realizes that she was willing to risk everything from the very beginning, and her self-sacrifice amazes him. His duty as a knight and mercenary is to help his master achieve his goal, even at the cost of his own life. With determination in his eyes, he promises to help her, even if it means giving up all his mana. She finds herself in a warm and cozy space where a mysterious voice speaks to her tenderly. She must pull herself together so as not to succumb to this sweet dream and dissolve in it forever. The memory of him makes her fight because she knows that he is waiting for her in the real world. She takes her last breath, gathering all her will into a fist to return to him. Waking up on the ground, she hears his desperate cries, full of pain and fear for her. He hugs her tightly, trembling with relief, his fear of losing her unbearable. She reassures him, saying that she heard his call, which helped her return. She tenderly thanks him for saving her, her heart filled with love and gratitude. She assures him that she is fine, that she has successfully awakened and is now full of strength. He looks at the shining manna stone in her hand in surprise, not believing his eyes. She explains that it is just an empty shell, all the power is now contained within it. After awakening, all the power from the stone passed into the wizard, and now it is here, in her heart. The young man painfully realizes that his knowledge of magic was just an illusion. The mysterious manna stone turns out to be not just an artifact, but the very essence of the wizard's soul. The death of a magician means not only the end of his life, but also the irrevocable disappearance of his power. The heroine offers the guy something more than help. She is ready to give him her soul. The guy is horrified to realize that the girl is giving him not a gift, but the most severe curse of life. The girl asks the hero to share with her a burden that could destroy them both. Under the light of the moon, a young man makes a fateful decision that will change his destiny forever. Intrigues and conspiracies already await the heroes within the cold walls of the imperial capital. A servant bursts into the prince's chambers with news on which the fate of the kingdom depends. A desperate cry for help forces the heir to interrupt his peace and face a new threat. Prince Harriet coldly breaks the silence, surprised by the unheard-of audacity of his servant. We are introduced to the heir to the Western Empire, whose angelic face hides a calculating and dangerous mind. The old servant speaks with trepidation of the awakening of a force capable of shaking the foundations of the entire continent. The prince's mercy only underlines his absolute power over the life and death of his subjects. Harriet instantly calculates that the birth of a mage on enemy soil is both a threat and a great opportunity. For the first time in 300 years, a grand mage has appeared in the world, and this news makes the prince's heart beat faster. The hero realizes that the enemy empire has also sensed this power, and now a silent race begins. Without wasting a second, Harriet gives the order to gather all the mages and begin the hunt for information. The heir's gaze is directed into the darkness, where a new legend was born, which he intends to subjugate. A decisive order to find the Grand Mage instantly sets his most loyal and deadly shadows into action. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Eastern Empire, its own storm is brewing, born of the echo of an alien force. The magical artifact shatters into pieces, foreshadowing an event that was thought impossible. Princess Eustacia Melchior meets the maid's panic with the icy calm of a born ruler. For the girl, the news of the awakening of great power seems like just an annoying interruption to her measured life. Irene, in horror, tries to convey to the lady that magic of this level has not appeared in the world for many centuries. The realization that the first Grand Mage in 300 years has appeared on the continent makes even the princess fall silent. The ancient prophecy is coming true, and the heir of the great Tyrellin has finally revealed himself to the world. Eustacia instantly realizes that her ambitious brother will begin a ruthless hunt for the new magician. The confrontation with her brother makes the princess appreciate Irene's loyalty, which he has long been trying to lure away. The maid's unwavering loyalty gives Eustacia confidence that she has allies in the coming struggle. The princess's gentle gesture conceals a steely will, binding the faithful sorceress Irene to her. Eustacia makes a risky decision to hide the truth from her brother, fanning the flames of a palace war. Behind a mask of fatigue, the heroine hides her fear of the crown prince's cruelty and his obsession with power. The girl gives the order to find the Grand Mage, turning her sorceress into the main weapon in this dangerous game. The sorceress Irene unleashes her power, becoming the all-seeing eye of her mistress. Meanwhile, the young swindler is happily anticipating his profit, unaware that he has become a pawn in someone else's hands. The guy cynically rejoices at his luck, not even realizing that his petty fraud has attracted the attention of the powers that be. Singing carefree, the young man walks towards his destiny, which is already standing at his doorstep. The guy's attention is drawn to a crowd of aristocrats whose gazes are fixed on the mountain, where something incredible is unfolding. A sudden magical impulse pierces the young man, and he realizes with horror that the cause of the commotion is himself. A flash of unprecedented magic tears through the sky, causing the world to freeze in awe. A young conman in the crowd is horrified to realize that he has witnessed the birth of a true wizard. A sudden downpour caused by someone's will only increases the shock and panic of the frightened people. While others see a miracle, the guy senses something else in the air that stirs him to the depths of his soul. For an enterprising young man, this magic smells not of ozone, but of untold riches and dizzying opportunities. A mysterious stranger appears among the crowd, who sees in the new magician not a miracle, but only a huge opportunity for himself. A cunning plan had already matured in his head to gain the wizard's trust and use him for his own purposes. The swindler's heart beats wildly with greed, because for him this magician is not a person, but a walking jackpot. The power of a wizard not only pacifies the elements, but also sows the seeds of hope and faith in the impossible in the hearts of people. Filled with excitement, the young man rushes through the crowd to be the first to get to his golden ticket. Panic and distrust begin to spread in the crowd at the sight of the mysterious dark-haired stranger. The sudden appearance of Priscilla's butler makes the enterprising swindler freeze in his tracks. The guy decides that the old butler Landon is his key to the new wizard. The young man tries to get the old man to talk, referring to the miracle they both just witnessed. The arrogant butler just snorts, not believing that a real magician could appear in such a remote place. Without losing hope, the boy begins to boast of his connections, promising the magician fame and patronage of the nobility. The scammer is ready to ask for payment for his services, but Landon's cold gaze speaks of complete distrust. A sudden voice behind him interrupts his speech, and at that moment his world turns upside down. The very wizard he had been longing to find stood right in front of him, enveloped in an aura of power. The conman is terrified when he realizes that Kian Rustin, the legendary swordmaster, stands before him. All of the conman's plans are ruined when he comes face to face with a living legend, the Black Knight. Hearing that the great swordmaster has a master, the young man is speechless with amazement. Kian's gaze warms at the sight of the scarlet hair, foreshadowing the arrival of the one to whom he swore allegiance. The appearance of the mysterious sorceress Priscilla finally finishes off the stunned guy. Behind the Countess's angelic smile lies an icy contempt for those she considers parasites. Fear and greed war in the young man's soul when the butler rudely reminds him of the girl's status. Priscilla, with cold calculation, understands that the game is just beginning and the stakes will be incredibly high. 10 years ago, a desperate situation forced a young man to make a humiliating deal. The young heroine offers him salvation, but behind her help lies a cruel and calculated contract. In a moment of desperation, he accepted her offer, not realizing that he was making a deal with the devil himself. Behind the lines of the contract lay the truth about the real treasure that was right under their noses. The rarest mistletoe, more valuable than gold, turned out to be the key to salvation they never even suspected. The realization that they have given away their only salvation for a pittance falls upon the family like a death sentence. The father, in desperation, tries to appeal to Horson's conscience, but in response receives only cold calculation. The young man mockingly admits his deception, reveling in their complete and crushing defeat. Horson mercilessly shifts the blame onto the head of the family, reminding him of his wife's fatal signature on the contract. All the mother's pain and rage falls upon young Priscilla, who, with her naivety, doomed them to death. Under the weight of accusations, the girl drowns in guilt, realizing that her silence cost them everything. The ruthless deforestation has become a silent monument to human greed and shattered hopes. Years later, in the eyes of a mature Priscilla, it is not forgiveness that burns, but the icy flame of a thirst for revenge. Kian's hand in hers is a silent promise to be there no matter what. Yesterday's conman is now showering her with flattery, trying to tap into her newfound power. A new plan was already brewing in his cunning eyes, because now it would be much easier to deceive people. Priscilla accepts the Baron's praise with cold politeness, easily pushing aside the annoying scoundrel. The old aristocrats, who only yesterday looked down on her, now seek her favor and patronage. Even experienced barons, who have seen much in their lifetime, cannot hide their shock from her incredible magic. Hope is born in the hearts of the vassals that under the protection of the new sorceress, their lands will finally find peace. The adoration in Baron Stora's eyes shows that for them she is no longer just a countess, but a great magician. On bended knee, the loyal vassals see in her not just an heir, but a revival of the former greatness of their family. The shadow of her proud ancestors looks down on her, and the girl understands that the honor of the entire house of Motia now rests on her shoulders. Priscilla bitterly recalls the humiliations of the past, when she was considered only a shadow of her former greatness. Even in the darkest times, loyal vassals tried to protect her from predators like Horson. Now, having become a sorceress, the heroine raises her head, accepting her true place and power. She understands that her magic and Kian's support can restore her not only to power, but also to the loyalty of the people. Horson's insistent voice trying to get her attention now sounds pathetic and out of place. The Countess, with icy sarcasm, puts the upstart in his place, reminding him of his insignificance. The guy barely hides his anger behind a fake smile, not expecting such a rebuff from someone he considered weak. A vengeful fire lights up in his eyes because he is sure that the old debt still gives him power over her. Horson mentally vows to destroy this arrogant sorceress, forcing her to beg for mercy. With a cheeky grin, he decides to remind the Countess about the money, confident that it is his main trump card. Horson unceremoniously interrupts the general rejoicing, reminding the Countess of the overdue debt. He gloats, confident that he has brought the arrogant aristocrat back down to earth. His loyal vassals are outraged by his insolence, not understanding how he can talk about money at such a moment. The guy cynically hides behind the mask of a simple merchant for whom nothing is more important than profit. Behind his hypocritical concern lies the predatory grin of a man obsessed only with the thirst for profit. With feigned humility, the young man tries to manipulate Priscilla by reminding her of his worth. The heroine notes with irony that aristocratic etiquette is too complicated for a simple merchant. The girl offers him lessons in good manners, subtly hinting at his ignorance and putting him in his place. Her calm smile is disarming, showing that she now plays by her own rules. Priscilla's words hit home, leaving a humiliated Horson seething with impotent rage. Behind the mask of politeness, Horson hides a seething rage, mentally cursing the Countess who humiliated him. Priscilla cuts off his attempt to talk about duty with one movement, showing who dictates the rules here. In desperation, the guy tries to regain control by reminding her of bankruptcy, but his words are drowned out by the general contempt. The outraged vassals see him as nothing more than an impudent commoner who dared to violate their ancient rituals. The wrath of the aristocrat falls upon the merchant, who with his ignorance insulted the most sacred event for them. The discovery that today is the day of the oath of allegiance to the new ruler comes as a deafening blow to Horson. The public humiliation leaves the guy speechless, as he turns out to be just a pawn in her game. Leaving the defeated enemy behind, the heroine confidently steps towards her new destiny as ruler. Every step she takes in the throne room is a step towards the revival of the House of Motia and the restoration of justice. Having ascended the throne, Priscilla silently announces to the whole world that the era of weakness and humiliation is over forever. On bended knee, the vassals entrust to their new mistress not just their swords, but their very lives and honor. The united voice of the knights swearing an oath of allegiance shakes the walls of the ancient castle. Kian recalls with a smile that his oath was made long before this ceremony, sealed not by duty, but by heart. Priscilla tries to understand why these people value so much a ritual that brings them neither gold nor land. Horson watches the ceremony with disdain, seeing nothing in it but empty posturing and arrogance. The boy realizes with horror that his enemy is not just a rich aristocrat, but the mistress of knights loyal to her until death. An escape plan is brewing in the swindler's head, because while everyone is busy making vows, no one will notice his disappearance. A heavy silence hangs in the hall as the Countess gazes silently upon those now bound to her by blood and steel. By accepting the Baron's sword, the girl takes responsibility for his life and the future of his family. The unexpected question to the young knight shows that for her, not only the oath is important, but also every person behind it. The young knight Laezel pronounces his name in trepidation, afraid to even raise his eyes to his new mistress. The touch of the blade on her hand seals the oath, and Priscilla takes his life under her protection. For a young man, this was an unheard-of honor, since it gave equal rights to both experienced knights and green youths. A slight shadow of jealousy crosses Kian's face as he watches her accept vows from other men. The hero worries that the girl has taken on too much, but she only smiles at her new strength. Priscilla feels power concentrated in her hands, and this intoxicating feeling makes her forget her weakness. Kian's quiet whisper, full of tenderness and care, brings her back down to earth, reminding her of her fragility. The maid watches them with affection, seeing in their whispers something more than just a conversation between a mistress and a knight. The guy intrigues the girl by promising her a mysterious gift that will change her future. His words about the dowry stun Priscilla because this is not just a gift, but a bold and daring proposal. Kian's sharp signal breaks the silence, heralding the appearance of his main and most dangerous trump card. A squad of battle-hardened mercenaries, their scars telling of hundreds of battles won, enters the hall. The guy offers the heroine not just warriors, but a future legendary army, loyal only to her. Priscilla is stunned because he is giving her not just a squad, but the key to power and her own future. The old vassals look with doubt at the handful of mercenaries, not seeing in them a force capable of defending their lands. The girl is tormented by doubts because she is not a commander, but just a young sorceress, not ready for such responsibility. In the warrior's eyes, she sees a silent question and hope, realizing that for them she is the only way. Gathering her will into a fist, Priscilla accepts this gift, realizing that from now on, the fates of these people are in her hands. The girl's warm smile erases the boundaries between aristocrats and mercenaries, uniting them into one family. Captain Comyn steps forward, ready to renew his oath, symbolizing the birth of a new united army of Motia. A handshake between a knight and a mercenary seals a new alliance, born under the banner of one mistress. This simple gesture combines the honor of an aristocrat and the fury of a warrior, ready to show the world his strength. Whoreson can hardly contain his irritation, not understanding how this empty ceremony can be more important than hunger. He remembers how cruelly the girl dealt with her stepmother and understands that her new determination is not a bluff. He can't believe how a pathetic girl could turn into a cold-blooded and powerful ruler overnight. The priest's intervention becomes the last straw for the boy because now he will have to endure religious moralizing. 100 knights, a swordmaster and a sorceress. This force is capable of crushing an entire army, and Whoreson understands this. Before his eyes, the Motia estate in an instant turns from easy prey into an impregnable fortress. But fear quickly gives way to excitement, and the guy decides that a temporary retreat is the best strategy for future victory. Pretending to admire the gleam of the swords, he is already calculating how to turn this newfound power to his advantage. Faithful butler Landon notes with quiet pride that his mistress has exceeded all, even the wildest expectations. Whoreson can hardly hide his impatience as he looks forward to a conversation with the Countess that he is sure will restore his control. The butler's cold refusal and the news of a dinner with vassals become the first blow to the guy's pride. An attempt to invite himself to the banquet fails. He is directly told that for the inner circle, he will forever remain an outsider. The knowledge that other outsiders have pledged allegiance and been accepted is perceived as a personal insult. Hatred flashes in his eyes when he realizes that she is not just making him wait, but deliberately humiliating him. Forced to retreat, the young man leaves, but a flame of revenge flares up in his soul that can no longer be extinguished. Days of agonizing anticipation turn into torture, and the guy realizes that he has become a puppet in her cruel game. Each new attempt to gain an audience only emphasizes his helplessness and amuses the palace servants. The promise of a possible meeting in the evening is another mockery, forcing him to wait from morning until night, like the last supplicant. Realizing that he can't achieve anything by force, Whoreson decides to change tactics and gain the Countess's trust. Tired of the humiliating wait, the guy is ready to give up, losing his last hope of a meeting. An unexpected invitation from a maid becomes a ray of light for him, bringing back the excitement and anticipation of victory. Walking down the corridor, he is already calculating his moves, hoping to make sure that his old enemy is finally defeated. Behind his obsequious smile and false pleasantries lies the cold calculation of a predator ready to attack. The solemn and cold atmosphere in the room instantly knocks his arrogance down a notch, making him feel his own insignificance. What Priscilla holds in her hands is not just a piece of wood, but the key to his exposure and her future triumph. Her innocent question about the value of wood is a perfectly laid trap into which he is about to fall. The girl confidently declares that the fate of her lands depends on this tree, throwing it an open challenge. Kian's watchful gaze catches his every reaction, confirming that their cunning plan has worked perfectly. Priscilla, with a predatory smile, seizes the initiative, reminding her of the duty that was supposed to become her shackles. Her daring move takes Horson by surprise, completely destroying his advantage and confidence. A chill of horror pierces the boy when he realizes that she may have uncovered his greatest deception. With one calm gesture, the heroine hands over the floor to Keanu, demonstrating their unbreakable union and her absolute power. The bag of gold thrown on the table becomes a silent symbol of her triumph and his complete defeat. The guy stares at the money in a daze, unable to believe that his main trump card has turned to dust. His brain frantically searches for an answer to how this poor girl was able to accumulate a fortune in just a few days. Hiding his shock behind a greedy grin, he tries to pretend that this is exactly the outcome he wanted. The Countess's cold farewell hits his pride, forcing him to make a desperate attempt to save face. Pretending to be a simpleton, he points at the wood with false curiosity, hoping to learn its secret. Priscilla skillfully feigns naivety, offering Horson to evaluate the wood, which is in fact his main secret. Horson takes the bait, but tries to find out how much she knows about the true value of this treasure. The girl continues her game, convincing him that she has no idea about the wealth she holds in her hands. Greed flashes in his eyes, because he is sure that the old contract with his stepmother gives him full rights to this find. Confident in his monopoly, the guy is already anticipating fabulous profits, rushing to get hold of the unique mistletoe. Horson begins his game by praising the wood to prepare the ground for his generous offer. Considering her a complete fool, he offers her a ridiculous deal, confident that she does not understand the true value of the issue. The sum of 50,000 gold pieces takes her back in time, reminding her of the deal that once destroyed her family. The memories show how this same man, like a serpent tempter, deceived them into giving up priceless forests for a pittance. Her thoughtful look gives him false hope, and he waits with a smug grin for her to fall into his net. Confident of his victory, Horson offers himself as a financial advisor, not suspecting that this is his main mistake. Priscilla, with one precise question about the value of wood, seizes the initiative, forcing him to walk into a trap himself. The boy understands that if he tells the truth, he will forever lose the right to cut down the trees, which he almost had in his hands. A plan is brewing in his head to name an average price so as not to arouse suspicion and keep her in the dark. With feigned indifference, he throws out an insultingly low price, confident that the same naive fool stands before him. His pathetic lie about a possible price increase to 1 gold coin only evokes a contemptuous smirk from the girl. Priscilla's loud laughter echoes throughout the room, shocking him and making him realize that the game is over. With one gesture, she summons her true expert, preparing to deal a crushing blow to his pride. The appearance of Atrix becomes a death sentence for Horson, because it was with his words that she appointed a new advisor. The world crumbles before the boy's eyes as he realizes that his own greed has led him to complete and humiliating ruin. Horson realizes in horror that his opponent is not a local merchant, but an experienced capital merchant. Priscilla's words about her husband sound like a death sentence, because now she has not only magic behind her, but also his boundless support. Atrix coolly exposes all the procurement scams that the former madam was carrying out. The boy realizes with horror that his deception with the collectibles has been exposed, and now he is in the complete power of the Countess. Having lost all hope, he falls to his knees, begging for mercy, but in her eyes he sees only icy contempt. Kian's sword becomes an insurmountable barrier, protecting his mistress from false and sticky pleas. The boy, in fear, mumbles excuses, but his pitiful appearance only makes the knight even more disgusted. Kian looks at him with disdain, making it clear that he does not consider him a threat, but just a small parasite. Atrix finishes him off with the final blow, revealing his connections to the crown prince and his dirty dealings in the capital. Priscilla puts an end to this humiliation, making it clear that from now on, her lands are ruled not by emotions, but by cold facts and logic. Priscilla hands over to the advisor a list that will be a death sentence for her enemy. Every broken item on this list is a nail in the coffin of his deceitful empire. Atrix confirms that the meticulous investigation has been completed and the truth will now come to light. The heroine demands a final verdict, and in this silence one can hear the swindler's last hopes crumbling. Atrix's cold words about inflated prices sound not like an accusation, but rather like a statement of complete collapse. The figures released by the advisor reveal the scale of the greed that has plundered the estate for years. The girl's contemptuous smile and Kian's icy calm deprive him of the last strength to resist. Priscilla reminds him of his own signature, turning his own weapon against him. The accounting book becomes irrefutable evidence that will forever close his path of retreat. Whoreson's desperate cry is drowned out by Atrix's furious shout, and the curtain falls on his pathetic comedy. Atrix gives Kian not just a book, but evidence that will be the final nail in Whoreson's coffin. By proudly accepting his wife's surname, the guy shows that from now on he is not just a knight, but the protector of an entire family. Atrix's sincere apology speaks of his respect for his new mistress and her wise and insightful husband. Next to the ledger lies a small package that contains the main and most terrible piece of evidence. Priscilla's innocent question about the mysterious box makes the swindler's heart stop in anticipation of trouble. The velvet box contains a ring that will become irrefutable proof of his most vile deception. The girl recognizes it as an exact copy of her stepmother's ring, and this guess pierces her with an icy chill. She realizes that he was not only deceiving her family, but also selling them cheap counterfeits under the guise of luxury. Her direct question about where he got this ring sounds like a guilty verdict from which he can no longer escape. Atrix reveals the final secret, and Whoreson realizes with horror that his reputation is ruined forever. Priscilla dismisses his lie with icy calm, making it clear that she has never heard of such a cheap shop. The secret is out. This is just the production of cheap trinkets for commoners, not elite jewelry. Every ring that comes off their production line is a soulless copy, which ultimately proves its insignificant value. Whoreson is horrified to realize that his years-long deception with the jewels has been exposed, and he is now completely at her mercy. As she sinks down to him, the heroine is surprised with a poisonous sweetness that her stepmother could value such a pathetic fake. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the boy tries to shift the blame onto Atrix, but his pathetic lie only accelerates his downfall. Priscilla reveals her plan with a grin, making it clear that Atrix deliberately kept the ring as the main evidence. She calmly explains that his main mistake was his own carelessness and greed, which were his undoing. Her steely voice cuts off all his excuses, and she walks away, leaving him to wallow in his own lies. The final blow is that she demands that he confess to deceiving his stepmother, driving him into a corner from which there is no escape. Broken and humiliated, Whoreson finally admits his crushing defeat, falling at her feet. In a desperate attempt to save his own skin, he offers to return every last penny, begging for mercy. Priscilla accepts the bag of money with cold indifference, which now seems to her like a pitiful handout. She mockingly thanks him because his greed allowed her to find a loyal advisor and strengthen her power. Her words about a financial advisor sound like a mockery to him, because this is exactly the role he so longed to get. The heroine openly thanks Atrix, turning him from a simple witness into the chief architect of her victory. The girl delivers the finishing blow by quoting his own lie about the price of mistletoe, and this becomes the final humiliation. Horson is horrified to realize that she knew the truth all along and now suspects her of using magic. Atrix finally destroys his world by revealing the true, fabulous price of Motya's mistletoe. With a devilish grin, Priscilla decides to give the treasure a new name, forever securing her right to it. The realization that the whole game was a trap from the start hits Horson like a crushing blow. Defeated and humiliated, he can only curse Priscilla, calling her a wicked witch who stole his dream. The heroine confirms his guess with a cold smile, enjoying the moment of her absolute triumph. She transfers the right to the priceless mistletoe to Atrix, forever erasing Horson from the history of her estate. Leaving her enemy to wallow in his own shame, the girl goes off to discuss the future she has created for herself. Loyalty and sincere admiration in the eyes of the new advisor become her best reward for her risky plan. The name that was a symbol of her humiliation will now become the name of her greatest treasure, and an eternal reminder of revenge. In the silence of the office, Atrix still cannot believe the trust placed in him, maintaining a respectful distance. Priscilla gently reassures him, making it clear that their union is not based on blind faith, but on mutual respect. Behind her warm smile lies a cold calculation. She even tests her allies in fire before letting them into her circle. A cunning order sent Atrix into the very heart of a dangerous forest to test his strength and loyalty. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought her a treasure that could enrich himself, proving his devotion. His honesty, untainted by greed, finally convinced Priscilla that this man could be trusted with her fate. Atrix sees in her not kindness, but well-deserved respect for those who, unlike Horson, value honor above gold. A strange sense of déjà vu from his voice makes Priscilla freeze, trying to remember where she has heard it before. Suddenly, the advisor falls to his knees, and his restraint gives way to a storm of emotions that he can no longer hide. He swears an oath to her not as a knight, but as a man whose heart now belongs only to her, his mistress. Revealing his full name, Antje Atrix, he drops the last of his masks, preparing for a full and shocking confession. The realization that it was a girl in front of her all this time turns Priscilla's world upside down. A simple yes becomes a stunning revelation that changes everything and opens a new, even more confusing chapter in their story. Priscilla bitterly realizes that she has fallen victim to stupid stereotypes, never doubting Antje's masculinity. She recalls her own past as a mercenary, full of ridicule and humiliation, and understands the hell her advisor had to go through. Thinking about the past reminds her that even in her darkest times, she had a family, Hax's squad, who accepted her without question. A warm smile erases the tension, and in her eyes there is a quiet triumph that she has finally managed to surprise her mistress. Priscilla quickly recovers, showing that her shock has given way to deep understanding and genuine empathy. At that moment, a deeper connection is born between them, and Priscilla decides to respond to the frankness with her secret. Antje begins her story with a shocking confession. She was born an orphan in the red light district. Her childhood was spent in an atmosphere of filth and humiliation, where every day was a brutal struggle for survival. The mistress's cruel grip was the last straw, forcing the young girl to realize that she had to escape from this hell. Risking everything, she makes a desperate escape to escape captivity forever and start a new life with a clean slate. The small shop became her fragile hope for a new life built on the ruins of the past. But the ghosts of the red light district quickly found her, reminding her that for them, she would always remain a commodity. Harsh reality crashed down on her dreams, proving that the world would never allow a woman with her past to succeed. Driven to despair, she makes a fateful decision to kill the woman within herself in order to survive in a man's world. She buried Antje deep inside, creating a new persona. Atrix, a man to whom all doors are open. With a stroke of the pen, she officially renounced her past, sealing her secret and stepping into the shadows. Living a lie was a heavy burden, but it was this secret that allowed her to rise higher than she ever dreamed possible. In Priscilla, she saw everything she had had to sacrifice, beauty, freedom, and the right to be herself. Seeing how proudly she stood before her knights, Antia realized that for the first time in her life, she had met a true ruler. Looking at her new mistress, she thought longingly about what it would be like to shine so brightly without hiding in the shadows. Priscilla modestly attributes her success to luck and her father's name, not seeing any merit in it herself. Antia counters with a warm smile, admitting that at first she herself saw her as nothing more than a darling of fortune. She recalls how she underestimated the spoiled daughter of the Count, who received the title only by birthright. But Priscilla's choice to become a ruler rather than hide behind her husband made her see something more in her. Antia understands that this is not just luck, but the result of incredible willpower and bold decisions. The sincere admiration in the advisor's eyes touches Priscilla to the depths of her soul, mixed with slight envy of her freedom. The girl vows to be there not out of duty, but at the call of her heart, wanting to watch how far her mistress will go. Kian's cheerful intervention reveals that he knew Ansia's secret all along, and now the intrigue deepens. Priscilla understands with a smile that her husband's jealousy was just a game, because he was never afraid of her male circle. Having thrown off the burden of all secrets, Antia excitedly prepares to take the oath that will bind her to her new mistress forever. Priscilla makes a shocking announcement. Her right hand should be a knight, not a simple advisor. Ansia extends her hand with trepidation, not believing that she, a simple merchant, could be given such a great honor. Priscilla's warm smile seals their union, accepting Ansia under her wing not as a servant, but as an equal. At this moment, Ansia realizes that she made the right choice in choosing to serve this amazing and courageous woman. Meanwhile, in the cold palace chambers, the crown prince greets his guest with the icy arrogance of a natural-born predator. His paranoid demand to change the dishes suggests that he doesn't even trust his own shadow. Behind the mask of aristocratic prudence lies a cruel and calculating mind that knows neither pity nor mercy. His sister reassures her brother with a venomous smile, but her eyes betray a cunning plan in which he is only a pawn. The news of the Archmage's awakening becomes the main topic of their secret conversation, full of intrigue and thirst for power. The Crown Prince's suspicions grow as even his faithful seer avoids meeting him, hiding something more than just fatigue. For the Crown Prince, even the greatest mage is just a piece on the chessboard to be assessed and used. News of the awakening of power in the forgotten lands of Motia makes him turn his attention to this backwater for the first time. The fact that the Archmage is a young girl only fuels his passion as a predator who has sensed a weak and defenseless victim. He demands to gather all the information about her, wanting to know her every weakness so that he can then strike a precise blow. The sister bows her head obediently, but her eyes betray her own, even more insidious plan in which her brother has his own role. The thought of Marquise Melchior, a strong widow who protects her son, evokes mixed feelings in the Crown Prince. His cold praise of her fidelity is merely a mask, concealing a deep contempt for those he considers weaker. He remembers how easily she inherited the title, and this only makes him even more hated and suspicious. His cruel words about his sister prove that for him, neither family ties nor honor exist. The sister sees the new Archmage not as an ally, but only as a tool that will help her get rid of her seer. The Crown Prince calmly calculates his next move, realizing that the new Countess herself will soon appear in his net. The sister confidently confirms his words, because the laws of the Empire will leave the young Countess no choice. A fire of ambition lights up in her eyes, and she decides to seize the initiative in order to subjugate the new power to herself alone. She subtly plays on the jealousy and mistrust between her brother and father, knowing that their thirst for power will become her main weapon. The Crown Prince decides to hide the true reason for his interest, presenting the great magician as just another toy. He orders his sister to gather all the information about the girl, turning their secret conversation into a conspiracy against his own father. His touch is not support, but a veiled threat, reminding his sister of her vulnerability and dependence on him. Behind his false words of brotherly concern lies the predatory grin of a tyrant who will not tolerate either betrayal or disobedience. Her smile is a mask behind which lies cold calculation and a promise that she will never forget this humiliation. Memories take him back to a carefree childhood when the only battles were games with a wooden sword. The child's scream and rapid fall take her back to the past, where he was always there to catch her. An awkward encounter in the sunny grass gives rise to a touching moment full of innocence and embarrassment. His painfully familiar blue eyes make her heart skip a beat, awakening long-forgotten feelings from the depths of her memory. The tears on her cheeks are just echoes of a terrible dream from which she is desperately trying to escape. In his arms, she seeks salvation from the terrible monster that haunts her, even in her brightest memories. A child's fear of a monster who threatens to take away everything that is most precious to her takes on a frightening reality. His gentle words become an unbreakable shield, promising to protect her from all the nightmares of this world. At that moment, his dream is born, to become the greatest knight, so that her world will never know fear again. The fragments of memory finally come together to form a coherent picture, and she remembers him, her first and only hero. A simple, childish confession becomes the most precious treasure for her, which she kept in her heart all these years. For him, the sound of his name from her lips is the sweetest and most long-awaited blessing. A gentle kiss on her hand becomes his first, still childish, but already unbreakable vow of eternal fidelity. Her words of response are not just a promise, but an unconditional surrender of her soul and body, without the right to reciprocity. This pure childish oath turns out to be a living embodiment of an ancient fairy tale known throughout the continent. The legend tells of a nameless knight who single-handedly challenged a mighty dragon to rescue his lady. Even after suffering defeat and finding himself one step away from death, the knight finds the strength within himself for a final confession. His dying words echo the very same vow of absolute devotion given once in the sunny garden. This vow is not just words, but the only magic available to anyone whose heart burns with pure love. The oath of absolute protection proves heavier than the bonds of marriage and stronger than any knightly oath, sealing their destinies with blood. The power of his love proved sharper than a sword, touching even the dragon's stone heart and giving the tale a completely unexpected ending. The dragon admits his defeat, resurrecting the knight and granting him eternal protection for his lady. The knowledge that she is now forever bound to him by this ancient magic fills her heart with awe. For him, this is not just a promise, but a sacred oath given not to a person, but to fate itself. In a swirling of leaves, she solemnly accepts his vow, sealing the last of the 3 holy vows. The sleepy morning explodes from his sudden appearance, and the girl has difficulty recovering from the surprise. A soft whisper of his name is all she manages to say before she sinks into his arms. His passionate kiss erases the remnants of sleep, and she realizes with horror that she almost mistook him for someone else. Every morning next to him is a small earthquake for her heart, which she can't get used to. The conversation about the upcoming training session becomes a lifeline for her, returning her to familiar reality. The appearance of the maid interrupts the morning idyll, and Priscilla understands that a new day full of worries awaits her. Priscilla's usual morning chores are shattered by the unexpected and unwavering care of her faithful servants. The head maid. Sarah's menacing shout comes as a complete surprise to the girl, forbidding her to even think about work. Priscilla panics and tries to object because she is responsible for the harvest and the well-being of the entire estate. Kian's laughter only fuels the comic chaos as Sarah literally kidnaps her mistress, carrying her away from her work. The girl's desperate cries about her duty as a ruler are drowned out by the determination of the servants who have taken power into their own hands today. Her latest argument about work is shattered by the shocking news that her own wedding is only 4 days away. For the first time in years, Sarah doesn't command, but begs her mistress to listen, and this disarms Priscilla. The girl is still trying to find a way to return to work, but her resistance is weakening under the pressure of care. The head maid's secret whispers intrigue Priscilla, hinting that there is more to the wedding preparations than the dress. The servant's final verdict, the most important thing at the wedding is the bride, puts an end to the dispute, surrounding her with love and adoration. The maid's gentle touch becomes the final argument, proving that today she is the most important treasure. Sarah's relentless care leaves her no chance to object, locking her in the golden cage of pre-wedding rituals. The frightening determination in the maid's eyes speaks louder than any words. Today, she is in for the sweet torture of total care. A shadow of fear flashes across her eyes because she understands that resistance to this battalion of love is completely useless. A day full of fuss and procedures ends in the silence of the bedroom, where her husband's surprised but tender gaze awaits her. She complains ironically about the tyranny of servants, not realizing that this exhausting care is only a manifestation of their boundless love. There is tenderness and a slight mockery in his eyes, because the splendor of the wedding is not important to him, but only its happiness. His sudden touch breaks the quiet conversation, drawing her into a world of tenderness where words are no longer needed. The intoxicating scent of her skin, given to him by Ansia, becomes a sweet poison for him, making him forget about everything in the world. His fingers glide over her silky skin, and he realizes that the servant's efforts during the day were not in vain. The click of scissors marks the beginning of a new day, full of pre-wedding bustle and delicate beauty rituals. Priscilla's slight fright is met with laughter, as today she is in the complete power of her faithful and caring maid. Memories of restless sleep become the reason for another round of innocent jokes and teasing. Sarah, with maternal tenderness, dreams of heirs, seeing in her future children the continuation of the Motia family. Playful banter and laughter fill the room, turning ordinary morning gatherings into a warm family ritual. A bath with rose petals becomes a real oasis of peace for her, where she can forget about business and just be herself. She bitterly realizes how long it has been since she allowed herself such luxury, completely absorbed in the care of the estate. Throwing aside all thoughts of work, the girl decides to give in to the moment, enjoying every second of this sweet idleness. But even in blissful bliss, her thoughts return to the mysterious boy from her dream, whose image haunts her. She tries to find similarities between him and her husband, but so far she sees only striking differences, not noticing the main, hidden connection. A haunting dream about a boy from her past becomes so real that she almost calls her husband by his name. Priscilla remembers with a smile their childhood vow, given so easily and carefree, without thoughts about the future. The sudden thought that Kian could have made such a vow to another woman pierces her heart with a sharp pain. She is angry with herself for this selfish jealousy, but she can do nothing about the storm raging in her soul. Imagining him next to another, she feels the blood boil in her veins, turning tenderness into incinerating rage. Noticing her strange behavior, Sarah anxiously tries to find out what has suddenly upset her mistress. Priscilla tries to hide the real reason for her anger by casually mentioning the name of the boy from her dream. She decides to check if Sarah remembers that same servant, but in response she only receives ridicule for his ridiculous name. Her surprise knew no bounds, because she was sure that her faithful nanny must remember the boy who was so dear to her in childhood. The complete bewilderment and confusion on Sarah's face suggests that there is no trace of the mysterious Cain in her memory. Sarah's words that there had never been a servant with that name in the castle plunge the room into a ringing silence. The nanny's unwavering confidence makes Priscilla doubt her own vivid memories. She considers this name inappropriate, not even suspecting what a heavy and cursed history it carries. The legend of the first cursed man, doomed to eternal wandering, suddenly acquires a frightening connection with her past. Sarah's bewilderment seems genuine, as she cannot understand who could have given the child a name that has become a symbol of eternal damnation. Even the closest servants who had been by her side since childhood did not remember the boy whose name was a blessing to her. The realization that she alone holds the memory of him makes her feel lonely in this huge castle. Guided by vague memories, she returns to the very garden where their childhood oath was once given. But familiar places seem alien, and she is overcome by a strange feeling, as if all this was just a dream. The emptiness in her heart and the doubts in her head make her ask a terrible question. Did Cain really exist? A flash of light pierces her consciousness, and she realizes that her memories are not just a dream, but the key to a terrible secret. His quiet name, falling from her lips, echoes in the heart of Kian, who watches her silently from the shadows. A friend's cheerful teasing breaks his reverie, bringing him back to reality, full of pre-wedding bustle. His comrades find it hard to believe that their stern and eternally serious commander has finally decided to settle down. They laugh as they remember how this formidable warrior turns into a gentle kitten next to his future wife. But his absent gaze silences them, and they anxiously try to reach their commander. Jokes about him simply being afraid of the wedding seem to them to be the only explanation for his strange behavior. The suggestion that he might have changed his mind is the last straw, and an icy fury flashes in his eyes. With one sharp movement, he puts his presumptuous comrade in his place, making it clear that his feelings are not a subject for jokes. Having sent everyone off to training, he is left alone with his anxiety, and the person who seems to know more about it than anyone else. He bitterly realizes that between him and the boy from her past, there lies a vast chasm that cannot be bridged. The idea that she might remember him seems to him as incredible as it is desirable. After all, even the curse, from which no one has yet been able to escape, seems to him not as terrible as her oblivion. He tries to convince himself that all this is nonsense, but the desperate hope for her memory continues to live in his heart. His faithful companion sees his confusion, but takes it for pre-wedding excitement, without even guessing the true reason. Sarah's final bedtime instructions sound like a blessing for a new life that begins tomorrow. In the pre-wedding silence, he does not dare to dream of more than just being next to her, his only mistress. The image of a crying girl in a night garden, whispering a name from the past, becomes the answer to all his questions. Lying next to the man who will become her husband tomorrow, she can't get rid of thoughts about the boy from her dream. She is angry with herself for this stupid obsession, not knowing that her heart had already made its choice long ago. In the reflection of the mirror, she sees not just a bride, but a queen, ready to ascend her main throne, the throne of love. Despite a sleepless night, her skin glows, but in her heart there is a doubt. Is she worthy of such happiness? Thoughts of a boy from the past torment her soul, making her doubt her right to love another. The maid's caring shout brings her back to reality, interrupting the flow of self-flagellation and doubt. The tears that welled up in my eyes were not tears of sadness, but tears of true, hard-won and long-awaited happiness. She asks for forgiveness from her faithful servants, feeling guilty for the pain that her own thoughts caused her. On this day, she makes a promise to herself to be strong, because from now on she is not just a countess, but Kian's wife, his support and strength. A familiar voice behind the door makes her heart skip a beat in anticipation, and she knows the moment has come. His appearance in a snow-white suit decorated with flowers transforms him from a formidable warrior into a handsome prince from a fairy tale. She asks for a moment alone to collect all her thoughts and feelings before taking the final step into a new life. Torn by guilt, she promises herself to become a better wife for him, to atone for her unwitting betrayal. His question about her doubts about the wedding sounds like thunder, making her realize with horror that he sees right through her. Kian's piercing gaze leaves her no chance to lie, because he sees not joy, but only a shadow of sadness in her eyes. Kneeling before her, he painfully admits that he longs for her love and acceptance, including his dark past. His greatest pain and fear is that the truth about who he really is will cause her to turn away from him forever. Overwhelmed with tenderness, she decides to dispel all his fears by making a promise that is stronger than any vow. Her words become their shared, silent prayer, cementing their union in the face of all future storms. A happy smile and a tender kiss erase all doubts, proving that their love is stronger than any secrets and past. The slight embarrassment of the smudged lipstick only adds to the touching and intimate nature of this moment. He asks her to turn away, preparing to present his ultimate wedding gift, which will change their destiny forever. Instead of words, he places a necklace around her neck, the brilliance of which outshines all the treasures of the world. This wedding gift is not just a decoration, but a silent promise to give her the whole world she was deprived of. She remembers with bitterness her previous marriage, where there was no love, no real treasures, only coldness and emptiness. His shy smile and story of how he was rushing to get to the wedding make this gift even more priceless. A ring appears in his hands, which he could not help but buy because it reminded him of her, his only love. He decides to correct the mistake of the past and propose to her the way she deserves, with trepidation and adoration. Simple words sound in this silence like the most beautiful and long-awaited music. Holding back tears of happiness, she looks into his eyes, full of hope and timid anticipation of her answer. Her joyful reaction becomes the whole universe for him, and he picks her up in his arms, swirling her in a whirlwind of love. Ready to start their new life, they go towards their destiny, where both joys and trials await them. In a whirlwind of petals and the sparkle of jewels, they begin their journey, connected not only by love, but also by a common destiny. The sincere congratulations and applause of their faithful servants become the first blessing for their new union. But behind the festive bustle and fun lies an anxious anticipation, because not all guests came with good intentions. The absence of a close relative at a wedding becomes a source of gossip and a reminder of her complete loneliness. Under a rain of petals and confetti, they enter the hall, where admiring glances and envious whispers await them. For all the guests, they are the perfect couple, straight out of a fairy tale, unaware of the threat looming over them. The priest's solemn words and holy water should seal their union, but another, more important test awaits them. The most exciting moment arrives, the exchange of rings, which should make them husband and wife before God and people. In his hands appears the very ring, bought in a fit of tenderness and becoming a symbol of his timid hope. The ring placed on her finger is not just a piece of jewelry, but a seal that seals their vow and binds their souls forever. A gentle kiss on his hand becomes the final cord of the vow, sealing their union before the whole world. But instead of standing up, he remains on his knees, breaking all the rules of the ceremony and shocking her. She spent a long time choosing a ring for him, wanting it to become not just a decoration, but a symbol of their shared destiny. Her choice fell on a family heirloom, a ring in the shape of a laurel, the main symbol of the Motia house. By placing her father's ring on his finger, she passes on to him not just a piece of jewelry, but the entire history and future of her family. There is a slight worry in her eyes, because she is afraid that he, a faithful knight, will not accept such a valuable and binding gift. The priest pronounces the words of the oath, and now he must answer whether he is ready to link his fate with the Motia family forever. His vow dispels all her doubts, and she realizes with relief that he has accepted her gift with all his heart. The priest's voice pronouncing them husband and wife becomes the long-awaited music that concludes this exciting ceremony. The final test is the first kiss as spouses, which should seal their vows and open the door to a new life. To the gentle whisper of petals, she closes her eyes, completely surrendering to the moment she has been waiting for her whole life. Their first kiss as husband and wife is not just a ritual, but a silent vow of eternal love. He picks her up in his arms and spins her around in a whirlwind of happiness, and the whole world stops, admiring their union. Children's laughter and a rain of petals become the best fireworks in honor of the birth of a new family. Taking the floor, she thanks the guests, but there is a light in her eyes that foreshadows something more than just a speech. With a mischievous smile, she announces a surprise that will turn their modest wedding into an unforgettable, magical experience. With one wave of her hand, she turns day into night, and the ceiling of the hall blossoms with thousands of stars, shocking everyone. Her words about the light they will give to each other sound like a spell, filling the hearts of the guests with warmth and hope. Instead of the traditional bouquet toss, she launches it into the sky, where it explodes into hundreds of multicolored lights. A magnificent fireworks display becomes the final chord of this magical day, forever imprinting it in their memory. The children's eyes reflect pure admiration, because the bride's hair shines brighter than any fireworks. Even the most sophisticated guests admit that this spectacle surpassed all festivals, as only an archmage is capable of such a thing. Behind the festive applause lies a regret that the main guest never showed up for the celebration. A mysterious stranger appears in the crowd of guests and, with cold calculation, takes the empty seat. His appearance causes a stir, because before them is the last Prince Harriet, heir to the Western Empire. Even the faithful servants cannot hide their shock, because his visit is an unheard-of audacity and a challenge to the entire house of Motia. Memories take us back to the past, where this same prince had already demonstrated his power and arrogance. The arrogant Marquis Colite, intoxicated by his proximity to power, demands immediate worship from the Countess. Priscilla reminds him that the only one to whom she is willing to bow her head is the Emperor. His rage flares up even more because he can't believe that this pathetic girl dared to contradict him. Her steely voice and unwavering confidence prove that she is not just a countess, but a true daughter of her empire. The Marquis is furious when he realizes that this girl is not only brave, but is acting under the protection of sacred oaths that are inviolable to him. Even the court magician Mert, an experienced intriguer, is shocked by such audacity and cannot hide his amazement. Hidden behind a mask of calm, her magical power envelops the hall, and Mutt realizes with envy that she is a true genius. Even the legendary Taralyn couldn't compare to her, and this thought makes the old mage tremble with horror and admiration. At that moment, he realizes that her power exceeds all rumors and the wildest expectations, and he is faced with something incredible. Memories take him back a few hours, when the news about the female archmage seemed like a ridiculous joke to him. The prince's arrogant desire to acquire the archmage as a thing is shattered by the unyielding reality of her power. His narcissistic confidence in his own beauty now seems pathetic and ridiculous in the face of her true greatness. The question of what he will do if the magician turns out to be a man hangs in the air, emphasizing all his stupidity and short-sightedness. For the prince, the archmage's gender doesn't matter. He's ready to do anything to gain this incredible power. Even if this means changing his preferences, he is ready to seduce and subjugate anyone who stands in his way. The news that his target is already married becomes an unpleasant but not insurmountable obstacle for him. He is ready to offer her the Empress's crown, just to lure her to his side and use her gift for his own purposes. The old magician Mutt understands with horror that the prince's whims and ambitions could drag them into a bloody war. But his attention is drawn to the archmage's husband, in whom he sees not a simple knight, but a formidable and dangerous adversary. Memories of his bloody exploits on the battlefield make the mage realize that this man is not one to be trifled with. Mutt realizes that before him is not just a husband, but a legendary warrior, whose strength can be compared to the magic of the Countess herself. Seeing him without armor for the first time, the prince is surprised to note his beauty, but sees him as just another pawn in his game. However, the tender glances of the newlyweds indicate that their marriage is not a contract, but true love, which is not so easy to destroy. For the old magician Muta, their love is not a blessing, but another obstacle on the path to the prince's unlimited power. The prince, with a venomous smile, notes that her refusal to ally with him is not just disrespect, but outright betrayal. She retorts his accusations with icy calm, reminding him that her sacred oath has not yet been given and he has no right to judge her. Acknowledging her recent coronation, she promises to swear an oath to the emperor, but does so with dignity rather than submissiveness. Her words about the loyalty of her ancestors are not just a tribute to tradition, but an unbreakable shield protecting her from his dirty intrigues. She stands before him as a living embodiment of the honor of the House of Motia, loyal to its empire to the last drop of blood. The prince reminds her with a grin that without an oath she is a free bird who can choose any master. His words about choosing a new master are not an offer, but a temptation that should break her will and loyalty. Rage flashes in her eyes as she realizes he is asking her not just for an alliance, but for betrayal of his homeland. Throwing off his mask, he openly declares that neither the Emperor of the East nor his heir are worthy of such power as she. Behind his angelic appearance lies a monstrous ambition. He doesn't just want power, he wants to take over the whole world. Priscilla notes his self-confidence with irony, but deep down she knows that he is the only one capable of such a thing. She recalls her past, where this same prince had already demonstrated his ruthlessness and ability to manipulate people. The bloody throne of her visions is not just a prophecy, but a cruel reality that he is ready to build on the bones of his enemies. But her heart had already made its choice. She gave her soul and magic to the one who became her only master. Even if she swears allegiance to the prince, her true oath to Keanu will remain unbreakable, for it is sealed not by duty, but by love. As a ruler, she cannot risk her people, but betraying her homeland is an unthinkable sin for her. The prince tries to calm her down, but his words about her being more than just an archmage to him sound like an even more terrible threat. His offer to make her lands part of his empire is not just a temptation, but an ultimatum that leaves her no choice. He reveals his trump card, reminding her that he knows about her connection with the legendary Taralyn, and this completely changes the balance of power. The prince tries to seduce her with promises of protection, offering her not just an alliance, but an entire empire at her feet. But Priscilla, with a cold smile, dashes his hopes, reminding him that she is no longer a rootless mercenary, but a countess. Her family, her husband, and her land are the treasures that she will never exchange for any promises from the authorities. She realizes that she has too much to protect, and this gives her the strength to decisively refuse. His eyes flash with rage from humiliation because he is not used to someone daring to reject his will. Kian's sword swing becomes a silent threat, and Priscilla realizes that her husband will do anything to protect her. The prince tries to hide his defeat behind a mask of politeness, but his eyes reveal the storm raging within his soul. His kiss on her hand is not a sign of respect, but a last desperate temptation, which she rejects with dignity. Realizing that she cannot be broken, he changes tactics, offering her not submission, but an equal alliance that she cannot refuse. He proposes marriage to her, vowing not to encroach on her lands, but behind his words lies an even more insidious and dangerous plan. A marriage proposal from the prince himself sounds like a mockery, because her heart has long been given to another. She notes with irony that receiving 2 proposals on her wedding day is a truly funny adventure. But for Kian, this is no joke, but a direct insult, and his rage flares up like a wildfire. He comes to her defense, reminding the prince that the woman he is trying to seduce is his lawful wife. There is a fire burning in his eyes, and he is ready to challenge even the crown prince to defend his honor and love. An arrogant marquise, unable to see beyond his nose, tries to put a simple knight in his place. But Kian's icy voice and aura of power leave even the bravest speechless in awe. His dark energy envelops the hall, and everyone present feels that one wrong word could cost them their lives. The prince feigns surprise at his anger, but his eyes reveal genuine interest in this dangerous adversary. He understands that before him is not just a soldier, but something more, a force capable of changing the course of history. The prince admits his mistake with a grin, but makes it clear that he is not going to back down so easily. Kian furiously demands that he withdraw his insulting offer, but the prince only fuels the fire. He openly states that he needs an archmage and is ready to do anything to achieve his goal. Throwing off the mask of politeness, he suggests that she dissolve this marriage, which for him is just an annoying obstacle. The promise to make her empress is his main trump card, with which he hopes to buy her strength and loyalty. The final, most humiliating offer, to keep Kian as a lover, becomes the last straw. Enraged to the core, Kian rushes at him with his sword, ready to wash away this insult with blood. But Priscilla's hand stops him, and in her eyes he sees not fear, but the icy determination and wisdom of a ruler. With the dignity of a queen, she politely but firmly declines his offer, putting an end to this humiliating bargaining. Her ironic remark about the wedding dress becomes the final, most elegant blow that disarms even the prince. With icy calm, she reminds him of the sanctity of marriage, threatening not just a scandal, but the wrath of the bishop himself. For the church, the marriage vow is an unbreakable law, and divorce is a sin that can cost him the support of the temple. Her bold threat to use the bishop as a weapon against him shocks even the most seasoned schemers. Mutt realizes with horror that she is not just bluffing, but is ready to start a war between the two empires to protect her marriage. The history of two empires is a history of eternal rivalry, where the young Western Empire was always inferior to the ancient Eastern one. Old grievances and conflicts between the emperors and the church only add fuel to the fire, making the threat even more real. Mutt realizes that if this news reaches the Eastern Empire, they will use it as a pretext to start a new bloody war. The silence that fell over the room spoke louder than words. Everyone understood that this fragile girl held the fate of two empires in her hands. The prince's sudden laughter breaks the silence, and his reaction is even more frightening than his anger. He calls her threat a good idea, and a mad fire lights up in his eyes that could burn the whole world to the ground. For the prince, her threat is not an obstacle, but the perfect pretext to start the war he has long desired. He declares with cold confidence that war is inevitable, and that he himself will be its main instigator. The realization that in front of her stands not just a politician, but a real monster thirsty for blood, plunges her into shock. He notes with a grin that her refusal is the best gift she could have given him, because now his hands are untied. There is a fire of madness burning in his eyes, and he makes it clear that he fears neither God nor the devil on his path to power. Kian realizes that the time has come for a decisive choice that will determine not only her fate, but the fate of the entire world. The prince gives her an ultimatum. Either she accepts his offer and saves her people, or becomes the cause of their death. The words that her lands will be the first to be wiped off the face of the earth sound like a death sentence to her. She sees in his eyes not bluff, but cold determination, and understands that he is ready to repeat the bloody history of the past. Visions of a future filled with fire and death make her realize that her refusal could cost the lives of thousands of innocent people. His gentle touch and quiet promise of protection become an unbreakable wall for her in the face of the approaching storm. She recalls how Marquis Colitis tried to challenge her rights, not even suspecting that an even more dangerous player was behind him. The prince was the puppeteer who pulled the strings, fanning the flames of conflict for his own gain. The thought of murder seems to him the simplest and most logical solution, because for him people are just pawns. But Priscilla understands that killing here and now is not a solution, but only the beginning of an even greater nightmare. Her memories flash back to the wanton carnage he committed in the past, and she realizes what he is capable of. She realizes that the death of these people could plunge the Western Empire into chaos and make her an easy prey. The idea of turning back time again seems like a salvation to her, but the risk of losing everything is too great. Gathering all her willpower, she makes a decision that will change not only her fate, but also the course of history. With icy calm, she declines his proposal, making it clear that one husband is quite enough for her. The prince acknowledges the strength of their love with a smile, but his eyes reveal a cynical disbelief in genuine feelings. Her bold declaration of marriage for love becomes for him not a revelation, but only further proof of her naivety. He congratulates them ironically, calling a marriage for love unusual, and this sounds like a hidden mockery of their feelings. Mutual reproaches and threats hang in the air, and the courtiers realize with horror that they have witnessed the beginning of a great war. He decides to go all in, threatening to propose to her publicly in order to ruin her reputation forever. The prince understands that a public scandal will hit him too, but his thirst for power proves stronger than his fear of his father. He paints her a picture of her future shame, where she is an unfaithful wife and her emperor is a deceived ruler. Her icy calm in response to his threats suggests that she has already calculated all his moves in advance. He holds out his hand, offering her a choice, but it's not an offer, it's an ultimatum that leaves her no room for error. But instead of answering, she shows him her main trump card, the Mana Stone, which glows in her hand like a harbinger of a storm. The glowing Mana Stone in her hand becomes a silent symbol of her power, plunging everyone into awe. Her cold no to the prince's question is not just a refusal, but a direct declaration of war from which there is no retreat. With one movement, she crushes the stone, and the explosion of magical energy becomes the final warning for the prince. Wiping the fake smile off his face, he asks with fury in his eyes if it was a threat, already knowing the answer. Surrounded by the flames of her own magic, she confirms his guess with a devilish grin, enjoying his fear. She reminds them that she has the power to incinerate them all, leaving no trace of their arrogance and stupidity. Her words are not just a threat, but a reminder that they dared to challenge not just a countess, but an archmage. The faithful mage Mut tries to protect his master, but his magic seems child's play compared to her power. She easily repels his attack, making it clear that resistance is futile, and their fate is already sealed. The prince's order to kill her sounds like a desperate cry, because he understands that he has lost this battle even before it has begun. The incredible power of her manner makes even an experienced court mage tremble with awe. Torn between duty and fear, Mutt tries to create a protective barrier, but realizes it is suicide. Kian watches the battle of the mages with cold calm, confident that his intervention will not be needed. With one gesture, Priscilla puts an end to this game, making it clear that her patience is running out, and she is ready for decisive action. Her magic easily penetrates his defenses, and shards of ice piercing his body become harbingers of imminent death. The prince rushes in horror to his faithful servant, unable to believe that she dared to attack them. His desperate cry is not concern, but fear of losing his main puppet. But instead of gratitude, he receives a furious blow from the dying magician, who no longer intends to tolerate his stupidity. Muta's words, full of pain and resentment, reveal the whole truth about how he risked his life for the sake of the whims of a spoiled prince. His dying cry that the prince is taking away the last years of his life becomes a bitter reproach and a terrible curse. Even after receiving a slap, the prince does not lose his arrogance, but only notes the force of the blow with feigned resentment. Muta's words, full of disappointment, reveal the tragic story of how he abandoned his path to protect his nephew. But the prince merely brushes off his reproaches, reminding him that he is not the only one to blame for his ruined life. The shocking discovery that the court magician is the prince's uncle adds even more tragedy and intrigue to the story. His mother, Celine's desperate plea, becomes the final reminder of the sacrifice he made for her. He recalls how he abandoned political squabbles to choose the path of magic, but fate decreed otherwise. Because of his decision, she was forced to become empress, sacrificing her freedom to save their family. Having renounced the world for magic, he ignored his sister's pleas, condemning her to loneliness and suffering. Celine's death becomes an eternal reproach for him, reminding him of the price she paid for his selfishness. At her grave, he takes an oath to protect her son, not knowing that this oath will turn him into a puppet in the hands of a cruel tyrant. He bitterly realizes that the boy he swore to protect was an innocent victim only in his imagination. A desperate cry brings him back to reality, where his faithful servant is dying, paying for his stupidity. The gratitude in her voice seems like a mockery to him, because he does not understand why she saved the one who wanted to destroy her. Mutt realizes with horror that her magic is not only destructive, but also creative. She saved him from his own power. He admits that he saw her reluctance to harm the prince, and that this is what made him take the suicidal step. His bow is not just gratitude for salvation, but recognition of her greatness and wisdom, superior to his own. Even Priscilla is surprised by his humility, because for a proud magician, admitting defeat is worse than death. But the prince sees this only as a disappointment, because now his plan to start a war is on the verge of failure. His claim that he was only half serious was a pathetic attempt to save face and hide his humiliation. Priscilla is relieved to hear his joke, but Kian's disgruntled look suggests he doesn't believe a word he says. The prince acknowledges his temporary weakness with a grin, but makes it clear that his ambitions have not diminished as a result. He talks about preparing for war as if it were a routine matter, and this cold calculation is even more frightening than his anger. His new offer, a 5-year delay in the war, sounds like a generous gift, but is in fact an even more insidious trap. Having thrown off the mask of the enemy, he appears as a man in desperate need of her, and this sincerity is disarming. His laughter in response to Kian's anger is not mockery, but an admission that he sees him as a worthy and jealous rival. Priscilla is surprised by his persistence, not understanding why he is so confident in her consent, even if it is a bluff. She realizes that his main strength is his ability to mix truth with lies, turning any conversation into a dangerous game. His playful flirtation, the complete opposite of Kian's seriousness, makes her wonder if there's something more behind it. With a slight smile, she rejects his offer, citing worries, and this simple feminine trick baffles him. He accepts her refusal with dignity, but his look suggests that he is prepared to wait as long as it takes. Kian's jealous whispers give him away, and Priscilla realizes that her husband is her most formidable and most reliable weapon. The prince offers her not just marriage, but an entire empire, confident that such generosity can buy even the strongest love. She declines this offer with a smile, making it clear that her heart is not for sale for any treasure in the world. Her playful remark about her husband's jealousy becomes the final, most elegant blow that leaves the prince stumped. But behind her smile lies a cold calculation, and she is preparing to deliver her main, crushing blow. She admits that she lied, and this lie turns out to be more terrible than any truth he could have imagined. He tries to find a loophole in her words, but he understands that she has already calculated all the moves in advance. Her admission that she has already pledged allegiance to another man sounds to him like a declaration of war. After all, an oath given before swearing allegiance to the emperor places that person above the ruler, turning her into a potential traitor. He admits his defeat with a grin, but a new, even more dangerous fire lights up in his eyes. The prince decides to take extreme measures, declaring that from now on he will be faithful to the one she is faithful to, her husband. His offer to come with him sounds less like a request and more like a direct challenge that Kian cannot ignore. Both men are ready to tear each other's throats, and only the fragile figure of Priscilla stands between them. Kian, with icy calm, reminds him that he is not an independent figure, but only a shadow of his mistress. The prince notes with a grin their blind devotion to each other, which seems to him both ridiculous and dangerous. Having admitted his defeat in this battle, he laments with a theatrical sigh the cruelty of fate that deprived him of such prey. But her words about the future being unpredictable sound like a veiled promise and hope for a future union. He leaves, but his farewell embrace is not a sign of reconciliation, but a promise to return when she needs his help. His last words, spoken in a whisper, are not just a farewell, but a call not to be shy and to rely on him. Kian's determined look tells her that he will never give her up, as he is willing to protect his people at any cost. Her apology is not a sign of weakness, but a clever move that will make the emperor doubt the prince's loyalty. The prince asks with a grin if this means his visit will remain a secret to everyone except those present. She readily agrees, introducing him not as an enemy prince, but as a simple guest at her relative's wedding. Her words about not seeing him as a crown prince sound like a direct insult, but in fact they are a subtle game. The prince's playful remark about his husband's jealousy is a last-ditch attempt to irritate Kian and ruin their union. Resigned to his role as a secret guest, he leaves, but his smile suggests that he is not yet finished with his game. Kian can barely contain his anger, not understanding how she can let go so easily of someone who just threatened them both. The prince, with a cheeky grin, reminds her that he is her potential husband, and this gives him the right to a special status. Having given him a room in the annex, she realizes that she underestimated him and should have prepared for his visit better. She realizes that her awakening has completely changed the course of history, and now she must face new enemies. The weight of new worries and the uncertainty of the future make her stumble, but his arms are always ready to catch her. His quiet concern is not just politeness, but a silent reminder that he will always be there. In his arms she feels safe, knowing that with him she is not afraid of any storm. A strange sense of déjà vu from his touch stirs her memory, hinting at a secret she is about to uncover. Her embarrassed protests only evoke a tender smile from him, because caring for her is his main privilege. Memories of the past, when he also carried her in his arms, become another key to unraveling his identity. His excessive care seems awkward to her, but deep down she enjoys every moment of this tenderness. He takes her to the bedroom, where their first wedding night, full of tenderness, passion, and new discoveries, awaits them. The carpet of rose petals that covers their bed is the final touch in this perfect fairy tale created for them. His caution seems excessive to her, but she understands that behind it lies not only love, but also awe of her strength. His reverent kiss on her foot is not just a sign of respect, but an adoration of her, his queen and goddess. Her confused protests only provoke him, because today he intends to break down all the walls between them. He tenderly reminds her that she is his wife, and on this night they are allowed to do everything they have dreamed of for so long. Hiding her embarrassment behind feigned anger, she tries to maintain the remnants of her composure, but her heart is already ready to give in. Her attempt to pull herself together only makes him laugh because he sees how much she desires him. She playfully reproaches him for his imperturbability, not knowing what a storm of passion he hides behind the mask of calm. His confession that his heart stops next to her becomes the sweetest and most long-awaited revelation for her. She looks at him doubtfully, not believing that he, so strong and confident, can feel the same as she does. He admits that all this time he only skillfully hid his feelings, afraid of scaring her off with his passion. His return confession and a gentle kiss on her neck become the prelude to a night that will change them both forever. That night he feels no anxiety, because next to her he has finally found his long-awaited peace. Her words about not wasting time sound like the sweetest and most long-awaited invitation. She decides to cast aside all doubts and fears in order to completely surrender to this night and her love. His submission to her desires surprises and disarms, because he is ready to do anything just to make her happy. But instead of leaving, he chooses the path of a night thief, sneaking into his own chambers through the window. Kneeling by her bed, he cannot hide his admiration and awe for the sleeping queen. He understands that her decision to place the prince in the best rooms is not weakness, but the wisdom of a true ruler. Looking at her serene face, he bitterly realizes that her generosity could become the cause of her death. At the same time, the prince, sleeping in luxurious chambers, feels neither gratitude nor respect for his mistress. He is angry at his helplessness because in front of her he cannot act by force, and this hurts his pride. He cannot allow her to see him as a ruthless killer, because for her he is only a faithful and loving husband. The night, full of tenderness, gives way to cold steel, and he again turns into a shadow, ready to kill for her. From under the bed comes the mocking voice of the prince, who, it turns out, was an uninvited guest all this time. His cheeky joke about the sword almost cutting off his nose is not just a complaint, but a subtle hint of his awareness. Kian admits his mistake with icy calm, making it clear that for him the prince is nothing more than an annoying nuisance. The prince tries to get closer with feigned tenderness, but his words about relationships only evoke contempt in Kian. For Kian, this is not a relationship, but a brazen attempt to steal his wife, and he is ready to make the prince pay for it. The prince's defiant calm, and his words that he is not worried, only fuel the rage in the knight's heart. The prince mockingly reminds him that he is alive only thanks to his favor, and this becomes the last straw. Kian can hardly contain his anger, not understanding how this insolent upstart dares to behave like this in his own home. The prince, with a cheeky smile, admits that his main goal is to enjoy this dangerous and exciting game for as long as possible. He ironically notes their loyalty, calling them the strongest couple in the world, but his words sound not admiring, but challenging. His offer to create a separate world for them is not generosity, but a subtle threat hinting at their isolation. A dark fire flashes in Kian's eyes, and with a devilish grin he confesses his desire to destroy everything in his path. The prince is surprised to realize that before him is not just a jealous husband, but an obsessed monster, ready to do anything for his love. Kian puts away his sword with icy calm, making it clear that his words are not an empty threat, but a promise. His reluctance to stain his wife's wedding dress with blood sounds like the most terrible and cruel threat the prince has ever heard. The prince's joke about not feeling sincerity is a pathetic attempt to hide his fear and save face. Kian remembers with bitterness their past, when he considered the prince a friend and fought for him, not seeing his true face. His words about unrequited feelings are not a complaint, but a farewell to the past and a declaration of a new, merciless war. He remembers how he saved the life of this spineless prince, who now seems to him even more pitiful and insignificant. His desire to finish him off right now is not just anger, but fatigue from his eternal intrigues and betrayal. Kian reminds him with disdain that he is only alive because of his mercy and respect for their past. The prince feigns humility and asks for forgiveness, realizing that one more wrong step could cost him his life. He admits that he gave up when he learned of her marriage, but his words do not sound like disappointment, but rather like a new, even more insidious plan. The prince, with childish innocence, declares that he wants to get both the Archmage and the Swordmaster. He offers Keanu a deal to become his subordinate so that later, after seizing power, he can hire him into his service. His persistence and stubbornness make Kian chuckle because he sees him not as a formidable enemy, but just as a spoiled child. The prince decides to start his game with Priscilla, realizing that she is the key to the heart and loyalty of her formidable husband. He notes with surprise that for the first time he sees a person in whom both care and mortal threat coexist simultaneously. Kian grins and offers to take the blame for the mess the prince made in his marriage bed. The prince brazenly asks him to help convince his wife, confident that Priscilla's special attitude towards him is his main trump card. His words about Kian being special to her make the knight feel embarrassed because deep down he hopes for the same. Kian promises to speak well of him, but his words sound like a veiled threat rather than a friendly promise. The offer to talk to her in private becomes the last straw. The prince's laughter in response to his rage is not just mockery, but an acknowledgement that he has achieved his goal by throwing him off balance. Kian scornfully reminds him of his shamelessness as he asks him for help after trying to steal his wife. The prince confidently declares that he is hundreds of times better than any ruler, and even Kian cannot argue with this. He subtly hints that the trip to the Eastern Empire could be a great disappointment for Priscilla. His words about the Countess being puzzled sound like a direct threat, and Kian realizes that the prince knows something more. The prince admits with a grin that his interest in Keanu is not accidental. He looked into his past, full of secrets and pain. His question about whether he wants to tell his wife about this sounds like a direct threat, because the truth could destroy their marriage. The prince insists he had no intention of interfering, but his eyes betray a cold calculation and a willingness to exploit this secret. Kian's embarrassed smile in response to his words is not joy, but an attempt to hide his fear and vulnerability. The prince ironically reminds him that no one will recognize him in the capital, but there is a hidden threat in his words. He smirks as he sows doubts in his soul, because even one living soul from the past can become a mortal threat to him. The prince wearily interrupts this tense conversation, but his words about sleep are just a ploy to buy time. Kian scornfully advises him to return to his wife, but there is not only anger in his voice, but also hidden pain. Waking up alone, Priscilla anxiously calls for her husband, unaware of the dangerous game he is playing for her. The empty pillow next to her is a silent reminder that their happiness is fragile and that enemies are already at the door. The girl wakes up alone, alarmed by the sudden absence of her beloved. Her confusion turns to surprise when she hears a familiar voice. The heroine is relieved to see the guy, but her heart is still pounding from morning anxiety. The young man explains his absence, trying to dispel her worries with tender words. Heavy thoughts about the past and future darken her morning, making her doubt everything. In a fit of despair, the girl decides to take the situation into her own hands before it's too late. The hero's sudden embrace interrupts her anxious thoughts, returning her to reality. She tries to apologize, but he only holds her tighter, showing that everything is okay. Despite his closeness, the girl feels that the tension between them is only growing. The young man notices her strange behavior and looks anxiously into her eyes, trying to understand the reason. His jealousy flares up with renewed vigor, poisoning the morning with suspicions about someone else. The guy tries to hide his insecurity behind hugs, but anxiety is already in the air. His whisper sounds like a challenge, testing her loyalty in this tense game. The girl answers his doubts with a tender kiss, disarming him with her sincerity. Embarrassed by her affection, the young man tries to regain control by pushing away her care. Her sincere declaration of love remains hanging in the air, full of hope and warmth. Having changed her clothes, the heroine prepares for a new day, but her thoughts are far from the bustle of the palace. A sudden epiphany changes her view of the world, revealing the secrets of royal intrigue. She cleverly hides her true intentions behind a mask of indifference and small talk. Determination drives the heroine forward because now she has a goal, and she is not going to back down. The morning begins with a business meeting, where formalities conceal tense anticipation. The heroine tries to diffuse the situation with a joke, but fatigue can be seen in her eyes. The pile of papers on the table becomes a silent reproach, reminding her of the price of her new power. Support comes from an unexpected source, giving the girl a fragile hope. While studying the documents, she is surprised to discover traces of someone else's professionalism. The old advisor watches her with pride, seeing in her not only a mistress, but also a student. His concern for her rest sounds like a reminder that even the strong need rest. The gratitude in her voice reveals a deep affection for her faithful assistant. Praise from his lips becomes the highest reward for her, erasing the traces of sleepless nights. His concern for her health makes the girl think for a moment about the consequences. Her hands clench into fists from the weight of the secret she cannot confide in anyone. Her faithful assistants look at her with genuine concern, promising their unwavering support. A small smile touches her lips as she finally realizes that she is no longer alone in her struggle. The old advisor, despite his misgivings, expresses complete trust in her intuition and decisions. His words of praise echo throughout the office, highlighting her uniqueness and strength against the background of others. The young man's embarrassed gratitude evokes a warm, fatherly smile from the old man. At this moment, the heroine realizes that she has found not just allies, but a real family. An unexpected invitation to tea takes the young man by surprise, breaking down his usual barriers. At a table in the garden, the guy still doubts, trying to unravel the girl's true motives. She easily dispels his suspicions, offering in return the simplicity of friendly communication. Under the guise of small talk, she reveals her brilliant business plan, hidden in the pages of her notebook. The young man is amazed by her insight and depth of knowledge, seeing in her not just a lady, but a true strategist. Her question is not just curiosity, but the first step to creating her own empire on the ruins of other people's mistakes. Behind her calm smile lies a cold calculation and ambition capable of changing the course of history. He confirms her suspicions, not suspecting that their conversation is the key to saving an entire people. The rarity and complexity of wood processing only fuel her passion because the stakes are so high. Memories of someone else's success become a map for her, leading to untold wealth and power. Her gaze hardens because behind the business interest lies the knowledge of the impending catastrophe. Knowledge of the future is not a gift, but a heavy burden of impending drought and deadly disease. The memory of the past famine fuels her determination to outshine the enemy to save thousands of lives. Her sudden question about the secret technique takes the guy by surprise, revealing the depth of her knowledge. He is surprised to realize that she is aware of things known only to a small circle of masters. The girl calmly hides her true genius behind a mask of random luck. Her proposal to combine a rare material with new technology sounds like a challenge to the entire market. She sees not the shortcomings of wood, but a unique opportunity to create something completely new. Their conversation turns into a brainstorming session, giving birth to a plan to conquer the capital. He realizes that they are targeting a huge market that everyone else has been contemptuously ignoring. The heroine reminds him that real power and money are concentrated in the hands of the highest nobility. The young man accepts her logic with admiration, recognizing her undeniable leadership in this matter. A light comes into her eyes as she sees their luxury line taking the world by storm. Complete trust in her eyes becomes his main motivation, turning business relations into friendship. The idyll of their conversation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a third person, whose presence instantly changes the atmosphere. The appearance of Crown Prince Harriet introduces an element of dangerous unpredictability into their plans. The heroine's inner turmoil grows because the visit of such an important person ruins all her morning plans. The prince easily breaks protocol, putting the girl in an awkward position with his familiarity. She coldly accepts his conditions, but her look suggests that she doesn't like this game at all. His smug smile shows that he is enjoying the effect he has produced. The brazen attempt to get closer provokes a wave of poorly concealed rage in the faithful assistant. A hurricane of thoughts rushes through the young man's head because one wrong move could cost them all their lives. Despite the order, he remains on guard, his devotion to his mistress proving stronger than his fear. The fear of his master's wrath paralyzes the young man because he has violated a direct order. The prince comments on his devotion with a sly grin, enjoying the tension created. Harriet sits down unceremoniously at the table, showing that he intends to continue this dangerous game. The heroine's icy silence speaks louder than any words. Her patience is clearly running out. He skillfully manipulates the rules of etiquette, trying to make her look like an inhospitable hostess. His insolence makes her freeze, and his face momentarily loses its smug expression. She strikes back, subtly hinting that there is only one real master here, her husband. The unexpected rebuff causes the prince to burst into a burst of genuine, disconcerted laughter. The assistant breathes a sigh of relief as the storm cloud above their heads dissipates. Harriet's joy does not subside because this girl's insolence turned out to be the biggest surprise for him. The prince, having recovered from his laughter, changes tactics with a sly smile, going on the offensive. A loyal assistant feels like a pawn in someone else's game, caught between a rock and a hard place. His sudden fatigue is just an excuse to stay and find out what interests him so much. The girl, with caustic kindness, offers him to rest, subtly hinting that he is not welcome here. Harriet tries to disarm her with his charm, presenting his interest as a mere coincidence. His mention of Motia's mistletoe instantly turns small talk into tense negotiations. Behind his desire to see rare wood lies cold calculation and a thirst for profit. Panic causes the assistant to make a mistake, but he is stopped in time by the cold gaze of the mistress. She masterfully enters into conversation, giving out just enough information to lull the prince's vigilance. His insistent request makes her take a fresh look at the situation, giving birth to a terrible guess in her head. A shock flashes through the assistant's mind as he realizes his mistress's daring game with the crown prince himself. The girl cold-bloodedly refuses him, turning the rare material into an unattainable prize for the eager buyer. Her loyal ally takes up the game, subtly hinting that their goods are intended for the queen herself. The deal is sealed in the blink of an eye, leaving the heroine and her assistant slightly shocked by their own luck. He understands with admiration that she had calculated the prince's vanity from the very beginning, placing her main bet on it. Harriet lays his cards on the table, revealing that his interest runs much deeper than a simple desire to shine. A real battle of wits unfolds at the table, where every word can decide the fate of their future. The young man, completely trusting his mistress, eagerly awaits her command to complete what she has started. Dollar signs flash in her eyes because she just caught the biggest fish in the entire empire. She closes the deal with grace, turning a simple courtesy into an exclusive service for a special client. The prince acknowledges her superiority with a grin, admiring her business acumen and luck. His empty cup becomes an excuse to prolong their tense conversation a little longer. A polite request for tea is just a ploy to remove an unnecessary witness from the scene. The sudden change of topic raises suspicions, as he is clearly looking for something more than just tea. She counters his attack with a cold-blooded lie, hiding behind it the source of her true strength. Her story about the mana stones is a smokescreen designed to distract him from the dangerous truth. Behind his words of pity lies a cold calculation. He is trying to assess the true value of her possessions. His eyes light up with a greedy fire when he begins to guess about countless treasures. A chill runs down her spine as she realizes he's gotten too close to her secret. She masterfully hides her fear behind a mask of greed, supporting his game and buying time. The prince continues to press, trying to find out her main secret with his ingratiating smile. The girl elegantly avoids answering, not allowing him to drive her into a corner in this verbal duel. His accurate guess makes her heart stop for a moment in surprise. Harriet's smug grin suggests he's enjoying his small victory. She knew from the very beginning that human greed would become her main trump card in this game. The farewell ceremony is full of false smiles, but the air is thick with unspoken threats. Kian's icy gaze follows the guess, full of grim determination and hidden jealousy. In the evening, he senses her anxiety, which she tries in vain to hide from his penetrating gaze. His gentle words pierce her armor, reminding her that she no longer has to bear this burden alone. She decides to trust him completely, and this whisper becomes the beginning of their struggle together. His sly smile hides dangerous intentions, because he will stop at nothing to get what he wants. The prince's provocation hangs in the air, testing not only their deal but also their feelings. Kian's icy wrath becomes a shield for his beloved. He is ready to protect her at any cost. Harriet parries the attack with ease, his praise for his assistant just another jab in this tense game. Behind his satisfied smile lies triumph, because the profitable agreement is only the first step in his insidious plan. Teleportation magic is ready to carry them away, but the feeling of impending disaster remains in the air. His parting promise sounds like a veiled threat, hinting at a new, even more dangerous meeting. His golden eyes reflect a ruthless determination. He already considers them his property. A flash of light takes the enemy with it, but leaves behind an unsettling calm before the storm. A mysterious package breaks the silence, foreshadowing new trials and riddles left by the enemy. A faithful assistant with a beaming smile presents his master with a mysterious gift full of hidden meanings. Inside the box is not just a gift, but a symbol of power and devotion, forged from the rarest material. His surprise turns to awe as he realizes what this belated wedding gift means to her. Her blushing confession reveals that her thoughts of him were woven into every fiber of that gift. He is touched to the depths of his soul because her words and care become more precious to him than any treasure. Touching the smooth wood awakens a storm of emotions in him, from gratitude to an awareness of the depth of her feelings. Her bold statement is not just words, but a brand with which she marks him as her one and only. The engraving on the gift becomes a silent symbol of their union, which she may have done too quickly. Her heart sinks in doubt, because even the slightest flaw in the gift could be perceived as a sign. His gentle smile dispels all her fears, because in his eyes this gift is perfection itself. His gentle whisper transforms a simple gift into a priceless treasure meant only for him. The admiration in the assistant's voice only confirms that their hearts have been beating in unison for a long time. Her doubts about the simplicity of the gift are an echo of old fears that he so carefully dispels. He firmly rejects her uncertainty, seeing in this gift not a flaw, but a reflection of her soul. His warm smile suggests that he understood her main message, hidden in the simple pattern on the wood. Her heart skips a beat at his insight, because he seems to have learned to read her most secret thoughts. The hero's confession that this is his first real gift reveals the bitter truth about his lonely past. He promises to keep this gift as a part of himself, forever linking their destinies with an invisible thread. She drowns in his words, realizing that their game of marriage has quietly turned into something much more serious. In his arms, she finds peace, because the mere thought that he will wear her gift fills her with happiness. Thanks to reduced taxes, warm bread once again appeared on the tables of ordinary people. The name of the new countess now sounds in prayers as a symbol of hope and a well-fed life. In the forest wilderness, far from the castle, harsh reality forces people to prepare for a difficult winter. A comical accident takes one of the travelers aside, saving him from the coming horror. A moment of relief in the silence of the forest becomes the last peaceful breath before the bloody massacre. A sudden attack by an ogre turns a routine expedition into a brutal fight for survival. Panic and pain drive the survivors back. Their screams a harbinger of a terrible threat to everyone. Bloody chaos bursts into the peaceful castle, bringing with it news of a monster from forgotten legends. Disbelief and horror distort the face of the faithful advisor, because this news threatens to destroy everything they have built. Disturbing news interrupts her work, and now the fate of the entire dominion rests on the heroine's fragile shoulders. Ancient knowledge of monsters, gained through the blood of ancestors, now becomes the key to survival. The mystery of the ogre's appearance after a 30-year hiatus haunts the heroine, hinting at ominous changes. She instantly takes control of the situation, her orders are cold steel in a velvet glove. The hero gathers the knights, and the tense silence of the room is filled with a premonition of the coming battle. His voice sounds firm, turning the fear of the warriors into determination to go into battle for their commander. The distribution of roles in the squad becomes the first test of his authority in the face of the old guard. A veteran's distrust is a challenge that could undermine the unity of the knights at the most crucial moment. The hero wisely explains his decision, showing that his loyalty to the ruler comes before his personal ambitions. His respect for his former commander disarms skeptics, turning doubt into admiration. Loyalty forged in battle is replaced by a new devotion, for they now see him as a true leader. His calm is a trap, challenging the old warrior and testing his strength. The two captains put their differences aside, as their shared goal now takes precedence over their personal ambitions. The young knight's enthusiasm evokes an approving grin from the hero, giving birth to a fragile trust. A request for advice becomes a bridge between the two leaders, strengthening their new alliance. In the shadow of the conspiracy, discontent is brewing, for loyalty to the old commander does not tolerate other people's orders. The veteran accepts the challenge with a confident smile, turning the duel into a matter of honor for the entire squad. Their blind faith in their leader borders on arrogance. They do not even allow the thought of defeat to enter their minds. The contempt in the young captain's eyes betrays his disappointment in those who should be the pride of the Dominion. His gnashing of teeth is a silent cry about the decline of discipline and honor of the knightly order. His cup of patience is full, and now he is ready to personally intervene to restore order. The man challenges with a grin, testing his opponent's courage. The young knight responds to the impudent insult with dignity. The cloaked warrior strikes back, wounding the young man's pride. Anger and determination flash in the eyes of the offended boy. The hero cold-bloodedly suggests resolving their conflict in a duel. The knight offers to place bets, increasing the tension. The scarred man accepts the challenge, looking forward to the battle. The hero is ready for battle, not intending to hold back his strength. The girl with red hair can't believe her newfound happiness. The heroine is afraid of losing her newfound strength and fragile happiness. The hero notices her anxiety, but the girl tries to hide it. The heroine sees right through him and feels that something is wrong. The girl admits that she is worried about the upcoming hunt under his leadership. The young man reassures her tenderly, confident in his strength. She believes in his skills, but her heart is still not in the right place. Her touch betrays a fear that is stronger than her trust in his power. The heroine reveals her true feelings to him, recognizing his importance. Kian is touched by her concern, and their closeness becomes even more intimate. A sudden memory of a strange encounter with a troll makes her suspicious. Past coincidences begin to form a disturbing picture of a conspiracy. The heroine is overcome with anxiety because all the strange events are happening right next to her. Kian tries to allay her fears, but his words sound unconvincing. He suddenly freezes, sensing a hidden threat, and the girl does not understand what is happening. The guy suddenly draws his sword, preparing to attack, which shocks his companion. The young man demonstrates his strength, and the girl is amazed to recognize the aura of the sword. This pure energy is a sign of incredible mastery, available only to select warriors. The hero unleashes a powerful blow, proving that his strength is capable of repelling any threat. He confidently states that his aura is an advantage that even the most powerful monsters do not have. The young man teases the girl with light irony, relieving the tension with a joke. Her doubts melt away, and she promises with a smile not to give in to empty worries anymore. The noise from the training ground attracts their attention, foreshadowing trouble. Kian senses a conflict brewing and decides to intervene immediately. He hesitates, worried about her safety in the coming chaos. The hero foresaw this skirmish, knowing about the eternal rivalry between the squads. The heroine insists on her own because her people are also involved in this conflict. The girl coquettishly accepts his proposal, promising to take full advantage of it. Suddenly, the guy picks her up in his arms to get to the place faster. The young man jokingly calls himself an express train, carrying her away at incredible speed. In this rapid flight, he asks her to hold on tighter, emphasizing their closeness. Meanwhile, the battle is already in full swing on the site, and crossed swords are ringing. The scarred warrior acknowledges his opponent's resilience with a grin. The honor of the squad does not allow the knight to lose to this experienced mercenary. The young man puts all his rage and pride into a desperate attack. The scarred man finally sees him as a worthy opponent and takes the fight seriously. The duel is interrupted by a commanding voice that makes everyone freeze. A powerful vortex of energy erupts between the fighters, heralding the arrival of someone powerful. Kian and the heroine appear in the center of the vortex, shocking everyone with their sudden appearance. The commander coldly reprimands his men, putting an end to the senseless fight. The mercenary immediately straightens up, not daring to disobey his commander. The suddenly appearing blonde lightens the mood by making fun of the hero's stern appearance. Kian suppresses the inappropriate memory and coldly reminds the mercenary of his orders. The captain of the second squad tries to smooth over the situation, calling the brawl a simple misunderstanding. The fighters hastily confirm his words, presenting the serious conflict as an ordinary duel. The mercenary, with a confident grin, tries to convince the commander of the harmlessness of their duel. But Kian doesn't fall for the trick because he knows there were certain conditions at stake. One of the knights, with a sly smile, reveals the true stakes of their unauthorized bet. The main prize in this battle turns out to be something greater, the very title of First Squad. Kian explodes with anger because only he has the right to decide who goes hunting. The warrior with the scar brazenly reminds him of the Countess's charter, questioning his sole authority. The mercenary slyly claims that he only wanted to help with the choice, hiding his true motives. Kian's gaze is filled with cold fury as he sees the true motives behind this so-called help. The mercenary justifies himself with his experience, subtly hinting that the young knights are not ready for a real threat. He presents their duel as a fair decision to avoid chaos and hostility between the squads. The scarred warrior confidently declares that strength will solve everything, but the commander abruptly interrupts him. Kian rejects their primitive selection because true hunting requires coordination, not blind force. The commander's decision to thoroughly check each fighter takes the young knight by surprise. The question remains whether this will become a loophole for the more experienced second squad. The commander announces a fair draw, where fate and chance will decide who will fight whom. The knight realizes the genius of the plan, because now the troops will be mixed in both hunting and defense. Kian's decision puts an end to any disputes, because his order is law for everyone. The commander casts an icy glance, questioning the authority of the captain of the first squad. Kian's words hit home, causing the young knight to blush with shame at his lack of confidence. The heroine supports her husband, emphasizing that their main task is to create universal fighters. Kian gives them 3 days, announcing a tournament that will decide who is worthy of going on the hunt. In private, the mercenary grabs the commander by the shoulder, demanding to know what he really intended. The hero counters by asking why such an experienced warrior as Marvin did not fight at full strength. The warrior explodes with indignation, as he is outraged by the obvious weakness of the vaunted knights of the first detachment. Kian is furious because these losers are his wife's people, and he will not allow them to be insulted. Marvin does not back down, accusing the commander of injustice and patronizing incompetent aristocrats. He cannot accept the fact that a warrior's honor and rank are bought and not earned in battle. The mercenary's sarcasm drips with venom, as he is not averse to serving the Countess, but not at the cost of his honor. For Marvin and his men, what's at stake is not just service, but the pride of a true warrior. Kian counters that loyalty must be earned, leaving the mercenary with his wounded pride. 3 days later, the commander sums up the results of the selection, and the balance of forces is clearly not in favor of the first detachment. Marvin's stubbornness infuriates the hero because this internal conflict interferes with their common goal. Despite the difficulties, the young man resolutely takes on the task, intending to unite the warring factions. The heroine's sudden embrace brings him back to reality, and she feels his determination to unite their people. The guy is surprised by her silent appearance, immediately guessing about a little magical trick. The girl tenderly inquires about the results of the selection, distracting him from his heavy thoughts. Kian shares his concerns with her, knowing that his fair decision will still displease Marvin. The heroine, with a gentle smile, tries to dispel his doubts, believing in the best. The girl suddenly asks him for a favor, changing the tone of the conversation to a more serious one. Her request turns out to be bold. She wants to join the hunting team. Kian is horrified because the thought of her participating in a dangerous sortie is unbearable for him. She coquettishly takes him at his word, reminding him of his recent promise. The heroine showers him with compliments about his strength, disarming him with her flattery and tenderness. The guy quickly makes excuses, realizing that he has fallen into her cunning trap. She guesses his true fear. He is afraid that she will become a burden to the squad. The girl reveals her plan because she knew from the very beginning that the warring squads would not be able to work together. She confidently declares that she can take care of herself, freeing him from the need to protect her. She declares her intention to help as a mage, and her determination takes him by surprise. The girl gives him an ultimatum, threatening to go secretly if he refuses. He gives in, but on one condition: she must not leave his side for a single step. Her joyful consent seals their agreement, and now they will set out on their journey together. On the day of the hunt, Kian looks collected and ready for any challenge. He turns to her with one last question, testing her readiness in the face of danger. The heroine responds with unshakable confidence, ready to share all the hardships with him. The guy reminds her of her own words, placing his faith in her abilities. She asks him with firmness in her gaze for mutual trust, because their strengths complement each other. His smile and outstretched hand become a symbol of their partnership, complete equality and trust. She is embarrassed by the need to ride on one horse, but he does not see anything special in this. His reminder of his promise catches her off guard under the mocking glances of the squad. The girl blushes at his impudence, but she can't help herself. Their path is interrupted by a terrible sight, a mansion destroyed and covered in blood. One of the knights, despite the horror, without hesitation decides to inspect the house alone. His unauthorized action is worrying, as he is acting without orders. Kian confidently declares the area is safe, trusting his instincts completely. The captain of the first squad realizes that Marvin went forward because he has a unique ability to sense manner. Bitterness begins to grow in the knight's soul because he will never achieve such a level of trust. Marvin's return with the news that everything is clear leaves an unpleasant aftertaste in the young man's soul. The story of how the hunters got separated becomes a prologue to a terrible tragedy. The brutal truth hits them: no one in the mansion survived the ogre attack. Horror grips the knights as the lifeless bodies of their comrades begin to be thrown out of the house. Amidst the chaos and death, the difficult question of memory and duty to the dead is raised. Kian entrusts him with the difficult task of identifying the fallen, looking death in the face. The old hunter, despite his wounds, accepts this sorrowful duty with dignity. The heroine, with cold determination, orders the fallen to be cared for, demonstrating her leadership will. Her fortitude in the face of death evokes admiration and respect, even among seasoned warriors. The realization that these were her people turns the tragedy into personal, unbearable pain. An icy flame of vengeance flashes in her eyes, and she vows to punish those responsible. Disturbing news interrupts the morning. One person is missing from the dead. Hope fades when it turns out that a 13-year-old boy, the youngest of them all, has gone missing. The thought of such a young student becoming a victim chills the heroine's blood. Kian is a ruthless reminder of the ogre's brutal nature, leaving no room for illusion. His words sound like a death sentence, depriving everyone of the last hope of saving the boy. But the girl refuses to give up, urging people not to lose faith prematurely. There is a flash of surprise in his eyes because her hope seems irrational to him. She gathers her power, and her sudden action makes Kian flinch in surprise. The heroine intends to use magic to find the child, defying death itself. He tries to stop her because a reckless impulse could cost them all their lives. The knight's rational arguments are shattered by her short and firm no. The absence of a body becomes her last ray of hope in this sea of despair. The duty of the mistress of the land forces her to fight for every life, even if there is little hope. Her gaze fills with steely determination. She will not back down and will protect her people. A powerful surge of her magic proves that her words are not empty words, but real power. Realizing that time is running out with the setting sun, she makes a bold decision. With a mysterious smile, she promises to buy them some time, preparing for the incredible. She creates a second sun in the sky, and this miracle plunges everyone into a state of shock and awe. Kian is stunned by her boundless power, capable of subjugating nature itself. Suddenly, one of the warriors falls, losing control of his body, foreshadowing a new, invisible threat. The ogre, in a rage, does not understand what unknown force has struck him. Young Tommy runs through the forest in terror, screaming that all his comrades are dead. The memory of a carefree argument with his uncle over food pierces him with pain. Hiding from the monster, the boy realizes that this is a cruel punishment for his childish stubbornness. Fear grips his body, and in an instant he realizes that he has already lost this battle for life. The memory of his uncle's promise to become the best hunter ignites a spark of desperate determination in him. He forces himself to see the ogre as nothing more than a greater target, trying to suppress his animal terror. The chilling discovery that he has been lured into a trap completely destroys his fighting spirit. Despair and anger force him to run again, but now he is running from certain death. The boy's last thought is bitter regret about that same unfinished bowl of porridge. Despair and tears of remorse choke the boy, who blames himself for his stupidity. Through a veil of tears, he notices a bright light breaking through the forest darkness. This heroine rushes to the rescue, leaving behind a shining trail of magical energy. She collapses from exhaustion, and Kian rushes to her side, alarmed by the price she has paid. Despite her weakness, the girl triumphantly announces that her magic has found the missing boy. The news that the child is alive explodes in a wave of relief and jubilation among the hunters. The incredible rescue seems like a miracle, and the soldiers cannot believe their luck. An old hunter, in tears, begs for the rescue of the orphan he raised as his own son. His words touch the heroine's heart, and she feels the injustice of the poor child's fate. The girl takes his hand with a warm smile, promising that her fight for the boy is not over yet. The heroine tells the brutal truth: the boy is alive, but surrounded by monsters, and there is almost no time left. Desperation pushes the old man to recklessness, but the girl stops him because they won't make it on foot. The realization that a whole hour separates them from the boy falls on the hunters like a death sentence. She takes command decisively, and her order to choose only 4 puzzles even Kian. The girl announces her daring plan to teleport a strike force right into the heart of the enemy's lair. Meanwhile, Tommy continues to run with all his might, but hope for salvation fades with every step. Exhaustion and hunger take their toll, and he feels his body treacherously refusing to serve him. An awkward fall turns fatal, cutting short his desperate attempt to escape. Consciousness slips away, and with a last effort of will, he reaches for the fallen knife, clinging to life. The world turns upside down, and the last thing he sees is the sky beneath his feet as he is dragged away by an unknown force. In the clutches of the ogre, young Tommy says goodbye to life, realizing that his fate is sealed. The bitterness of defeat gives way to despair at the thought of an inglorious death in the jaws of a monster. In a final act of defiance, the boy plunges his knife into the monster's face. Howling in pain and rage, the ogre drops its victim, and its cry echoes throughout the clearing. The boy falls to the ground, wounded, but not broken in spirit until the very end. A faint smile touches his lips. He made the monster pay for his life. The enraged ogre swears revenge, promising him a painful death for the amusement of the crowd. A sudden blinding light breaks the darkness, and a shining figure appears in the sky. In the boy's fading consciousness, the beautiful savior seems like a real angel to him. Losing his last strength, he believes that this bright angel has come to take him to his mother. The ogre swings to swallow his prey, but his triumph is short-lived. An unknown force snatches the boy from the clutches of the monster, leaving him completely bewildered. It's Kian who rushes into the thick of the battle, cutting a path to salvation with a lightning strike. Marvin picks up the weakened boy, carrying him away from the epicenter of the deadly fight. The mercenary tries to bring the child back to his senses, but he remains unconscious. A sudden attack by goblins leaves Marvin in a hopeless situation, as his hands are full. His comrades come to his aid, urging him to save the child while they hold off the onslaught. The heroine's alarmed cry echoes across the battlefield when she sees that the boy is in danger. Marvin is relieved to report that the child is alive, giving everyone a fragile glimmer of hope. But joy turns to horror when they realize that they are facing an entire army of monsters. Depletion of mana puts the heroine in a dead end, because defeating an entire horde now seems impossible. She is overcome with anxiety because she must save the rest of her strength for the most extreme case. Kian stands before her like an impenetrable wall, promising protection with his very appearance. With a confident smile, he takes on the fight, relieving her of the burden of this impossible task. The ogre roars in rage, unable to tolerate the insolence of this insignificant, in his opinion, man. With one lightning-fast and graceful movement, the hero delivers a crushing blow to the giant. His sword cuts off the monster's arm, and it howls in unbearable pain and humiliation. The monster vows revenge, but his rage only fuels the hero's cold determination. The second blow, like blue lightning, cuts the ogre in half, leaving him no chance. With an icy grin, Kian ends the battle, reminding the surviving creatures of their place. His sword falls upon the enemy without hesitation, leaving no doubt as to his cruelty. He stands over the body of the fallen monster as a living embodiment of death, the Black Reaper of the battlefield. The heroine realizes with trepidation that his menacing nickname is not an empty phrase, but a bloody reality. His calm smile after the brutal massacre seems unnatural and even frightening to her. The girl reports that the rest of the monsters have escaped, but Kian only sighs in disappointment. Marvin carries the rescued boy, realizing that the threat is not over yet. The knights are hastily preparing to leave because the wounded child urgently needs help. Kian is worried about her, but the girl tries to hide her extreme fatigue after using magic. He offers to test her condition with his mana, and this gesture is full of hidden tenderness. She remembers his fierce gaze in battle, and the contrast with his current concern makes her tremble. She finds it hard to believe that the merciless warrior and the caring man are one and the same person. Her confusion makes Kian anxious, and he fears that she is not feeling well. With a warm smile, the girl extends her hand, allowing him to dispel her worries. Their hands touch, and the flows of mana merge into one, creating a sense of harmony. She tenderly notes that his mana is as warm as he is, revealing her feelings. He confirms that she is fine, but kindly advises her to get some rest. His embarrassed concern makes her feel tender, revealing a new side of his character. The boy comes to and is surprised to see familiar and excited faces above him. The old hunter, with tears in his eyes, embraces the rescued boy, unable to contain his emotions. In Tommy's mind, reality and sleep are mixed, and he cannot understand whether he is alive or already dead. The boy sees his savior and, with childish spontaneity, takes her for an angel. The hunter laughingly explains to him who she really is and tells him to thank his savior. Tommy proudly tells of his feat, boasting how he wounded a huge ogre. Kian smiles warmly as he realizes that this young hunter has many more stories ahead of him. Even the stern Marvin acknowledges the young captain's achievements, establishing a fragile peace between them. The old hunter regretfully offers the boy porridge, promising him a real feast upon his return. After the horror he had experienced, even the hated porridge seemed to the boy like the most delicious dish in the world. The atmosphere around the fire becomes warm and friendly, and old feuds give way to jokes. A simple dinner brings everyone together, and the boy devours with gusto the porridge he previously despised. The heroine sends the rescued children home under guard, and this gesture puts an end to their dangerous adventure. The rescued hunters leave with gratitude, leaving the heroes alone with an unfinished mission. Kian announces a new goal: to exterminate the goblins, whose unnatural alliance with the ogres is raising suspicions. The warriors are frozen in tension because their leaders need only complete and unconditional victory. One of the knights voices the general alarm, as finding a camp in the vast forest seems like an impossible task. But the heroine reveals her trump card, a cunning magical trap left on one of the monsters. Time is against them, as her tracking spell will only last for one day. The girl's words inspire Kian, and with cold determination he gives the order to set out immediately. She leads them forward, sensing her magical mark, which leads them straight into the enemy's lair. The discovered traces confirm their suspicions. They are on the right path to the heart of darkness. The commander gives the order, sending the most experienced fighters to the vanguard for the decisive blow. The vanguard penetrates the artificial labyrinth, sensing the sinister thoughtfulness of the enemy's lair. A sudden light from deep within the cave blinds them, foreshadowing a deadly trap. The heroes find themselves trapped, surrounded by a horde of goblins led by their malevolent shaman. The shaman's evil grin and the stone sparkling in his eye socket promise them a painful death. The unnatural, glowing eye of the goblin leader makes the blood run cold in the veins of the warriors. A terrifying realization hits them. The goblin draws power from a rare mana stone. Suddenly, the heroine feels her magic thread break, signaling mortal danger. Panic grips her as she realizes that the advance guard has fallen into a deadly trap. Without wasting a second, she grabs the commander and teleports forward, right into the epicenter of the battle. Their world is crumbling, as the very idea of a goblin capable of controlling the power of the Mana Stone seems like madness. An ominous aura envelops the warriors, and a bad feeling grips their hearts with icy fear. Marvin notices the enemy's witchcraft and anxiously urges everyone to be on guard. The sudden betrayal of a comrade plunges the young knight into a state of shock and confusion. The terrifying truth dawns on them: their friend's mind is enslaved by an unknown and powerful magic. The captain pushes his friend away, saving him from a fatal blow despite the fact that he has become an enemy. They find themselves trapped, surrounded by their own comrades, and hope begins to fade. The experienced warrior suggests retreating, realizing that they will not win this battle head-on. With pain in his heart, the young man is forced to cross swords with the one he swore to protect. Despair grips the knight, as his pleas to wake up are drowned out by his friend's empty gaze. Horror flashes in the warrior's eyes, as his body has become a weapon in the hands of the enemy, and he is only a helpless spectator. The goblin shaman grins as he announces his victory, anticipating their inevitable demise. The ominous green fire of his staff makes the warriors freeze in horror and amazement. The heroine's sudden appearance and her fiery magic become a ray of hope for the squad. Her power instantly breaks the enemy's spell, freeing the knights from their mental bondage. The defeated shaman is furious and cannot believe that some girl turned out to be a powerful sorceress. An icy rage flashes in the girl's eyes at the sight of how he dared to encroach on her people. Surrounded by a fiery aura, she vows that his insolence will not go unpunished. The goblin panics and tries to escape, still underestimating her true strength in his blind pride. His self-confidence reaches its peak when he declares himself an invincible goblin mage. With cold contempt, the heroine passes sentence on him, pointing out the insignificance of his power. In Kian's arms, she tries to hide her weakness, but her body betrays extreme fatigue. Marvin thanks the young knight for saving him, but he is tormented by the question of his resistance to magic. The young man sheepishly admits that he found only one desperate way to resist the spell. His shocking revelation that he stabbed himself in the leg leaves the mercenary stunned. Marvin is surprised to admit that behind the mask of a proper knight lies an unexpected cruelty. Kian reproaches the young man for his recklessness, reminding him of the importance of discipline. Deep in the cave, the heroine finds a laboratory where goblins were conducting sinister experiments. An alarming call interrupts her exploration, promising even more terrible discoveries. What they see shocks them. Two enslaved ogres are sitting on chains in a pen like cattle. Kian comes to a terrifying conclusion. The goblin mage wasn't just controlling the ogres, he was deliberately training them. The heroine gives the order to search everything. Her determination leaves no room for error. A sudden sensation of alien energy leads her to an unexpected and important discovery. The shining mana stone in the chest becomes the second one of the day, which seems like an unimaginable stroke of luck. Her confusion at the stone's reaction to her creates suspicion in Kian's mind. The girl regretfully notes that the stone does not suit her, but the desire to possess it does not disappear. Even with a more powerful artifact, she feels disappointed at the missed opportunity. This feeling only fuels her ambitions because she knows that her true limit has not yet been reached. The thought of another stone that suits her perfectly becomes a new, all-consuming goal for her. A sudden cry from the night interrupts her thoughts, announcing the discovery of the goblin treasure. Kian generously allows his men to take the spoils, rewarding them for their bravery in battle. Thoughts about the sudden appearance of mythical creatures give rise to an alarming question in the heroine's soul. A young man falls in despair before a mysterious woman begging for help. Her cold and distant gaze does not promise him easy sympathy. He tearfully complains about the bandit who ruined him, appealing to her for justice. In a fit of anger, he tells how he was deceived and forced to leave with nothing. His plea for help turns into a desperate cry that echoes throughout the luxurious room. Hiding his true intentions, he asks for details with feigned curiosity. His cunning gaze is full of anticipation because he already knows how to use this information. The woman reflects on the fact that Kian has now become the husband of an influential countess. She is irritated by his talkativeness, but she understands that Kian's marriage is a problem that she has to solve. The mysterious lady realizes that she is faced with an alliance of two legendary forces. The woman confirms that her faithful seer has been spying on Motia's holdings. Obeying the order, the seer begins to cast a spell to show her the countess and her husband. Ancient magic creates a living vision, revealing secrets hidden hundreds of miles away. The beautiful face of the red-haired heroine, Countess Motia, appears in the magic mirror. The woman, with cold contempt, recognizes in her the very archmage that everyone is talking about. The sight of tender intimacy between the heroes in the vision causes a wave of shock and disbelief in her. At the same time, an atmosphere of happiness and home comfort reigns in the heroine's house. A simple treat, roasted chestnuts, becomes a symbol of her new, peaceful life. Memories of her difficult past make the girl appreciate her fragile happiness even more. The first snow becomes a sign for her that she can no longer postpone the fateful trip to the capital. She wonders about the coming winter with a slight smile, finding a fleeting peace in this simple question. The assistant brings the long-awaited news. Their prototypes have been safely delivered to the palace. Her success as a businesswoman is confirmed, and she is excited to hear the reaction of an important customer. A bill for the work done falls into her hands, tangible proof of her growing influence. The huge sum of 200,000 gold coins becomes for her a symbol of triumph over the past, where she was powerless. Along with the payment comes a personal message, adding intrigue to her business success. The new order from a mysterious client is striking in its grandeur, a throne for the Golden Hall. A flirtatious postscript in the letter promises her eternal hospitality, hinting at a special relationship. She fondly recognizes his playful style, and this small detail warms her heart. She gives orders with confidence, preparing for the next big step in her business. Her business acumen is growing stronger, and she is already planning to expand her production in the future. The assistant whispers to her about the results of the secret investigation, adding to the intrigue. The information she gathers about the mercenaries becomes the key to her next, more risky steps. She gives the order to continue surveillance, and her faithful assistant accepts the task with a bow. Looking out over the snowy landscape, she eagerly anticipates the meeting that will change everything. It's not just people who are traveling, but also valuables, and the stakes on this trip are high. A tense silence falls over the carriage, and she tries to break through his reverie. Her sudden touch breaks his thoughts, catching him off guard with its tenderness. She teases him with a hint of jealousy, suspecting that his thoughts are occupied with someone else. His strange behavior on the road gives rise to suspicions in her, which she tries to dispel with a joke. An embarrassed confession of jealousy comes as an unexpected revelation to both of them. She, slightly offended, demands more attention from him, trying to bring him back to reality. His apologies seem unconvincing to her, and she feels that he is hiding something from her. A sudden jolt throws her into his arms, and for a moment their play is interrupted by anxiety. The carriage's sudden stop makes them freeze, anticipating unexpected problems. The knight's report of the carriage stuck in the snow explains the reason for the sudden stop. Kian sends his men to help without hesitation, showing nobility and compassion. With their combined efforts, they free the stuck carriage, and relief fills the air. An unexpected visit from a knight in shining armor promises a new, intriguing encounter. Kian, with a hint of irritation, takes the initiative, breaking the awkward silence. He proudly introduces his wife, emphasizing that he is just her husband. The polite knight bows respectfully, and the heroine accepts his apology with dignity. She is surprised by his quick reaction and wonders about his mysterious owner. The invitation from the marquise becomes an unexpected turn of events that she cannot ignore. Kian gently helps her out, his touch giving her confidence. An elegant woman emerges from a luxurious carriage, her appearance shrouded in an aura of power and mystery. She thanks them for their help, but her words sound more like an order than a request. Taking off her hat, she reveals her face, and her beauty is striking, but something about her is alarming. A sudden memory from a past life befalls the heroine. This woman was executed for treason. The memory of her tragic fate intertwines with the present, and the heroine understands that before her is a key figure from the past. The name of the Marquise Jessica Melchior sounds like a death sentence, resurrecting the ghosts of an executed empire. The similarity of the colour of her eyes to Kian's gives rise to an alarming and terrible suspicion in the girl's soul. She glances at her husband, and the puzzle begins to fall into place, but she is afraid to admit the obvious. Despite the internal storm, the heroes exchange pleasantries, hiding their true thoughts. Dreams of a warm fireplace and hot tea are shattered by the cold reality of this unexpected meeting. A sudden gesture of goodwill, the creation of a magical heater, takes the marquise by surprise. Touching the warm magic ball causes her surprise and a fleeting feeling of gratitude. She looks at the gift with curiosity, not understanding the true motives behind this generous gesture. The heroine explains that it is just a small heater, but there is a hidden meaning in her words. The marquise accepts the gift with gratitude, but her words sound like a subtle reminder of duty. The exchange of names becomes a formality that conceals tension and unspoken questions. Kian's sudden bow and his address as Your Highness reveal the true status of their new acquaintance. With a disarming smile, Jessica begins her game, trying to find out the true purpose of their visit. She cleverly manipulates the situation, taking the heroine by the hand and complaining about her loneliness in the capital. Her invitation to her mansion sounds like a royal decree that cannot be refused. The heroine finds herself trapped by etiquette, realizing that refusal would be tantamount to an insult. With a satisfied smile, the marquise takes her silence for consent, leading them into her carriage. The luxurious mansion creates an oppressive impression, reflecting the cold grandeur of its owner. A formal invitation to tea becomes a prologue to a decisive conversation where the stakes will be high. The luxurious reception seems excessive to the heroine, but she is forced to play by the hostess's rules. She is struck by the guess that the marquise knew about their meeting in advance and arranged the whole thing. Jessica's sweet smile and kindness conceal cold calculation and dangerous intrigue. The exchange of pleasantries turns into a subtle game, where every word has a double meaning. The marquise hints with slight irony at her high position and universal adoration. The heroine accepts her game with dignity because she knows who she is dealing with. Over a cup of tea, she reflects on Jessica's status, trying to unravel her true motives. Memories of the marquise's tragic fate surface in her memory, adding dark colors to their meeting. Kian's distant demeanor adds further tension to the already tense atmosphere. She wonders about the reasons for his coldness, feeling that something important is slipping away from her. His restrained gesture of respect, devoid of any warmth, leaves the heroine perplexed. Kian's cold gaze and direct question about her name escalate the situation to the limit. Jessica, with feigned innocence, notes his resemblance to the famous swordmaster, continuing her game. He confirms her guess with dignity, but his words sound like a reminder of the past. The Marquise mentions his new role with a slight smile, subtly hinting at political gain. Her kind offer to have tea becomes a test that the heroine cannot avoid. The girl takes the cup with apprehension, realizing that too much is at stake in this game. Her sincere praise of the tea defuses the situation, and for a moment the tension subsides. Suddenly, a strange voice sounds in her mind, warning her of the danger hidden in the drink. Kian quietly reassures her, letting her know that he foresaw everything and took precautions. His sudden revelation about his knowledge of poisons makes the heroine shudder, but he is only sharing his experience. She smooths over the awkwardness by apologizing for her husband's ignorance and takes control of the situation. The Marquise accepts the apology with a slight smile, but her eyes tell her she hasn't missed anything. With feigned concern, the heroine offers her husband a rest, trying to take him away from her gaze. His quiet warning to be careful becomes a sign to her that the game is getting even more dangerous. The Marquise's sudden laughter breaks the tense silence, and her reaction seems unnatural. She comments on their relationship with feigned admiration, but her words are full of hidden mockery. Jessica subtly notes the unusual nature of their union, where the wife publicly reprimands her husband. Her words make the heroine think about the social norms that she so easily violated. With feigned delight, the Marquise pronounces the word love, turning it into a poisonous weapon. Behind the Marquise's feigned laughter, the heroine senses cold calculation and a hidden threat. Jessica admires her frankness as she talks about her feelings so easily. She continues her game, hinting that she has managed to win the heart of the impregnable swordmaster. The revelation that first there was fidelity and then love takes the Marquise by surprise. A sudden question about the importance of the swordmaster's oath changes the tone of the conversation, making it dangerous. The Marquise, with a cold smile, announces that the heroine made a mistake in underestimating her. The girl parries the blow, returning the conversation to the channel of empty chatter and friendly smiles. The exchange of barbs reaches its peak, and the heroine finally reveals her true goal. The admission that it was all just a show shocks the Marquise, destroying her confidence. With a triumphant smile, the heroine puts an end to their duel, proving her superiority. The heroine explains with a smile that she only wanted to test how much the Marquise values her as an ally. Her frankness forces Jessica to admit that she truly sees her as a valuable figure. The Marquise tries to regain control of the conversation by questioning the heroine's self-confidence. Her hand trembles as she realizes she has been led in this subtle game from the very beginning. With icy calm, the girl hints that their meeting was far from accidental. The direct question about the arranged meeting takes the Marquise by surprise, depriving her of her composure. The heroine no longer hides her suspicions, declaring that she knows who is behind all this. She throws the accusation in her face, calling her a nameless sorceress and tearing off all the masks. The sudden appearance of the Marquise's faithful servant, Irene, becomes living proof of her words. Jessica is horrified to realize that her deception has been exposed and her most loyal spy has been exposed. Irene bows and apologizes, but her submissiveness seems forced and unnatural. She introduces herself with pride, emphasizing her loyalty to the Marquise Melchior. Jessica speaks with feigned tenderness of her affection for the nameless maid. Irene's slight smile conceals a storm of emotions and hidden resentment towards her mistress. The Marquise's sudden fit of rage destroys her image, revealing her true, cruel nature. Despite the threats, the heroine decides to act, not wanting to remain on the sidelines of what is happening. The chaos and disorder on the streets of the capital leaves her confused and anxious. Amidst the carnage, she sees the lone figure of Irene standing over the bodies of the slain. A terrifying realization hits her. This fragile girl is the cause of all the chaos. With a cold challenge in her eyes, Irene meets her pursuer, ready for the decisive battle. Her crazy appearance and words about her being a simple mercenary only increase the heroine's suspicions. With a cold smile, Irene confirms that she is an outsider among the royal mages. The sudden question about the lady takes the heroine by surprise, giving rise to anxiety. Irene speaks of her mistress with pain in her voice, and her devotion seems fanatical. Ignoring the danger, the heroine shows her the way to save the Marquise. She sends her away, feeling that something terrible is about to happen today. Anxiety about one's own fate gives way to concern for the mysterious savior. The memory of meeting Irene in her past life flashes through her mind, explaining her power. Memory paints a cruel picture of how the emperor paid a high price for her capture. She understands that the fates of Irene and the Marquise are inextricably linked and decides to intervene. A powerful wave of mana emanating from Irene becomes the key to unraveling the past for the heroine. Memories of the bloody massacre and the fall of the empire explain to her the origins of the current chaos. She greets Irene with a cold smile, preparing for a crucial, high-stakes conversation. The Marquise, with feigned disappointment, notes that she expected more insight from the Archmage. Her satisfaction that the heroine has lived up to her expectations conceals a dangerous interest. The girl accepts her praise with a touch of irony, continuing her subtle psychological game. Jessica speaks with disdain of her brother, for whom judging others is a waste of time. Despite the obvious hostility, the heroine is confident that there is no open conflict between them yet. The Marquise makes her move, confirming rumours of her feud with the Crown Prince. Her words paint a cruel picture of a world where her brother divides people only into useful and useless dogs. The Marquise admits with cold frankness that her life depends on her usefulness to her brother. The heroine does not succumb to her manipulation, maintaining her inner independence and strength. Jessica's attempt to sow doubt in her heart is shattered by her unshakable confidence. The Marquise bitterly admits that her plan to win the heroine's trust has failed. She decides to change tactics and openly offers her an alliance based on a common enemy. A direct question about the reasons for her confidence forces the heroine to reveal her cards. Jessica understands that sooner or later she will have to bend the knee to her brother. With a cold smile, she warns the heroine that she will become the Crown Prince's next target. The girl accepts this challenge with dignity because she knows about the prince's desire to obtain her power. But the Marquise reveals the true, darker reason for his interest. He wants her not only as a magician, but also as a woman. Her hand trembles as she realizes that for the prince, her marriage is just an empty obstacle. Memories of the depraved emperor and his illegitimate children surface in her mind, explaining the mores of the court. The Marquise, with a slight smile, confirms that she knows about her father's 3 illegitimate children. The heroine is overcome with disgust, but she cannot understand why the prince is so obsessed with her. Jessica explains that his distrust of people drives him to seek other, more base ways of control. The realization that her gender is the reason for his interest shocks and offends the heroine. With a venomous smile, the Marquise reveals the cruel truth. For him, she is just an object to be subdued. Irene gratefully recalls how the heroine saved her and explains the reason for her loyalty. She tries to warn her savior, not wanting to be treated as cruelly. The sudden interruption of the conversation leaves tension and an unspoken threat in the air. The Marquise announces the gift with a mysterious smile, and her offer sounds like a challenge. Her words take the heroine by surprise, and she does not know what to expect from this cunning woman. Kian senses a hidden threat and decides to accompany his wife to protect her. The butler tries to stop him, citing etiquette, but Kian is adamant in his decision. A polite reminder that the Countess herself had suggested he take a rest baffles him. He hesitates, torn between the desire to protect his wife and the need to maintain propriety. The internal struggle ends, and he decides to find another way to ensure her safety. They descend into a dark dungeon, and the question of a gift in such a place sounds ominous. Irene's words that everything will become clear to them only increase the tension and foreboding. A man driven mad by rage ends up behind bars, and his name leaves everyone in shock. Recognizing the captive as the same merchant who asked her for help leaves the heroine in shock. Her faithful assistant also remembers this visit, and the puzzle begins to come together to form a disturbing picture. The heroine admits that she knew about Whoreson's connections at court, but did not attach any importance to it. With disdain, the Marquise explains that he is one of those who are trying to cling to her glory. Her unexpected defense and words about how she didn't believe a single word he said surprise the heroine. At this moment, a fragile trust is born between them, based on a common enemy. The story of how she was kicked out without paying causes a wave of righteous anger in the girl. Memories of Whoreson deceiving her stepmother flash through her mind, explaining his motives. The realization of how cruelly he treated her in response to her mercy enrages her. With a cold smile, the Marquise reassures her, because she knew from the very beginning that he was a fraud. The heroine scornfully rejects the swindler's tricks, but she is tormented by the question of the Marquise's motives. With a cold smile, Jessica explains that now his lies will never be heard again. Her hatred of noisy men and the captive's wild look give rise to a terrible guess. The realization that he was silent against his will plunges the heroine into a state of shock. With horror in her voice, she asks if she has deprived the Marquis of his tongue, afraid to hear the answer. The sweet smile and question become an eerie confirmation of her worst guess. The appearance of the exhausted prisoner proves that he had been in captivity all this time. She expected her awakening to be noticed, but she was not prepared for such sophisticated cruelty. She is amazed by the cold-bloodedness of the Marquise, who is capable of such monstrous torture for her own purpose. She decides to go on the offensive, demanding an answer to what the Marquise really wants from her. The Marquise reveals her cards, explaining why the heroine has become a desirable target for all contenders for the throne. A direct question about her own desires leaves Jessica stumped, but she quickly finds an answer. She shifts the blame onto the heroine, declaring that her choice will determine the outcome of this political game. The Marquise's words sound like a challenge, and the heroine understands that a huge responsibility falls on her shoulders. An inner voice tells her that with such power as hers, she should not serve anyone. Jessica lists all the players, emphasizing that none of them can offer her decent conditions. With a slight smile, she questions her decision, but in her eyes one can see the confidence that she is right. The Marquise decides to go all in, offering her an alliance that will change the balance of power in the empire. The unexpected proposal for a political alliance takes the heroine by surprise, but she does not show her surprise. With confidence in her voice, Jessica declares that the time will come when the heroine herself will ask for her help. The Marquise warns that her status as an archmage will oblige her to swear allegiance to the Emperor. Her advice to swear allegiance to the prince, not the Emperor, takes the heroine by surprise with its audacity. The revelation that her true power is not yet known in the capital shocks and frightens her. Jessica uncovers the prince's cunning plan to extract her oath in secret from everyone. Her words sound like an ultimatum, and the heroine understands that she has fallen into a cunning political trap. The prince wishes to keep her identity a secret in order to use her as his secret weapon. The heroine realizes that by swearing allegiance to the prince, she will become the object of suspicion and wrath of the emperor. With a cold smile, the Marquise pushes her towards what she considers to be the only correct decision. At that moment, she remembers Kian's warnings and realizes how dangerous this woman is. With a defiant look in her eyes, the heroine accuses her of betrayal, seeing her true devotion to the prince. The heroine tries to justify herself by talking about the hopelessness of her situation, but her words sound unconvincing. With cold fury in her eyes, she accuses the Marquise of hypocrisy and two-faced play. She demands a straight answer, tired of the lies and omissions that surround this meeting. Jessica realizes that her tricks are no longer working and decides to reveal her true intentions. Her quiet plea for help becomes the prologue to a shocking and bloody proposal. With a mad gleam in her eyes, she asks for help in taking the throne, revealing her ambitions. She promises her untold riches and the return of her lost title, trying to buy her loyalty. But the heroine is not interested in her promises. She wants to know the reason for her mortal hatred of her brother. Irene's sudden appearance interrupts their tense conversation, and she tries to take her mistress away. With despair in her voice, the Marquise asks her faithful servant to help her, realizing that there is no other way out. The Marquise unbuttons her dress, preparing to reveal her most terrible and painful secret. Her back, covered in ugly scars, becomes a silent testimony to the cruelty of her past. The revelation that these scars are the work of her own brother plunges the heroine into horror. Through the pain, she remembers how she was forced to smile, hiding her suffering behind the mask of the perfect sister. Her hand clenches into a fist and she vows revenge, paying him back in kind. She recalls the prince's paranoid mistrust, and this gives rise to a new question in the heroine's soul. She doesn't understand why he left a magician next to him, whom, according to him, he doesn't trust. The memory of how he mercilessly dealt with his faithful servant provides the answer to this question. She bitterly admits that she is forced to follow him, despite her hatred and fear. The Marquise's final words reveal her greatest vulnerability. Her children are being held hostage by her brother. Suddenly, Kian finds himself mentally trapped, hearing echoes of their conversation. Memories of the hated house and the only bright spot in it flash through his mind. He is alarmed to realize that his worst fears are beginning to come true right before his eyes. Concern for his wife made him overhear the conversation, and now he knows everything. The Marquise asks defiantly whether her story evokes pity, testing the heroine's reaction. The unexpected offer to accept her sympathy takes Jessica by surprise with its directness. She proudly declares that violence did not break her will or force her to submit. Her thirst for revenge and romantic belief in justice become the driving force behind her actions. The awareness of the threat to her children forces her to seek allies and act decisively. The heroine accepts her offer, but her words of distrust leave room for future intrigue. With firmness in her voice, the heroine declares that she does not dare to pity such a strong personality. Her words about the Marquise deserving of respect, not pity, touch Jessica to the depths of her soul. She admits that she now understands her, and this moment becomes the beginning of their union. Sincere sympathy and recognition of their own struggle for freedom finally break down the wall between them. They seal their union with a handshake, and in that moment, a dangerous but powerful alliance is born. With joy in her voice, the heroine accepts her as her new and reliable ally. Returning to her husband, she informs him of her decision to enter into an alliance with the princess. Her attempt to engage him in conversation is met with his detachment and thoughtfulness. She notices with slight offense that he is not listening to her at all, and her cheerfulness gives way to bewilderment. His strange behavior and evasive answers make her suspect that he is hiding something. She can no longer ignore his strange behavior and demands a direct answer. His excuses seem unconvincing to her, and she feels that he is hiding the real reason. Irritation at his evasiveness gives way to determination to get to the truth. With hope in her voice, she promises to believe him if he finally opens up to her. His admission that he was born in this house shocks her to the core. He explains that his disrespect for the princess was due to her resemblance to one of his family members. This news becomes another discovery for her because she knew nothing about his family. The realization of how little she knows about her husband leaves her with a feeling of bitterness and resentment. His clenched fists and the pain in his eyes indicate that the word family is a source of suffering for him. With a bitter smile, he admits that his existence has always been a shame for them. His words about being not just abandoned but cursed reveal the depth of his pain. She sympathetically understands that his hatred of the capital is actually a fear of the past. With concern in his voice, he asks if the truth about his dark origins has disappointed him. She tenderly thanks him for his frankness, breaking down the wall he had spent so long building. Her sincere declaration of sympathy becomes an unexpected and healing balm for him. She understands that he can't tell her everything, and this strengthens their bond. His quiet, "but I didn't lie to you" becomes a promise full of unspoken feelings and hopes. He finds comfort in her arms, and she promises to wait until he is ready to open up completely. The Marquise's sudden visit disturbs their privacy, and her appearance foreshadows a new storm. Her cold gaze and question about the reason for the visit sound like a challenge, and the tension rises again. His cold gaze meets hers, and he says a name she didn't expect to hear. With dignity, he rejects his past, accepting a new identity and a new destiny. The Marquise accepts his words with understanding, but her look suggests that she knows more. He denies any connection to the past, but his eyes reveal a storm of emotions that he is trying to hide. She reveals that she saw his face in a vision, which puts him in a bind. The thought that she is like them sends him into a fit of uncontrollable rage. Irene's intervention interrupts his anger, but the tension in the room reaches its peak. His cry, full of pain and despair, becomes a plea not to pronounce the damned name. The memory of being given the name of the first killer reveals the source of his eternal suffering. With a heavy sigh, he accepts his fate, but his words sound like a promise not to give in to the past anymore. With pain in his voice, he asks to be considered an ordinary mercenary, renouncing his past. He tries to distance himself from her by directing all questions to his wife, the owner of his sword. His words of loyalty to Scylla become the final barrier he builds between them. The sudden mention of Lady Valeria catches him off guard, creating a hole in his defenses. The offer of help and meeting with her sounds like a temptation that he finds difficult to refuse. He rejects her help, knowing it would be best for everyone, and there is bitterness in his voice. With a heavy sigh, she accepts his decision, apologizing for making him worry. They make a pact. From tomorrow they will be strangers, and this moment is full of unspoken pain. Her words about him finding a good partner sound like a farewell and a blessing at the same time. With sincere joy mixed with sadness, she lets him go, wishing him happiness in his new life. His clenched fist and the pain in his eyes suggest that even pretending to be family is torture for him. A tense breakfast for three becomes a test, where every word and gesture is full of hidden meaning. The Marquise's question about the fate of her gift sounds like a reminder of her power and cruelty. With cold indifference, the heroine distances herself from Whoreson's fate, but a storm rages in her soul. Jessica accepts her decision with a satisfied smile, promising to pretend that nothing happened. Heavy snowfall in the capital becomes an excuse for the heroine to hide her true strength. The anticipation of meeting the mysterious man makes her heart beat with anxiety and excitement. Thoughts that her teacher is really here are mixed with doubt and hope. Her interest in the stranger makes Kian jealous, and he looks at her suspiciously. She reveals her secret with a slight smile. The mysterious stranger she is looking for is her teacher. His surprise that she knew about his spies was mixed with slight resentment. The embarrassed admission that he was worried about her reveals his true feelings. She asks him playfully about his spy's pay, but his answer surprises her. The words that he is always there and she doesn't need any other protection sound like an oath. They approach the house and she excitedly prepares for her first meeting with her future teacher. Her amendment that he will only become her teacher adds a touch of intrigue and ambiguity. The strange place he chose for the meeting leaves her puzzled and suspicious. The awkward situation of lack of money makes her nervous, but she does not give up. A stranger opens the door, and his wary appearance suggests that he was not expecting guests. His words about debt collectors and the question of who they are completely confuse her. Memories of the cheerful and carefree Hawk do not fit with the image of this gloomy man. He confirms his name, but his cold and wary gaze does not bode well. His current appearance shocks her, because he doesn't look at all like the teacher she remembered. The words that he is a mercenary only increase her bewilderment and suspicion. His contemptuous smirk and words about them working with mercenaries sound like an insult. Kian can't believe that this degenerate man could be his wife's teacher. The desperation and anger in his voice suggest that he is on the verge of a breakdown. The sudden manifestation of her magic takes him by surprise, and he looks at her in amazement. Realizing who is in front of him, he cannot believe that such a powerful magician has come to collect debts. His question about what she was doing in such a wretched place sounds like a challenge and a mockery at the same time. His rudeness hurts her, but she understands that behind it lies deep pain and disappointment. The heroine's sudden fall forces both men to rush to her aid, forgetting their enmity. His cry, full of anxiety, reveals his true feelings, hidden behind the mask of indifference. The memory of how he cared for her in the past flashes through her mind, breaking down the wall between them. With a warm smile, she recognizes in him the same stubborn but kind teacher from her past. He tries to push her away, but her persistence leaves him no choice. Their squabble on the doorstep attracts Kian's attention, and he realizes that something important is happening. Her unexpected offer to hire him as a teacher leaves him in a state of shock. Resigned, he invites them into the house, but his words are full of sarcasm and hidden resentment. His question about how she knows his nickname becomes the beginning of their long and difficult conversation. She tries to hide the true reason for her visit with an innocent lie about a chance meeting. His shocked face at the mention of the Mana Stone gives him away. With a business acumen, she offers him any price for the artifact that she so desperately needs. His violent reaction and scream indicate that she had touched a nerve. Embarrassed by his gaze, she tries to laugh it off, but the tension in the room only increases. He bitterly reports that they are too late and he no longer has the stone. Her world is collapsing because in a past life he gave her the stone, and this change ruins all her plans. Thoughts about why everything went wrong are mixed with anxiety and a premonition of disaster. A sudden cry of pain interrupts their conversation and they jump up, prepared for the worst. A wounded girl runs into the room, and her appearance becomes an ominous omen. His desperate concern for his sick daughter reveals the true reason for his plight. He bitterly admits that he would have sold the stone if he had it to save his daughter. The memory of asking him the same question in a past life pierces her with pain. She understands that in this life his daughter is still alive, and this gives her hope to change her fate. In a past life, he spoke with despair that he would give her his heart, and these words echo in her memory. The Mana Stone he had kept all his life finally found its true owner. She realizes that he was talking about her when he gave her the stone in her past life. The knowledge that the stone has been taken from him ignites in her a determination to reclaim what is rightfully hers. She changes her request, and her unexpected offer takes him by surprise. With firmness in her voice, she offers him a deal. She will return the stone, and he will tell who took it. Her promise to save his daughter becomes the decisive argument that breaks his resistance. She reminds him of how he once saved her, and now she is ready to repay him in kind. He is shocked by her offer because he did not expect such generosity from an unknown aristocrat. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he accepts her help in tears, unable to believe his good fortune. At the same time, anxiety is growing in the Marquise's palace due to the absence of the Countess and her husband. She reflects on their disappearance, knowing that the heroine has no acquaintances in the capital. Her thoughts turn to Kian, and her refusal to help makes her slightly irritated. The news that the Countess has asked for a doctor to be sent to her takes her by surprise. The question of which of her servants is ill hangs in the air, arousing her suspicions. The report of unknown people arriving at the annex with a child only increases her curiosity. The Duchess learns of the arrival of a guest with a child, which arouses her suspicions. The thought of spying on someone who trusts her unsettles her. She decides to show hospitality, suppressing her desire to control everything. With the help of magic, she creates an atmosphere of comfort for her guest. The red-haired girl is enchanted by the meeting, unaware of the hidden motives. She is confused by the intense gaze, in which an incomprehensible interest can be read. The guy can't understand why the noble lady is so kind to him. He blames himself for allowing the mana gem to be taken from him. His sister's condition is worsening, and he is desperately looking for money for medicine. The only thing he had left was his last valuable thing. His friend looks at him in surprise, not understanding what could have made him sell the last one. Curiously, he asks to look at the mysterious pendant that he always carried with him. With a kind smile, he assures his friend that his daughter's health is more important than any treasure. Unsuspecting, Hux waits for an appraisal of his product, trusting his old acquaintance. He takes a sip of tea, and his consciousness begins to slowly fade, succumbing to the effects of the poison. In the last seconds, he realizes that his trust has been cruelly betrayed. When he wakes up, he finds himself locked in and desperately tries to break down the door. With a venomous grin, the merchant says that the stone was ordinary and he did him a favor. Threats against his daughter and demands not to disturb him anymore infuriate Hux. His cry, full of pain and despair, becomes a plea to return what was the last hope. He is tormented by doubts. He cannot understand what this mysterious woman is planning. The thought of whether they will be able to return the stone fills him with anxiety and uncertainty. Suddenly, the guards' crossed swords block their path, and the tension reaches its limit. Mocking words about a fake magician sound like an insult and foreshadow a fight. With cold fury, Hux demands that what is rightfully his be returned. His boldness only evokes mocking laughter, and they call him crazy. The rough touch and the words about him not knowing his place make him angry. The threat of breaking his limbs becomes the last straw, and he decides to take action. A sudden burst of magical energy takes the bandit by surprise, and he cries out in pain. This familiar feeling of mana awakening makes the heroine understand that her teacher is not as simple as he seems. Kian immediately realized that Scylla was a mage and saw her as a potential ally. Despite his strength, she still feels hostility towards him, not trusting him completely. Hux proudly displays his power, proving that he was not pretending to be a magician. Her attempt to touch his magic causes him to panic. He is afraid of harming her. She recognizes this energy, and her calmness frightens him even more than the magic itself. Kian's inner demon is bursting out, and he fights the urge to kill the one who is threatening his wife. The sudden appearance of armed men interrupts their tense conversation, and the stakes are raised. Kian stops her, saying that she doesn't need to waste her mana on these weaklings. With lightning speed, he rushes into battle, incapacitating the enemy with one kick. His incredible speed and strength amaze Hux, but he can't understand why he jumped from his shoulder. With one swing of his sword, he scatters all his enemies, demonstrating his incredible strength. Hux notes with admiration that he didn't need any fancy moves to win. Her pride in her man is mixed with tenderness, and she calls him amazing. With a bitter smile, he realizes that he has become the third wheel in this love story. The sudden appearance of the very merchant who deceived him takes him by surprise. With a malicious grin, he greets his victim, anticipating a new portion of bullying. His laughter and words about how he helped him infuriate Hux, and he rushes into a fight. One blow and the merchant falls, but his words about helping him often sound ominous. With a mad smile, he reminds her of his daughter's suffering, and this becomes the last straw. His words that he doesn't even deserve to die, and the sudden knife blow leave everyone terrified. Hux looks at his fallen enemy with contempt, realizing that his revenge hasn't even begun yet. A sudden idea of how to use his newfound power strikes him. He uses his magic with caution, afraid of miscalculating the force and accidentally killing him. Having come to his senses, the merchant begs for mercy in horror, not understanding what is happening. With icy fury, Hux demands the return of what is rightfully his. The frightened merchant hands over the stone, and its glow fills the room with magical light. He is surprised to recognize it as his own mana stone, which he thought was lost. Realizing that he had kept this relic for 20 years, he decides to give it up to save his daughter. With a heavy heart, he hands the stone to the heroine, and this gesture becomes a symbol of his sacrifice. She accepts his gift, and now her promise to cure Lenny is sealed with magic and hope. With a warm smile, she promises him that his daughter will definitely get better. She looks tenderly at the stone that became the first key to her awakening. Her decision to awaken the power right here leaves both men in a state of shock. Kian worries about the consequences of a second awakening, fearing for her life. Despite his worries, he trusts her strength, but his heart is still not in the right place. A powerful stream of magic envelops her, and she floats in the air like a goddess. Kian realizes that if the explosion happens, he will have to save Hux at any cost. The awakening is complete, and she lands lightly on her feet, full of new strength. She reassures a worried Kian by saying that it wasn't difficult for her. Hux looks at her in amazement, seeing the mage awaken in person for the first time. With a mysterious smile, she says that her case is special, and this intrigues him even more. Having realized her greatness, he feels inferior and unworthy of her attention. Her unexpected gesture, an offer to teleport him to his daughter, takes him by surprise. He gratefully accepts her help, and his eyes glow with hope for salvation. A jealous Kian rudely pushes him away, interrupting their touching moment. With cold detachment, he explains that such contact is sufficient for teleportation. Her laughter and words about his jealousy diffuse the situation, turning the tension into a joke. She looks at her husband tenderly, and her gaze is full of love and affection. Seeing their shared room, Hux can't believe she brought him here. He stands frozen in shock on the threshold, unable to understand what this unpredictable woman has planned. The golden glow emanating from the mirror fills the room with magic and anticipation of a miracle. The idea of what she's about to do makes Kian smile in anticipation. The box contains the shining mana stone that they had been searching for so long and unsuccessfully. At this moment, Hux realizes that he has found the true owner of the stone, for whom it was intended. Kian admits with a touch of jealousy that this stone rightfully belongs to his teacher. In Hux's hands, the stone flashes with a bright light, and his body is filled with unprecedented power. A sudden tremor in the ground makes the Marquise wary, and she feels a familiar energy. She realizes with horror that this is the awakening of the power she so feared. A powerful wave of mana nearly knocks her off her feet, and she struggles to keep her balance. Her faithful servant explains that teleportation at the moment of awakening could lead to disaster. They arrive at the place, and the words "we are there" sound like the beginning of the final act. A bright flash of light illuminates the room, and the figure of the awakened magician appears in it. Her ability to create a barrier at such a moment leaves Irene amazed and amazed. She admits that using magic during someone else's awakening is incredibly difficult. Comparing his strength with hers, she realizes that he is still weak and inexperienced. A hunch flashes in her eyes. The heroine can develop the magic of the great Taralin in him. A direct question about whether this is connected with her story takes the Marquise by surprise. With a mysterious smile, she asks for a little more time, promising to reveal all her cards. She reminds us of her main request, to save her children, locked in a golden cage. The heroine confirms that she remembers this, and now their union is sealed by a common goal and a secret. Her confusion about why she needs another magician becomes the key to solving the Marquise's mystery. The legend of the great magician Taralin and his gift to the first emperor comes up in conversation. She understands that the traces of this magician in the palace are not an accident, but part of a great plan. The Marquise tells of the secret rooms created by Taralin to protect the royal family. These rooms served as a refuge during times of war and rebellion, keeping the secrets of the empire. The key of Taralin, passed down through royal blood, grants access to these secret chambers. With horror, the heroine realizes that the Marquise's children may be locked in these invulnerable rooms. With fury in her voice, Jessica recounts how her brother took advantage of her weakness and kidnapped her children. Irene's words, full of remorse, confirm her story, adding tragedy to their story. The heroine listens silently, her determination to help them growing stronger with every second. The certainty that the children are alive becomes the last straw for the Marquise to cling to. Irene explains that her unique magic allows her to sense them despite the distance. However, she admits that Taralin's power is on a completely different level, beyond her reach. With despair in her voice, the Marquise begs the heroine to save her children because she herself is powerless. Fear of Taralin's magic and the risk of being accused of treason make her hesitate. With cold calculation, the heroine asks what she will receive in return for such a dangerous service. The generous promise to give her everything after ascending the throne becomes the price of their union. Despite her mistrust, the heroine likes the idea of one day becoming empress. The Marquise bitterly admits that her entire life has been spent behind the purple veil, the symbol of royal power. She dreams of a bloodline of purple glory that will give her the right to the throne and freedom. Her words about being glad not to belong to their family sound like a challenge and a mockery. With firmness in her voice, she promises to help her in exchange for the fulfillment of one of her wishes. She explains that only the emperor can fulfill her request, and this intrigues the Marquise. The heroine makes an oath on her magic stone, and her promise becomes unbreakable. This oath, given on stone and crown, promises to shake the entire continent and change the course of history. A sudden burst of magic interrupts their conversation, and everyone looks at the source with concern. Irene disputes her words, saying that her own awakening took more than a day. She explains that the time of awakening depends on the power of the magician, and in this case too little time has passed. The idea that Hux could have used the Force before awakening dawns on the heroine. The magic stabilizes, and they realize that the awakening was successful and without complications. Fear for his life makes her cry out. She fears that the stone has swallowed his consciousness. She shakes his shoulders anxiously, trying to shout to him through the veil of magic. His return to reality brings her great relief, but he is still disoriented. He looks at his hands in amazement, feeling the enormous power that now flows through him. With a warm smile, she congratulates him on his awakening, sharing his joy and surprise. He finally understands that she brought him here not by chance, but following a great plan. Her question sounds like a reminder that every action has a reason. Memories of the past and how she received her first magic stone come flooding back to her. She explains that this stone is not right for her, but it has its rightful owner. With reverence, he drops to one knee, accepting the gift that will change his destiny forever. She admits with a slight smile that the stone she gave him was useless to her. His surprise at her generosity is mixed with admiration because she gave up an entire fortune. Embarrassed, she admits that she didn't even think about money, and this disarms him. The sudden question about her name takes her by surprise, and she realizes that she has not yet introduced herself. The memory of him calling her Scylla in her past life flashes through her mind. She remembers asking him to call her that when she was a simple mercenary. In this life, she decides to change everything and introduce herself with her real name. She reveals her name, Priscilla Motia, and this moment becomes a turning point in their relationship. Their names, Priscilla and Scylla, echo each other, weaving their destinies together. With reverence, he drops to one knee and gives her his soul, vowing eternal fidelity. His vow of allegiance leaves her in shock, as she did not expect such a turn of events. He explains that for a magician, his soul is his power, and he gives it the most valuable thing. She cannot understand why he gives her his soul so easily, and she is tormented by doubts. The idea of her teacher taking an oath from her seems absurd and impossible to her. In a panic, she tries to refuse because she only wanted to help him and his daughter. He cannot accept her help because it will upset the balance between teacher and student. She tries to object, but her words about not helping for this reason sound unconvincing. With firmness in his voice, he declares that this is his choice and his oath as a knight. She feels she has no right to accept such a sacrifice, but he leaves her no choice. Even though they met for the first time, she feels that their destinies are inextricably linked. His sincere gratitude and recognition that she is the first person who helped him touches her deeply. He says that accepting his oath will be his highest gratitude, and she cannot refuse. With firmness in his voice, he declares that he is not used to being a debtor, and his pride does not allow him to back down. His insistent request and the glow of the stone in her hand leave her no choice, and she accepts his oath. She realizes that she has changed her teacher's fate, and their relationship will never be the same. With a heavy heart, she accepts his vow, and this moment becomes a turning point in their lives. A new reality crashes down on her, and she realizes that she is now responsible for his fate. The doctor's diagnosis of Lenny's advanced lung disease comes as a terrible blow to Hux. With desperation in his voice, he asks if she can be cured, clinging to his last hope. The doctor's words that there is hope, but the treatment will be long, become both a salvation and a test for him. The doctor suggests another way, to turn to a priest with divine power, and this sounds like a miracle. With desperation in his voice, Hux begs the Marquise for help, because finding such a person is almost impossible. His hope is rekindled when he realizes she might know someone in the temple. With a satisfied smile, she agrees to help because she cannot refuse him. She easily adds that she would be glad if the awakened mage was indebted to her. The heroine is surprised to realize that the Marquise knows the princess, and this makes her even more mysterious. A sudden explosion of magic and destruction makes Hux realize he can never repay. The Marquise's words about him not having to pay for the repairs sound like a mockery. With a sly smile, she declares him her debtor, and he realizes that he has fallen into her net. The heroine decides to hide the truth about his awakening, giving him time to prepare for a new life. She thanks the Marquise, but she only waves her hand, saying that this is payment for her rudeness. With a sly smile, the heroine realizes that Hux's awakening has not gone unnoticed in the capital. She realizes that she now has two powerful allies on her side, a swordmaster and an awakened mage. The thought of the prince learning of her growing power makes her blood run cold. She realizes that she needs a plan and that she must be prepared for anything to protect herself and her loved ones. While she ponders, the two men shift awkwardly from foot to foot, waiting for her decision. Hux's question about what she usually does sounds naive, but there is genuine interest in it. Telling her she's amazing sends a wave of irritation through Kian that he tries to hide. The direct question about their relationship takes him by surprise, and he can hardly contain his anger. With cold fury, he declares that they are married, and his words sound like a warning. His awkward attempt to avoid unnecessary contact only makes Hux smirk. Kian's words about them not being alone sound like an open threat. The butler respectfully offers his services, promising to restore her bedroom by tomorrow. Exhausted by the long journey and the stressful day, she sinks down onto the bed, exhausted. Finally left alone with her husband, she is surprised to notice his strange detachment. His silence and reluctance to take initiative make her uneasy and confused. She touches his forehead with concern, trying to understand the reason for his bad mood. The lack of temperature only increases her confusion. She cannot understand what is wrong with him. A sudden and passionate kiss comes as a complete surprise to her, taking her by surprise. He falls into her arms, his quiet mutterings suggesting that something serious is troubling him. His passionate kiss takes away her breath, and she tries to pull away, but in vain. She pushes him away with a playful smile, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Her question about his experience catches him off guard, and he looks away, embarrassed. She complains with feigned resentment that she is the only one who is nervous in their relationship. His attempt to avoid answering makes her laugh, and she demands that he not dodge the question. The words that he is glad that she likes him sound like a confession of deep feelings. He admits that he was afraid that she was forcing herself to be with him, and his words are full of tenderness. With firmness in his voice, he declares that she is the only woman in his life. The memory of the mercenary's wild life flashes through his mind, but he rejects that past. With an oath on his sword, he confirms his loyalty, proving that he is not like others. Her question about whether he is the only man in her life takes him by surprise with its directness. The memory of an arranged marriage in a past life flashes in her mind, but she pushes it away. She decides to test his feelings and defiantly says that she has been interested in another man for a long time. His shocked look makes her regret her words, but it's too late to back out. With pain in his voice, he admits that he will be upset, but he will not be able to change anything. She touches him tenderly, saying that he is her only husband and there is no lie in her words. With a warm smile, she admits that her first love is just a memory that cannot compare to him. He is happy with her words, but admits that he could not bear it if she had another man. His firm no to the question about hatred becomes the best declaration of love for her. With a playful smile, she offers him the role of lover, and his shock is mixed with relief. She tenderly reassures him, promising that her gaze will always be directed only at him. Her provocative question about what he would do if she had someone else makes him think. He admits that he never thought about it, and there is confusion in his voice. The memory of how he already killed for her flashes through his mind, and he realizes what he is capable of. With quiet fury, he admits that he would hate anyone who dared to come between them. She asks in surprise why he is so depressed, sensing his inner struggle. A distorted memory of Hux holding her hand comes into his mind. Realizing that he is jealous, she cannot contain her surprise and laughter. He explains that he saw the way she looked at her teacher. His words about her gaze being full of longing reveal the depth of his jealousy and love. She admits that he is right, but feels that he has misinterpreted her feelings. His question about whether she is disappointed in him sounds like a cry from the heart, full of uncertainty. She explains that Hux is like a father to her, and there is not a hint of romantic interest in her voice. The memory of his fatherly love for his daughter and how he was a guardian to her touches her deeply. Her happy laughter takes him by surprise. He cannot understand the reason for her sudden joy. She explains that his jealousy is the best proof of his feelings for her. His embarrassed smile and question about whether he might be jealous of her with others sound like a confession. With a playful smile, she wonders how she can make her dear husband happier. Her bold offer to spoil him all night takes him by surprise with its audacity. With hope in his voice, he agrees, and this moment becomes the beginning of their new, passionate chapter. Her promise not to stop sounds like a challenge, and he gladly accepts it. An atmosphere of reverence reigns in the temple, and the old priest reminds us of the importance of the oath. The appearance of the youngest cardinal, Anthos, brings a touch of intrigue to the quiet life of the temple. The old priest fondly recalls his last meeting with His Holiness a year ago. Words about His Holiness's anxiety sound like a reproach for his long absence. Returning to the native walls of the great temple fills his heart with joy and humility. A warm meeting with his mentor, His Holiness, promises an important and difficult conversation. He bows his head with respect, ready to listen to the will of the one to whom he has sworn allegiance. An invitation to speak privately suggests that they are looking forward to more than just a conversation. Lady Melchior's request for help and the search for a healer becomes the main topic of their conversation. His Holiness confirms that it is the princess in question, and it is his duty to fulfill her request. He stops his student, saying that he already has someone in mind. The proposal to send Valeria takes the cardinal by surprise, and he can hardly hide his surprise. The memory of his twin sister, whose name he had not spoken for many years, flashes through his mind. He tries to dissuade his mentor, believing that it is too dangerous for a member of the emperor's family. With a heavy heart, His Holiness acknowledges the risk, but his decision remains unwavering. He talks about the princess's gentle nature and her frequent visits to Valeria at the monastery. This comes as a revelation to the cardinal, who had hesitated for fear of harming her. With a wise smile, the old man says that it is time to heal old wounds and come out into the light. But his student recalls the tragedy of 25 years ago, which deprived Valeria of her divine powers. Rumors that the princess saw Valeria use her powers turn out to be a lie, but the truth is even more terrifying. The memory of the birth of a brilliant twin sister with amazing divine powers comes flooding back to him. Despite the fact that a woman could not ascend the throne, the Pope saw her as his only successor. With fury in his voice, he cannot believe that they still talk about her as strong, because he thought she was forgotten. At this time, Hux, looking at the starry sky, cannot believe his luck and sudden salvation. In just 2 days, his life has changed dramatically, and he can't fully comprehend what happened. A caring maid sent by the Countess surrounds his daughter with attention and affection. Waking up in a luxurious room that looks like a princess's castle, Lenny can't believe his eyes. She tells her father with delight about shiny things and kind maids, but he does not share her joy. He decides to tell her about the Mana Stone, which became the reason for their sudden wealth and new life. He tells his daughter about a generous countess who bought a stone from him and promised to help her recover. Tears of joy flow down her cheeks because now they will no longer have to suffer. She falls asleep with a smile on her face, and he feels his heart fill with hope. The thought of a happy future for his daughter makes his body tremble with excitement. At this moment, he finally accepts his new identity. He is a magician, and he will change their lives. Kian's sudden appearance takes him by surprise, and he doesn't know how to act. He is struck by the change in Kian's behavior, who previously looked at him with undisguised hatred. He tries to smooth over the awkwardness with feigned cheerfulness, but the tension in the air only increases. The sudden sensation of his powerful manner makes Hux freeze in surprise and fear. He can't believe that this man, whom he thought was a simple mercenary, is actually a swordmaster. His question about whether Kian Rastin, the inimitable swordmaster, sounds like a challenge. The realization that the Countess is an archmage, her husband is a swordmaster, and she is in alliance with the princess leaves him in shock. He realizes that their combined influence is enough to found a new country. The words that he will join them as Scylla's teacher take him by surprise. The idea that he should teach a great magician seems absurd and impossible to him. Kian explains with a grin that she will tell him everything herself, but not until he has rested. He cannot understand what he can teach someone who already possesses such incredible power. A direct question about the reason for his sudden change in attitude makes Kian think. His apology and words about him just being curious defuse the tense situation. Scylla's words calmed him, and now he is ready to accept his new role and new destiny. His words about her being the mistress of his body and soul sound like the most sincere oath. The joke about him being a loving husband becomes a compliment for him, which he gladly accepts. The awkward atmosphere at dinner makes her wonder about the strange relationship between the two men. The news of the invitations to the reception being sent out becomes the first step in her big political game. She gratefully accepts the Marquise's help, realizing that she cannot cope alone. The Marquise's good appetite and her relaxed manner at the table surprise the heroine. The question of mistletoe furniture becomes a subtle test, and the heroine passes it with dignity. She promises to prepare a gift for the princess, and this intrigue adds tension to their relationship. The words about the gift surprised the Marquise. She did not expect such a gesture from her. Hux's sudden appearance and request to speak interrupts their conversation, promising a new twist. The young man realizes with trepidation that the past has been completely erased from this house. The guy timidly tells the girl that her husband invited him to become her teacher. The heroine is confused by the unexpected proposal, but it ignites a spark of interest in her. The young man is struck by her magical aura and feels unworthy. The girl, confused, recalls that she valued her mentor not for his power. The tragic memory of the man who gave her magic still hurts. In her heart lives gratitude to the one who opened the world of magic to her and became everything. The heroine desperately clings to the past, not wanting to betray her teacher. The guy tries to convince her of his own greatness, but she doesn't hear it. His words about the nature of magic only hurt her devoted heart more. The heroine's inner voice screams for determination, even when her mind admits it is right. Her heart is pounding with excitement because she feels that this is her only chance. The girl sees hidden potential in him, which makes her forget about everything. She begs the boy to become her mentor, feeling an inexplicable connection between their powers. Her eyes shine with happiness because he agreed, and now a new path awaits her. Rejoicing, the heroine leaves with her husband because now she again has someone who can be called a teacher. The young man is in a panic, unable to believe that they are about to meet his father himself. The girl radiates confidence because her debut in high society is just around the corner. She anticipates her triumph, preparing to present to the world something that will change everything. The tension in the room is growing as the princess's delay ruins someone's secret plans. Poisonous rumors about the princess's secret chosen one began to spread throughout the hall. A sudden shout and a pointing finger pierces the roar of the crowd, capturing everyone's attention. The appearance of the heroes is like a bolt from the blue. Their aura makes everyone fall silent. The recognizable coat of arms on the stranger's dress sows seeds of doubt and curiosity in the crowd. A feeling of bewilderment sweeps through the room as the appearance of this couple breaks all stereotypes. Behind his attractive appearance, socialites see only provincial simplicity. Envy and pity mingle in the eyes of the aristocrats, who are certain that the couple spent everything on clothes. Hidden malice and hope for someone else's failure can be seen in the gestures of the capital's nobility. The hero can barely contain his anger, but his wife's smile extinguishes his rage because their opinion is like dust to her. Behind her calm lies the hell of a past life, where she already knew all the pain of humiliation. Ghosts of the past torment her, but the ridicule of today is nothing compared to the horror she experienced. Now she is not alone, and with her husband at her back, the girl is ready to face the main threat of the evening. The appearance of the princess makes the hall freeze. Her cold grandeur is felt in every step. Courtiers swarm around her, thirsting for a grain of her attention and favor. The princess ignores everyone, heading straight towards the couple, causing shock among the gossips. The name spoken by the princess shatters all their assumptions and makes them look at the heroine differently. Suddenly, the truth about her kinship comes to light, and in the eyes of the aristocrats, she acquires a new, frightening status. The Marquise of Soho approaches with a venomous smile, confident in their humiliated position. Her words, like poisoned daggers, are aimed at the most painful part, but the heroine meets them with icy calm. Having failed to achieve her goal, she turns the attack on her husband, desperately searching for a weak spot in their armor. The noble lady can hardly hide her disgust upon learning of the hero's simple origins. The Marquise drops a poisonous hint, trying to convince everyone that the heroine is ashamed of her husband. Her words are full of false sympathy, but in reality they are a subtle and cruel insult. This brazen lie takes the girl by surprise, causing her to freeze in cold rage. In response to the poison, the heroine demonstrates only her love, demonstrating the inviolability of their union. The young man proudly announces that he is not just a husband, but a faithful knight of his countess. Their devotion to each other only causes misunderstanding and contempt for his lack of willpower among his enemies. An arrogant aristocrat tries to humiliate the hero, calling his marriage to the countess blind luck. The young man parries the attack with icy calm, pointing out to the count his own ignorance. The hero's slight grin speaks of complete victory as he has silenced his opponent. The hero coldly puts the impudent man in his place, demanding respect for the status of the countess's husband. With an icy smile, the guy hints at a duel, turning small talk into a deadly threat. He mercifully spares his enemy, but this mercy is more humiliating than any blow. Humiliated to the limit, the count explodes in a hail of insults, trying to save the remnants of his honor. The princess's commanding word cuts short the argument, and the air in the hall instantly freezes. She gently but firmly calls everyone to order, showing who is the real boss here. The offenders instantly bow down, their arrogance evaporating in the face of royal power. Her sweet smile hides a will of steel because she skillfully manages this ball. Suddenly, the princess turns to the instigator of the quarrel, and his heart stops in anticipation of the verdict. Behind the princess's polite words lies a direct order, and the count realizes that he has crossed the line. The princess generously places the decision in the hands of those who have been unjustly wronged. His tender vow to avenge her makes the count shudder at their ostentatious love. The hero offers his enemy a way out through a simple apology, but there is no forgiveness in his eyes. Blind pride does not allow the count to see the abyss into which he is stepping, renouncing the world. The boy accepts the challenge with cold determination because blood speaks louder than words to him. The count laughs at the stupidity of the commoner, not realizing that he is mocking his own death. The mere sound of the young man's name hits the count like an icy bucket of realization. A whisper of horror runs through the hall because the legendary swordsman turns out to be the husband of a modest countess. The realization of whom exactly he has insulted paralyzes the count with fear in the face of a living legend. Rumors of his incredible power and fame only add fuel to the fire of general shock. The young man, with a charming smile, extends a glove to the enemy, offering him a last chance for salvation. His gaze becomes steely, and his words become a sentence, demanding an apology to him and his wife. A chilling horror grips the count, and he, broken by the aura of death, babbles words of apology. The hero coldly redirects his repentance to his wife, since it was her honor that was offended. Utterly humiliated, the count bows before the heroine, who graciously accepts his pathetic apology. The girl turns her gaze to the marquise, and in her eyes one can read a silent question, full of threat. She openly declares her love, and this tender moment becomes the final blow to their enemies. Her words about her love for her knight completely break the marquise's face from anger and powerlessness. The humiliated marquise furiously seeks protection from the princess, unable to bear her defeat. The princess puts an end to this dispute by coldly reproaching her own aunt for her unworthy behavior. The marquise, broken and humiliated, is forced to bow her head before the one she despised. Behind her malice lies a dark envy of red-haired girls who always stole everyone's attention. The memory of past humiliation still burns in her soul, reminding her of the times when she was defenseless. With a poisonous sweetness in her voice, the heroine accepts the apology, making it clear who now holds the power. The princess's keen gaze notices a shadow of worry on the girl's face, hidden behind a polite smile. The heroine cleverly avoids answering. Her words are just a screen for the mysterious plan she is preparing. The girl seizes the initiative, promising the princess a gift that will become the culmination of the evening. A mysterious veiled object is brought into the hall, and the air fills with thick anticipation. The princess sits on the throne, her calm a mere mask in the face of the unknown. Her words about the lavish presentation are full of curiosity because she feels that something grandiose is about to happen. The young man excitedly presents the treasure grown in their lands. With a sinking heart, he pulls back the veil, revealing a family heirloom to the world. The princess coldly evaluates the gift, and the heroine searches for at least a spark of delight in her eyes. Her polite smile hides her indifference, because this gift is ideal only for public display. The girl smiles mysteriously because the main show hasn't even begun yet. He hands her a small box, and this sharp contrast makes the princess wary. Inside the box lies not just a gift, but a key to something incredibly important. She looks with admiration at the feather made of the rarest material, understanding the true value of this gift. But the real shock comes when she picks up the seal and recognizes something impossible in it. The coat of arms of the imperial family Melchior on the seal blinds her, because this gift is real treason. In her hands is not just a seal, but a symbol of power that can change the fate of the entire empire. The heroine's sly smile is a bold statement because she has chosen whom she will serve. Every detail of the gift is imbued with magic and luxury, worthy only of a future ruler. The princess, with a touch of irony, admits that her first impression was deceptive and superficial. The girl is relieved to realize that her daring plan worked and she did not disappoint the princess. The princess accepts this gift as a promise that she will keep until the day of her ascension. Even the princess, accustomed to luxury, is amazed by the unearthly beauty of this masterpiece. The girl gives away the treasure with ease because her true goal is not wealth, but power. The princess is intrigued by the unique material, which seems alive and warm to the touch. With one final gesture, the heroine prepares to reveal the main secret of her gift, which will amaze everyone. The young man proudly reveals the secret of a unique material available only in their lands. The miraculous properties of mistletoe, which does not require processing, sound like real magic to the sophisticated public. The princess points to the pattern in bewilderment, not believing that it is also made from this magical tree. The secret of the crimson color hidden in a special type of mistletoe only enhances the admiration of this masterpiece. The princess, with a glint in her eye, hints at a connection with a master from a hostile empire playing a dangerous game. The story of a master who found inspiration in their forests intertwines their fate with that of a powerful prince. Confirmation of the crown prince's visit becomes the final chord, raising their county to unattainable heights. In the eyes of the princess and her guests, Motia County is transformed from a remote province into the empire's treasure trove. She is sincerely touched because this gift is not just a thing, but a symbol of loyalty and enormous potential. The girl can hardly contain her jubilation because she never thought that her gift would cause such a sensation. Her triumph at the ball instantly turned her into a legend, whose name is now on everyone's lips. Far from the bustle of the capital, within the walls of the monastery, a new, no less important drama is brewing. A desperate mother, whose last hope is fading, seeks salvation at the walls of the holy monastery. The cold rules of the monastery become an insurmountable wall for the mother's grief. Belief in a miracle and rumors about the saint make her beg because her child's time is running out. The noise of despair breaks through the silence of prayer, awakening the one they so long to see. Her appearance, like the revelation of an angel, gives the crowd a glimmer of saving light. The cries of the suffering, full of pain and hope, greet the saint at the threshold. Behind her divine strength lies a human fragility that worries her mentor. Her calmness and divine aura amaze even those who have seen her power more than once. Her fast seems inhuman, but before her stands a prayer that could break even a saint. The girl denies her status because in her eyes she is not a deity, but only a person who sees someone else's pain. A divine light shines through her humble words, giving hope to the dying baby. The crowd does not hear her words. Their faith has created a deity, and they will pray to him until the end. The old nun proudly watches Valeria, whose fame has become legendary among pilgrims. In the shadows lurks one who remembers her weakness, and now sees with alarm her renewed strength. Behind her healing lies a secret from the past. The wounds in her heart have only just begun to heal. The prophecy of her return becomes a threat to the one who yearns to take her rightful place. His cold gaze is full of envy, and he will not allow her to perform a miracle that will elevate her even higher.